Ya vamos a empezar. Listo. Espera, porque me estoy viendo ahí. Listo. Buenos días para todos. Gracias otra vez por estar aquí. Hoy empezamos la segunda jornada del Congreso Anual de la Red del Banco de la República con la Universidad ICESI. Vamos a empezar entonces con la segunda sesión de Agricultura. Empieza presentando Anabel de la Universidad de EAFIT. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Lucia. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are doing well. My name is Anabel. I'm going to present a paper done with Alexander, Camilo, and Leonardo. This is a paper on weather shocks and food prices in a tropical context. So we're focusing on Colombia. I will start with a little bit of motivation. So what do we know about the effect of climate change on agricultural production in a tropical context? So when we talk about the weather shocks, we include increasing temperature. We refer to increasing temperature and more volatile rainfall. And what we know is that there is, on the technical terms, there is a reduction in soil moisture after the growing cycle, strong damage in plant cells, and increasing invasion of weeds and plagues. Farmers in Colombia know that very well. It's hard to manage plant disease in tropical context. But this is like more common for all type of crops. Of course, there is heterogeneous effect depending on the type of crops. We actually will talk about the perennial versus non-perennial here type of crops. For those who don't know what is perennial versus non-perennial type of crops, this refers to the cycle of production. So perennials is more than 1 year. We will take into account also the heterogeneity in geographical and topographical characteristics. So altitude and rivers basin. So the effect of climate change will change depending on these characteristics. A little bit about the literature. So the effect of extreme weather shocks on food prices in developing country. There is a literature that is quite small. There is a few papers for Colombia. One of these is from Abril Salcedo, which use time series approach and look at the El Niño, La Niño events. But the other paper generally focus on general, like very specific type of weather events like floods, hurricane, tropical storms. An important proportion of the labor force, it's well known that in developing country is still living in rural areas. So for Colombia, there is 20% of Colombian labor force in rural area, and of them, 60% are in agricultural sectors. And this labor effect and food price that are more volatile due to these events are having higher incidence on poverty. We're also looking, well, of course, I will talk about the econometric challenge of the paper. So most of the literature focused on time series variation. We will actually take into account here the spatial variation and time series variation using the fixed effect model. And this will be our approach. And this is very important for tropical context where we have a strong variation in the spatial aspect. So what is the question? What are the effects of the extreme weather events? Here we include two types of variable, the precipitation and temperature on food price in Colombia. So we'll focus for this presentation on prices at the wholesale centrals, so at the main market where the food products are sold. But we are running the regression for the CPI, so we actually looking at the consumer price index. And in this, we are only including the food products of the basket that are used to construct the CPI. So we look at the time variation and spatial variation for both price and weather. And we capture the relevant climates at producing municipality. So what does that mean? what I mean here is that we are constructing a catchment area. So I will talk a little bit about how we construct this catchment area, about taking the weather in the municipality that are producing a project going to, for example, Cali. This is very particular to the empirical design. We will take into account the effect of local extreme weather shocks from the panel estimation and the global shocks that we approximate from the time fixed effects of the model. To understand our results, we will look at how they are driven by a specific group of products. And I will explain why we look at these mechanisms specifically. A little bit about the weather context. So simple graph. So we are looking at the temperature, minimum, maximum, depending on the altitude. So we have this negative relationship. No, so of course this is for like as I am from France, coming to Colombia, understanding how the weather behaves, it's a whole different thing. So it's important to remind like everyone about the relationship. So of course this one is kind of obvious for Colombian, like lower temperature for high altitude. But precipitation is less clear, right? But what we can see is that there is a decrease of the variability in the rainfall when we are in high altitude. So that we all know that rainfall is very difficult to predict, but we have this clear relationship, right, about the diminution in variability. What about the agricultural production? So here is a graph about the median altitude of the municipality that are producing products in this category. And two things about this graph. The first one is that, again, for those who are not from Colombia, there is a high diversity of production depending on the altitude. And the second one is that we compare this median altitude between 2013 and 2019. And what we can see is that for most of the product, there is an increase in the median altitude. So we're not looking at, in this paper, at why. So our question is, what are the effects of weather shocks on food prices? But I think maybe Camilo is going to touch this question in the next presentation. So about the data. So we are using two groups of data. The first one is price, the second one is weather. So I'm going to start with the price data. They are coming from the information system of price from the National Institute DANE, for those who are not familiar. Our sample includes 19 products from 14 markets, 56 crops, the majority is crops. Also, we have animal-based processed products. For the crops, this is important to know that most of them are non-perennial, and 80% of the sample is products that are perishable. The frequency is monthly from 2013, and we also collect this information that will be useful for the variable on weather, that I will explain in a moment. So we collect information from the origin of the product and their corresponding quantity. So we have to be cautious about the interpretation of these data. So the data are not cannot be used to calculate the total supply, but they inform us on where the product is coming from. About the weather data, so we are combining two sources of data: the IDEAM, which is from the Meteorological Institute from Colombia, and World Climate. For the weather station, so IDEAM has a bit more than 3,000 weather stations, but we actually define a criteria to select only the stations that have sufficient information. So the criteria is the following. We have at least 20 days in 1 month with information on precipitation and temperature for 80% of the months between 2010 and 2019. With this criteria, we select 1,869 weather stations. For those municipalities, so we are working at the municipality level. For those municipalities which don't have information about weathers, we use a spatial kriging. So how is working the spatial grading here. So we define grid of a cell, 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, of the 3 variable: monthly precipitation, monthly average, minimum and maximum temperature. The first steps is that we will have our weather measure here that we regress on altitude and the demi of the river basin. These first steps allows us to identify the spatial characteristic, right? The relationship with the spatial characteristic. And the second step is doing a grading on the residual. And we sum this to the prediction from the first step of altitude and river basin. So at the second step, what we get is the weather measure for all the cells of the Colombian territory. And the final, actually, step that is, because we're working at the municipality level, is that we're going to average all the cells in one municipality, right? So now we have all the weather measure for all the municipality. What we want to do is define the extreme weather events. So how do we do that? We compare the grading data, so the measure from the grading data, to the historical information on climate. So let's say we have a monthly precipitation in January. We will compare this monthly precipitation to January historically on average. And this will be our weather measure. We will define threshold. So like when we have lack of precipitation, it's below the 20 percentile, excessive precipitation above the 80 percentile. And we will use, very important, we use world climate data because the EDM data does not go for us so much in time. So we'll use world climate to have sufficient historical information. So once we have constructed the extreme weather events measure, we look at how do they coincide, for example, with El Nino and La Nina. So in this graph, you can see the number of municipalities by months. And in blue, you have La Nina. In yellow, orange, El Nino. And you can see effectively that you have more municipalities that are affected by excessive precipitation here. And El Nino, the reverse, right? They have more municipalities that have lack of precipitation. Same logic for temperature. We also want to look at how these extreme weather events are distributed geographically. So first with the precipitation. So the main idea here is just to show you the diversity of the distribution, right? If you look at, for example, Choco, which is the Pacific department here, lack of precipitation event, like you don't have this homogeneity here, right? You have some municipalities who are experiencing a lot of lack of precipitation events and others very few, almost none of they don't have any. So this is a very important fact to take into account for the estimation. For the temperature, same idea. You have department. Let's look at, for example, the Caribbean coast, where you have a department with extremely high level of low temperature event and other with none of them. What about the empirical strategy? So we will define the local effect from the two-way fixed effect model, where we regress. The dependent variable will be the log of the price of product I, market G, and time T. The independent variable will be our weather shock. So let me talk a bit about how the weather shocks is constructed. So let's say you have potato in Cali, potato coming to Cali from municipality 1 in the north and municipality 2 in the south. So what we do is that we take a weighted average of the weather shocks in municipality 1, weather shocks in municipality 2, where the weight is defined as the share of the product E coming to market G. So potato going to Cali. So we take a weighted average of the weathers in these two municipalities. So the weather shocks will be, so the little s that we have here is our 4 type of weather shocks. lack of precipitation, excessive precipitation, high, low temperature. This is a dummy. So when you have one in a municipality, you have the presence of the extreme weather shock. And we take the average 3 months weather shocks. Why do we do that? We do that because of the effect of weather shocks on agricultural production. There is a delay, and we will actually do a robustness check here, taking the contemporary effect and the 6 months effect. Of course, we have our fixed effect variable, which are the product, market, and period fixed effect. We cluster there or at the product market level. We will also do robustness check on the fixed effect, so you also can see how the model behave when we change the fixed effect. What about the global shocks? So the global shocks here are defined as the following. We want to understand what is the effect of average weather shocks at the national level on the variation on food price at the market, at a specific market. So what we do here is that we follow this literature on labor, and we regress the time fixed effect on the weather shocks, which is the average weather shocks at the national level, to get this variation. This is going to be the time series variation, okay? So we will, on the one hand, get the local shock. This is coming from the panel estimation. These represent our short-term impact of extreme weather shock, and the global shocks will be the countrywide effect from the time series extraction of the time fixed effect. What about the results? So we get the local shocks here on the left in blue. What we get here is that the lack of precipitation increase food prices and significantly, and we have a decrease in the food price when we have low temperature. The two other weather shocks, the excessive precipitation and high temperature, don't have a significant effect. So this is for the full sample. Remember that our weather shocks is constructed with the 3 months average to get this lag. But like you're gonna say, maybe, okay, this effect, positive effect, is kind of expected, right? The lack of precipitation, droughts, increased prices. But what about the low temperature? So we actually were surprised about this coefficient, but when you think about it, in Colombia, low temperature, or excessively low temperature is not like excessive low temperature in Illinois, right? Or in the Midwest. No, right? So our hypothesis here is that when you have excessively low temperature, let's say in Choco or in a place where it's usually very hot, this might boost the yield of the crops. So if you want, we can discuss that. So this is our hypothesis here. What about the global shock? So when you look at the global shock, so again, we regressed the time fixed effect on the weather shocks average at the national level. We get the opposite, right? I mean, in terms of which shocks are relevant. So here we have an increase in the variation of food price that is positive and significant, sorry, increase, for the excessive precipitation and high temperature. We also do, as I mentioned, some robustness check. So what we do here is that we construct first the weather shocks with the contemporary effects, 1 month, and 6 months average. So just changing this average, what we find is that the coefficient, we have the similar result, but the sign and the significance, but the size of the coefficient is lower with the contemporary effect and higher with the 6 months average. About a combination of fixed effects. So we try, so remember we have product market fixed effect. So we try no fixed effect, only period fixed effect, and then we combine the period with market or product. So what we observed is that when you exclude the product fixed effect, you have a decrease in the explaining power. The sign and significance are associated with the lack of precipitation and low temperature still works with this specification. I'm going to finish with the few minutes that I have about the mechanism. So we start to look at these mechanisms about which group of products are driving our results. So we'll look at crop versus non-crop, and in the crop section, we will look at the subgroup of perennial, non-perennial. Then if you have time, we can talk about the perishable product. So what do we get about the crop, non-crop? So for the non-crops, we actually don't have much result here. These are animal-based and processed products. But when you look at the perennial crop, it seems that, so again, here I'm presenting the local shocks. Yeah, so we're going to compare this result with the local shocks on the baseline model, where we had the lack of precipitation and low temperature as a significant coefficient. And the lack of precipitation seems to be driven by the perennial category. For the low temperature, we had negative effect, but in either of the category, it seems to be mostly driven by this category, but doesn't show up significant here. Let's look at the type of product. So what is driving the lack of precipitation in the perennial group? It seems to be the fruit category. So perennial fruits is like avocado, for example. And the non-perennial, for the lack of precipitation, it seems to be the short cycle tubers, like potato. So I'm going to finish here with a quick summary, a quick wrap-up. So we're identifying the short-term effect of the local and global weather shocks, extreme weather shocks. What we find is that for local shock, the lack of precipitation and low temperature have a significant effect. And the lack of precipitation is driven mainly by the fruits perennial category and the short cycle tubers non-perennial category. The global shocks shows that there will excessive precipitation in high temperature will drive variation in price higher. We are still working on still working on the papers. As I mentioned, we are working on the effect on the consumer price index to get an idea about how does these shocks increase food inflation, the heterogeneous effect once we control for crops altitude, irrigation system, and of course, it's important, but we are still working on this about imported versus highly subsidized crops. So when you have a weather shocks on, let's say, corn, and if corn is mainly imported in Colombia, so what matters is the weather shocks from, let's say, Illinois, right? Not the weather shocks here. So we're working about separating this result and looking at how do they work with these crops, and highly subsidized crops who can also absorb the weather shocks. So here am I done. If you have any question or comments, they're very welcome to improve the paper.
Hi, thank you, Anna, I'm here, for your presentation. I have a short question first. Do you use the W, the weights are based on the observed trade between the two municipalities? Is it the observed?
The observed
Yeah,
precipitation.
the example you gave, like potato coming from municipality A and potato coming from municipality B.
Yeah, how do we construct the W?
The W.
Yeah.
Okay, because there may be, I mean, this is like when you're building a weighting matrix based on trade. If you use the observed trade, it can be a problem because the shocks are going to affect those weights. Suppose there is a excessive rainfall in between one municipality and the other, and because of that there is a landslide that blocks the road, so that's going to change the amount of potato that is coming.
We're not talking about trade here, right? I mean, this is just the weather shocks.
No, I mean the weights. You use the W,
the share of the product.
The share of the products, yes.
Yeah.
Didn't I understand correctly?
Yeah. We use the share of the product.
Okay, so these shares are affected by the shocks. So one thing you can do is not to use the observed trade to build these shares, but to use a predicted trade, because the observed is correlated with the shocks, because every year those shares are going to change because of the shocks. So if there is a shock that is affecting trade between cities, that's going to change the W's that you are using. So at the end, you don't know if the effect is coming from the changing W's or if the effect is coming from the shock.
Yeah, but we use, for constructing the share, we use the historical data on share. So we use, I think, 2013 to 2019, right? So like we averaged that share. So like to exactly to do what you're mentioning, to reduce the effect of getting a bias from the shock. Yeah. Good question.
Well, thank you. I'm going to make central banker questions. I was wondering whether you can say anything from your data, from your analysis about whether these shocks are coming from the actual weather or maybe effects of the weather shocks on transportation infrastructure, which you might be able to do this when you look at the effects of the weather shocks on crops that you know for sure are not affected by rain, for example. That's the one thing. And the second comment, not question, is whether you've thought about looking at persistent effects. Just because I just want to point out the fact that I don't know whether you've looked at this at the papers done in the bank about the El Niño effects in the time series, and they find these persistent effects that they frame as I don't know, some psychological feature of the price setting agents that for whatever reason turn a El Niño shock into a persistent shock on prices. But I think there are mechanisms that you might actually disentangle from the type of data that you have, mechanisms that make these shocks persistent through, for example, the effect on planting decisions over time and things like that.
Yeah, very good. So for the first question on transportation, and this is a more difficult question here because we don't have the quantity, like the data we use with the origin of the project is like is collected right more randomly, so we don't have the exact quantity. But this will be, of course, like very good to understand how this channel affects the food prices. For the other comments on sorry, so so the persistence. So yeah, actually this is a very important question, and most of the literature will look at the effect of weather shocks have a persistent section in the paper. But this usually, so of course you can do that when you have a specific weather shocks. Like here we have a kind of continuous extreme weather shocks, which is actually the particular aspect of the paper. Those were doing that is either El Niño, La Niña, or in the China paper from 2012, they have tropical storm, and they are looking also at the persistence in time, which is a very important policy question. So, but I agree we could do that from specific event in the paper and to have an idea of the persistence for this big part of the weather shock, like El Niño, La Niña here in our case. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle. This is super interesting. So I have a question about how you construct the shocks, and I find it very interesting that you use two different data sets. One to construct the distribution from where you get the 20th and 80th percentiles, and then another data set that you use to actually measure. And then, but you could potentially, and I guess the reason is that your data from the DDM doesn't go back that much in time, but you could. I guess you could restrict a little bit, even more data, and you'll have fewer stations, but that allow you to go back more in time, and then construct those distributions with the same data that you're using to construct the shocks. You see, because I'm worried, I don't know, but that the fact that you're using two different data sets to do the two things might lead to some measurement error. But yeah, anyhow.
Yeah, but that's a good point. We are actually talking about this. Camilo is looking about this.
since we are using the data to create, if we want to use like external data, we have to go back to the create like before, because what we do with the working data is okay. What happened 30 years before, or period of interest, just to identify the other structures to have the threshold measure. So in that case, if we want to use the data, we have to do the exercise to identify good weather stations, those that they are reliable, right? And we have to go back to this structure. I don't know how that would be with
so it became good in the 2000s. If you have historical data, like good historical data, it's qualitative and with them. So that's the
At the end of the day, you have a fixed threshold. Just define a fixed threshold.
Annabelle, do your data allows you to distinguish between excess rain that falls, I don't know, in a couple of days of the month versus a month that when it just drizzled all the whole month? Because that might be interesting to look at different mechanisms of this. Like, I don't know if it's a month that when it rained the whole month, maybe that's worse for diseases on plants versus a couple of days where it rained a lot and it's damaging for roads and infrastructure.
Yeah, that's a good point. We are working at the monthly level, so the monthly precipitation will be the average monthly precipitation. So days. So in this way, we're not taking into account that aspect, but that's a good point. Yeah.
I enjoyed your presentation. I want to come back to the first question on the rates. Like, I think it's actually an outcome you want to look at. Kind of so if the local shocks could only matter because markets somehow are not fully integrated, but you can look at this. You can see to what extent those trade flows are changing year to year as a function of the market, and then that will, that becomes part of the story, part of the mechanism. So I think that's part of what you want to do.
Yeah, I that's a good point. I think so. We wanted to avoid endogeneity, but to explain the mechanism, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Just one last question, maybe.
No, it's just one comment about the dynamic of the agricultural production, because what you are having in 1 year is the result of the decision that was made 6 months before or even 8 months before. So there are some decisions here that we have to understand that there are some lag in the effects of the weather shocks, and also there is going to be a consequences in the next period, because the decision that I'm taking today is going to affect the supply in 6 months. So perhaps something that is going to be nice to understand is this lag effect. So how it's going to be, how bad is the weather shock is affecting my decision, and how the weather shock that I'm affecting today is going to affect the supply tomorrow, because this is more or less the dynamic of the agricultural sector.
Yeah, of course. Like if you're affected by La Nina, then your decision for the next period will be maybe like to reallocate or change the quantity, right? Yeah, that's of course with our settings it's like difficult to answer that question, but I think we should include a discussion section about how the weather shocks affect the farmer decision and how it could drive the results. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle, for your presentation. Now we have Camilo Borges from Banco de la República.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. The good news about this presentation, I think it's going to be shorter. I don't know, because some of the stuff that I also use in this paper, and I've already explained it, because in the end, this been like an effort for a bigger agenda that we're trying to follow on the bank, just to understand what happened with food prices, right? So in the end, we want to see, let's say in few words, what is going on the whole chain. And as Annabelle showed today, what happened, let's say in middle of the stream with wholesale prices, and we want to go to the end of the stream looking for retail prices. What I'm going to show you here is what happened at the beginning. What happened with the farmer's decision of how much they are going to grow, how much land they're going to use to grow, and how do weather shocks affect that decision of land use. So there are some things that I'm not going to repeat again because you already have an idea. I'm probably going to just expand on some little concepts, but in the end, it's the same question. Just think about that in the end, it's a different outcome. And as I told you, this is part of a bigger effort to have like full information of what's going on with the full stream or food products. I want to acknowledge the coaching program under the bilateral assistance and capacity building from central banks, which is called SECO, and is financed by the State Secretariat of Economic Affairs of Switzerland and the Graduate Institute of Geneva. And as a disclaimer, all the opinions expressed in this presentation do not compromise the board of the central bank. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the motivation in this case is, again, the consequences of climate change on agricultural production in developing countries, right? What is important, what is going on in countries like us, or those who are located by the equator line, which are mostly developed in developing countries, is that they are really subject to this event of extreme weather, right? Most of these countries still rely on agriculture as their main economic sector. Or in some of them, like in the case of Colombia, as I'm going to show you some facts, is the agricultural sector is still is still important in providing work to the labor force. Our countries are still subject to have low the rates of technology adoption, right? So farmers are still relying on their own labor or the labor they hire and what's going on with the weather. This weather, we can understand them like negative weather shocks in most of the cases, and you see at least the effect on prices on the last presentation by Annabelle. And of course, there are consequences of input prices because there are effects on the production of the crops, right? And in the end, what I want to show you is that these weather shocks can affect the farmer's decision of land use or how they are going to use their land, how much they decide of how much land they want to use to grow crops. Why Colombia? And I will say some stuff that I probably have the same here is, okay, Colombia still, the Colombia's labor force still relies on agriculture as about 20% of the total labor force works in agriculture. The majority of agricultural workers are informal. And weather phenomena like the Niño and La Niña, they still have direct effects on retail, wholesale, as you see before, and retail food prices. And there is literature that has shown that using a time series variation, right? Again, the econometric challenges in the famous presentation and in this presentation as well is the problem that we always have in this when we want to address this question is, okay, let's define what is the right growing cycle, right? And this paper from Lian Ortiz-Bovea say that's key because if you are not capable to identify the right growing cycle for the crop, you are just bringing classical measurement error to your regressions, to your estimates. What do we have in the case of Colombia? We don't have the 4 different seasons that we have in the countries that are far from the tropics, right? We only have what we call dry season and wet season. And in the end, these 2 weather regimes are the ones who condition the growing cycle of crops in a country like us. In the case of Colombia in particular, we don't have enough information to know the exact cycle of the products, especially because some of the crops that we grow here in Colombia, they grow almost, I'm going to say that everywhere, but they grow in many different places and when I say different, is because they vary not only in weather conditions, but also in the altitude. So some products in some regions can grow in a certain period of time. The same crop can grow in a slightly different period of time, right? And there is still not enough documentation to have like full knowledge or precise information about the exact growing cycle for each product, and by having into consideration the regional variation that I mentioned to you. But at least knowing the nature of the crop can give us some ideas of how different is the reaction of these crops because of the weather. And that's why in this paper, I'm going to talk about the difference between perennial and non-perennial crops that I'm going to explain again later. So having said that, the research question of this paper is, what are the effects, of weather shocks, in this case in particular, precipitation weather shocks on agricultural land use in Colombia? We can divide this big question in three smaller ones, or at least that's what I intended in this paper. And the first one is, okay, do farmers increase or decrease the sown area after these extreme weather events? And today I'm going to show you what happens at the extensive margin. What it means is like, it's just, for example, in my case, 1 month of extreme weather enough to change the decision or to affect the decision, or farmers do really need to experience a sustained or let's say a longer period of precipitation or lack of precipitation, extreme precipitation, just to make the decision? Let me tell you, I already ran the regressions regarding the extensive margin, and the results are consistent from what I'm going to show you regarding the intensive margin. And also, what I want to see, okay, if we are talking about how do farmers use their land, and I was talking about this difference between crops that I'm going to explain later, between perennial and non-perennial crops, do farmers start to change growing this one type of crops in favor of another? I'm going to give you some initial evidence about that. And something that is still preliminary, but definitely is worth it to understand, and is also to link with the previous paper, is what are the effects on production volumes? So in this case, I'm going to use the same information that I will explain about the volumes, but I'm going to consider what happens at the origin, right? So whether at the origin, what are the volumes that leaves the origin, the places where the crops grow in Colombia. So in this paper, and I'm going to explain the next slide, I'm going to estimate, or I'm estimating, short-term effects of weather shocks. In climate change literature, especially the ones that is like microeconometric driven, they always state a difference between short-term effects and long-term effects of climate change or weather shocks, that I'm going to explain in the next slide. I also incorporate differences between perennial and non-perennial crops as a way to identify the differences in growing cycles. And for that, I also merged official records on precipitation from our meteorological stations in Colombia with municipality level data that is collected by the Ministry of Agriculture regarding annual agricultural production. And finally, as I said, I address these extreme weather effects, shocks downstream the agribusiness chain, which is looking at the bulk production volumes for Colombia. Okay, so let me go quick. Let me spend a couple of minutes explaining this. And this is a little bit of econometrics, but since we have the seminal works from Mendelssohn, Nordhaus, and Shaw in the mid-90s, when they start to see this, especially this cross-country variation of weather and productivity, we are thinking about like standard OLS models, and that was like the gold standard for certain time. Years later, we got the marginal revolution, the creative revolution. We start getting more micro data, we get better data, and now we can, having this granular data allow us to do more stuff like standard fixed effects models. So this important paper from Sheckler and Roberts okay, now we have panel and we can implement fixed effects to see the effects, especially of weather shocks on productivity. They say, okay, of course we can, and now we can control for time invariant of heterogeneity. So this is like when you are taking your standard econometric class, right? And a few years ago, this important paper from Burke and Americas said, okay, you're right, but let's take these results with some caution. And they start to, and they state what they call the panel approach or the short-term approach or the mitigation effects of climate change, and they confront that with what they call the long difference or the long-term effects of climate change. They say that if you have panel data, you want to see the effects of weather shocks on productivity, yields, production, whatever you want, what you're really capturing is the short-term effect, is how do farmers immediately react unto the occurrence of the weather shock. But to address the effect of how do farmers adapt to the changes in weather, the standard fixed effects models is not enough. Because in the end, we are not addressing how do farmers start losing yields, productivity, benefits from the occurrence of this weather shock that it becomes more persistent as climate change becomes stronger, and you still on the same technology with a different yield with different benefits. So now you realize you have to do something to recover a little bit or to jump to a new technology that allows you to confront the effects of weather, the effects of climate change that comes with time, right? Especially in the context of countries like Colombia or developing countries that most farmers don't have enough access to technology so they can adapt quickly, right? So even that they do this paper is in the context of maize production in the United States, and they state this idea. I think this is even more suitable for a country like Colombia, in which technology comes with time, or the technology adoption comes with time. So that means that if you want to see the effect of how do farmers adapt to climate change, well, you need a lot of data for a lot of time. And they also say, just take 2 points of time to see how controlling for the technology at that first point of time, control for the technology for the second point of time, differentiate, and you get what they call the long-term effects of climate change. So I'm explaining all of this just to mention that all the things that we're doing right now is just measuring the short-term impacts of climate change that is represented by these continuous and persistent weather shocks. Okay, and I will be mentioning in her presentation the difference between perennial and non-perennial crops, and is 5 minutes? Okay, I have to run. So the difference is just about the growing cycle. Perennial crops, non-perennial crops, they only grow 1 or 2 times per year, every 3 to 6 months. Once they grow, you have to replant. Perennial crops, they last longer to grow. You need more than 1 year, several years, and when they grow, they give you more than 1 harvest. So that difference in the technology, as you can see, and also how resilient are they regarding how do they face the weather shocks. Perennial crops are more resistant to weather shocks, okay? Data. And I'm going to, okay, the weather data is the same data that we use in the other paper, so I'm going to focus on these two. So the first one, and it was mentioned by Julian yesterday, is the municipal agricultural evaluations that comes from the Ministry of Agriculture. And I'm using the data between 2008 and 2019, which is the period in which this data has been collected consistently, and comprises information on zone area, harvested area, production and yields for more than 200 crops for each municipality in the country. And for the volumes data, as the other paper and I will present before, we have the system of prices and food supply for the agricultural sector. The difference in this case, I'm using the data based on the origin. That is, in a given municipality, I observe how much volume of each product they produce and they send to the rest of the country, right? So I'm taking everything at the origin, not at the destination in this case. As I may, just to have an idea, how is the evolution of the zone area for non-perennial crops and the zone area from perennial crops. Especially most of the variation, the observed variation comes from non-perennial crops in Colombia. So you can give an idea of what is going on. Regarding the weather, it's the same procedure that we have in the other paper. I just want to mention, and in this paper, since data on non-perennial crops comes on by semester, I mean, we have twice a year, and data on perennial crops comes yearly, what I'm going to use as the explanatory variable in my models, and to address the intensive margin, is to count for a given semester, in the case of non-perennials, or for a given year, in the case of perennials, the number of months in which that municipality experienced either, okay, how many, I create a series of indicator variables, where in that given year or semester, correspondingly, the municipality experienced 1 month of extreme or lack of precipitation. Another indicator variable, it was 2 months of extreme or lack of precipitation, on an indicator variable that is 3 or more months of either excessive or lack of precipitation. Obviously, the baseline in this case is in that given period, the municipality didn't experience any type of weather shocks. This is similar from what I will show you, and then this is also, there is a strong correlation between extreme weather shocks and La Niña events, and also a lack of precipitation, and they mostly happen, of course, during El Niño events. So my empirical strategy, as I mentioned, short-term effects, a standard fixed effects model, in which I include these battery indicator variables that I already mentioned you, and I control for product, municipality, and time fixed effects in this case. In this case, most of the measurement error we believe comes from the dependent variable. We're trying to do the best with the weather data, and in that case, we have municipality fixed effects. And in our case, it comes from the dependent variable that increases the standard errors. We cluster at the municipality level where the shocks take place, right? The treatment takes place in this case. And the observed heterogeneity, we believe we can control it using, in this case, municipality fixed effects. Okay. Here, you see in the bottom, you have the most important result of this paper as for now, and it's here. And what is going on is either if I use the percentile 20 or 80 threshold, or the plus minus 2 standard deviation, what we see is that total zone area for non-perennials, and especially the ones from grain and tubers, we observe a fall in zone area when the municipality experienced in that given semester 3 or more months of lack of precipitation. So it's like not only is 1 month, it's like you need more than one to have this real effect on zone area. So this is a measure about how persistent is needed to observe this real change in zone area. When it comes to perennial crops, it's a little more interesting, and this is a little bit about how resilient are they, because in most of the cases you don't observe an effect in decreasing zone area, but sometimes in the case, for example, in plantains, we also observe that probably that lack of precipitation also increase the zone area. I have to explore more a little bit about the mechanisms, but when it's studying does, it's like definitely perennial crops are much more resilient compared to non-perennial crops that are much more subject to this kind of weather. When it comes to the volumes, this is the part that's the preliminary, I just make a little change about, I use lots of this because what I observe is that the effect doesn't take immediately. It takes me some time, the changes in volumes. And what he observed here is, okay, regarding excessive precipitation, sometimes I see these negative effects that I'm still trying to figure out what is going on because this is completely unexpected. But following the idea that the history that I was telling you, we see that excessive lack of precipitation, in some cases, they have this, as you can see here, these negative effects, for example, in long cycle tubers especially, and in vegetables. And in the case of perennial crops, again, I see this fall in the area of fruits that is not consistent from what I showed you before, and I want to figure out what is going on. But in the other case of this group, we don't see any relevant effect. So in the end, what we are looking is false, extreme events of lack of precipitation are consistent with falls on the zone area on perennial crops, and on some of them, which is consistent from what you understand of the nature of these crops, right? What's going on next? Because we want, of course, to reinforce this result is, okay, I see this fall in non-perennials is because they are also growing perennials. I mean, to see municipalities that I see this fall, do they really change to perennials, or they just decrease the area as well? What are the effects on yields, of course, because if we want to understand the effects on volumes and prices, we want to see, okay, they decrease, but they're having less yield, so in the end, they are less volume and therefore less, higher prices, right? And also, as I told you, there is a part that I'm still trying to figure it out, and what drives the falls in volumes after episodes of excessive precipitation, especially for perennial crops. And obviously, there are some other robustness that we want to understand if there is regarding the size of the market, so the way they can cope with these shocks, and we can control that looking for small against bigger municipalities. The difference in altitude can also have an effect in the way these weather shocks transmit the decision of some area, and connected with the price data, how far or not they are from the wholesale centrals also affect the decision or not, or they can use as a coping mechanism after the shocks. Thank you so much.
There's 2 points. I mean, one is sort of, this resonates very well with a lot of the literature in South Asia about the importance of the first monsoon, right? That if the monsoon comes late, then that can be problematic, in part because it leads to, if crops are planted late, then they'll be harvested late, and either that steps on next year's, or actually it gets too cold and the crops are no longer viable. So it strikes me there's a real connection there. You don't have the first monsoon here. It's a different sort of climate, but I think it fits with that literature. So I think it would be helpful to say that. I think on the non-perennial, you sort of say they're more robust, and that's certainly true of healthy trees. It's not so much true of seedlings. And I think what's going on there is that exactly what I just said about perennial crops, that delaying a few months can actually sort of make the crop useless. Whereas because the horizon for perennials is much, much longer, 2 or 3 months delay is actually not problematic, right? And so that's why you probably wouldn't see an effect. So that's how I would interpret what you see. I don't know if you had any thoughts about that.
Right. Thank you so much. That's really helpful.
Gracias, Camilo.
Thank you.
Super interesante. I guess my question is about the data you're using, the EVAs. So my understanding is that data, as you go to, people who are cultivating, you ask, it's like a consensus type of information, right? Where you ask experts in that municipality, what was, the general, how much area was planted, blah, blah, blah. And so I wonder, what are your thoughts about the quality of the data in general? And have you tried, for example, to benchmark that with other sources, more strong sources, like, for example, the CNA or something, for people like you and I who work with this?
Oh, definitely true. That's true, Nicolas. I think I didn't mention because of lack of time, but that's true. Let me explain that quickly. These EVAs are not like a census. I have to make the classification, and as Nicolas said, is in every municipality, the local authorities, people from the technical assistance programs, they ask. Think about surveys, right? So what does it mean in econometrics? Measurement error. In this case, it's on the left side, right? So, okay, you say, okay, standard errors, right? Anyways, no matter that, that's important. And I have to say it in the bank, Margarita has made like some contracts using the EVAs and using the agricultural census and other sources. And if you correct me, Margarita, please, what you have found is like the levels could change, but the trends, they're still stable. So in the end, I have the same trends, different levels. I think those are good news. Yes, I think that's good, and they are still related what happens with weather. So we can say we are safe, but definitely I have a case of measurement error on the left-hand side. So, standard errors, and we have to close in that case. But thank you for the question.
So thank you. This was interesting. So it seems to me there is, the way you've set this up by looking at kind of the shock in the particular year on how that affects land use, allows you to look at one part of the story here, which is people postponing for non-perennials planting, and then potentially that takes long enough, 3 months, the season is over, you kind of don't do it anymore. So I guess I have a small clarification, because when it's zone area, are you sure that this is as reported at the beginning of the season, or if they lose the harvest completely, may they also not report it? And is that, so that's kind of a small question. But let me make my bigger point first, which is that the other part that land use, you would expect land use to be affected by shocks, is kind of if there is more and more frequent shocks, then, and given, again, for the non-perennials in particular, shocks during particular points of the growing cycle matter. And so they may matter also after you've made the decision to plant. All of those, I think you can't look at them here because of the looking at the 1 year, but you potentially could look at that with the same data by looking at the cumulative, like the frequency of shocks in a certain area over time. Right? So if you have 2 years or 3 years in a row the same shock, does that make you switch the kind of cultivation?
Okay.
And so I would think that that's the other part of the story here.
So like including like, for example, more lags of these events to see what's going on, of course. No, yeah, that's something what they can definitely do. If I understood well, this the first part of the question is, I mean, all this information is collected, they say, in the case of non-perennials, at the end of the semester, right? And in this case, what it makes really cumbersome is that growing cycles, they overlap because we have so many crops here, right? And that's why at some point we came with this idea of non-perennial. And let's say that the ideal point is, yeah, we want to have a real mapping of, at least by region, not even by department, by region, just to understand like some general patterns, right? So in this case, definitely what we have is at the end of the semester, or in the case of perennial, at the end of the year. Definitely, that's a caveat definitely in this paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Camilo. Now we have Jordan Ayala from Banco de la República. Para aquellos de ustedes que necesiten traducción simultánea, se pueden dirigir a la cabina para recoger los audífonos.
Hello. I excuse myself because when I made this presentation, I didn't know we would be speaking English today. So the slides are in Spanish, but I will be speaking English. It's fine. So this is a paper that is in a very, very early stage. So feel free to ask me to change anything you consider. We want to make a contribution. We want to make a contribution on how spillover effects are estimated when we are not in the presence of a geographically based spillover effect, but when we have a trade network and competitors that sell to the same market. So this, in a reduced form, this is not something that we have seen yet, and we want to make a contribution here. We have some ideas. I will share those ideas with you, and you will let me know if it makes sense to you. So yeah, this is in line with the climate change effects and how this is making developing countries suffer from, especially those countries who depend on agricultural products. I won't talk too much about that. We already have two presenters who did that very well. But there are, significant weather shocks can affect not only producer countries, or I would say that in the other way, countries are not affected only by what's happening inside their territory, but they are also affected by what's happening on other countries who can be the neighbors, trading partners, or trading competitors. So we have a good understanding of how to estimate this relationship between countries that are trade partners, but we don't have a good understanding of how to do this when we have trade competitors. I mean, Colombia and Brazil, they sell coffee to the same group of countries, but if a shock is happening in Brazil, it's going to benefit Colombia, of course. But how do we measure that relationship between Colombia and Brazil, and how do we put that in a reduced form estimation? So this is what we want to propose to you here. So we have two research questions. The first one is how to measure the spillover effects in the presence of a competitive market. And the second one, we want to show some estimations of what would be the impact and spillover effects of droughts on the coffee production in the coffee chain, on the coffee chain supply. So we use coffee because it meets some like desirable characteristics. It's a arguably a homogeneous product that has a very low price elasticity, and well, everybody like coffee, so we want to talk about coffee. So this is a map showing, well, I mean, where are we located? Which countries are we considering as producer countries? And this is a market that is very competitive and is, well, it has some big players such as Brazil, Colombia, Vietnam, and there is a tradition of coffee production in these countries. It's not like they produce 1 year and then the next year they stop doing that. And they suffer from droughts frequently, and this is something that gives us some opportunity to explore how these weather shocks are going to affect not only the production and exports in those countries, but also how those countries are affected by what's happening in the competitors. Usually, these kind of studies are based on geographic proximity, because there is this notion that distance is correlated with the spillover effect. So whatever is happening to neighbors, countries who are close to me, is going to affect me, but distance is a mediator effect, is mediating that effect. But if you can see, like Colombia is close to Brazil, but it's not close to Vietnam. So how can we use distance to capture this relationship? So we need to use something different. And that's why, and this is where I start being nervous. That's why we came up with this idea of the potential demand. So the potential demand is all the coffee that the buyers are getting from other countries. So I'm in Colombia and I sell coffee to the US. So the US can also buy coffee from Brazil and from Vietnam. So whatever the US is buying to Vietnam and Brazil is a potential demand for me, because whatever happens in Vietnam and Brazil, I could cover that demand because the US is buying coffee from me. And if you believe me that coffee can be easily substituted between countries, then it would make sense to think that Colombia could take advantage of this shock that is happening in other countries who are not neighbors, but are competitors. So the challenge is, okay, how do we assign weights to the different countries? And these weights need to change over time, because the shocks, wherever they are happening, they are going to change the potential demand. What we do is to construct these weights based on, okay, what's Brazil selling to the US and what's Vietnam selling to the US that is not being sold for me. So these weights are going to add up to 1. And if Brazil is capturing most of this potential demand of Colombia, then Brazil should have a higher weight. And this weight should change over time, because this is something that is going to, be correlated with the shocks. If Brazil has a shock, then the weight of Brazil is going to be reduced, and the weights of Vietnam is going to increase, and the Colombia is expected to increase. So geographically based weights are not convenient in this case, and constant weight are not convenient either, because these W's should be correlated with what's happening in the countries, with the droughts in this case. Okay, so no bad faces. So I feel better now. So yeah, I know you can have concerns about, okay, these weights could be endogenous because the potential demand could be correlated with local exports, and that's going to create a problem. It could be creating a problem of homogeneity. So we could rely on a very standard method of not using the observed trade, but the predicted trade. This predicted trade can come from a gravity approach using origin and destination characteristics. So we can use a W hat instead of a W, and still get a sense of how strong is the competition between two countries based on observable characteristics that we control. And it stays like a W that changes over time. Well, this is the reduced form that I will be estimating. So there is a local effect, and there is a spillover effect. This spillover effect comes from modify spatial lag effects model, where we are only interested in what's happening with the natural disasters. I'm sorry, with the extreme weather events on neighbors, and they are basically a weighted average of the droughts happening in all the competitors. In this case, are not geographically close neighbors, but competitors, and some variables that will work as control variables. We use a 1 lag year effect to consider the possibility that there is a delayed reaction between what's happening in countries. Sorry, sir. Oh, yeah. It was ED before. Then I changed it in the equation, but it's not ED, it's D. Should be D. Yeah, ignore that E. Yeah, it's the D. D is a dummy variable that just says it takes a value of 1 if the country suffered a drought. Yeah, this is, like I said, this is a very early stage. We plan to continue working on the intensity of the drought, not only like we would say the extensive margin. We would continue doing this with a measure of intensity later. So these are some descriptive statistics. We use data from the BAC's international trade data. For those of you who are not familiar with this database, this is an international database of imports and exports. It's at the product level, or at a very, very disaggregated level of trade. We have volume and prices, volumes and values of exports and imports for all the countries. So we can take how much trade between countries is done, how much coffee trade is done between countries. Production and exports come from the International Coffee Organization, and we use the International Disasters Database to get the droughts information. So we have 18% of the samples suffer from drought. The weighted average of drought on neighbors is 27%. This is the observed weighted average of drought. This is a very short sample of how the matrix is constructed. This is the 1995 W matrix. Look at the Brazilian column. The Brazilian column is showing that Brazil is a very strong competitor for all the countries in this example, but the countries are not, if you look at the raw Brazil, the only one that is like a good competitor is Colombia. And Colombia, as a result, has a larger weight for Brazil as a competitor. So this W should add up to 1 for every row. It's just standardized in that way to get a weighted average of what's happening in all my competitors. So my competitors change every year. Maybe in 1 year, Vietnam did not sell to one of the countries I sold. So in that year, Vietnam should not be considered my competitor. Okay, so I only consider all the countries that in 1 given year are selling, are all the countries that are selling to the same group of countries that I am selling coffee to. Okay. So this is a heat map just to show. It doesn't look very well, but it's just to show. It's just to show you that the matrix changes over time. That this is something that's happening, and as a result, like we should consider that the possibility that these changes could be correlated with the existence of droughts. So it's good to have a time varying matrix, not a geographically based one. So what are we getting so far? We have some preliminary results here showing that current droughts are affecting local production, and the droughts in competitor countries are increasing my production and increasing my exports. So it makes sense, right? I mean, if a shock is happening, if they are suffering from a drought in the previous year, then on the next year, I'm going to produce more and I'm going to export more. So this is what we are finding when we use the observed drought, the observed trade between countries, but we know about this possibility of endogeneity, so we we rely on this technique that I mentioned to you, that we use a gravity approach, and we estimate the predicted trade based on origin characteristics, destination characteristics. These destinations are not the competitor countries. It's all the countries where we sell coffee to. We include the drought of the origin countries in this regression to take out this correlation between the droughts and the predicted trade in order to interpret the results as changes in the drought variable and not changes in the W variable. Okay, we include pairs fixed effect, origin and destination fixed effects, time fixed effects, and we cluster by origin, destination, and time. So the results of the gravity estimation are telling me that like larger countries of origin export less. The GDP and the origin and the destination is positively correlated with the exports of coffee, and the droughts are making countries export less coffee if the droughts happen in the origin country. So after this, we get the predicted trade for every pair of countries. Then we aggregate the overall pairs of destinations, and then we get the total exports of every country, and we construct this predicted W. And with this predicted W, we get that extreme droughts are increasing. Extreme droughts in neighbors are increasing, but I shouldn't say neighbors. Extreme droughts in competitors are increasing local production and local exports. So this is what I had to show you. We're still working on this. We're still thinking about all the problems that this may have, and we plan to continue working on the intensity of the droughts to consider maybe other natural disasters that could have an impact on coffee production, such as frosts. And yeah, this is all for future steps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Very great presentation. I have a question about the weight, actually. So did you consider, or if you have data about the geographical indication, for example, in the US? So you have a label of coffee from Colombia, coffee from Vietnam, right? Yeah. So could this restrict, like in some way, the weight you are constructing? Could you take that into account if you have data about the geographical indication of where is coffee coming from?
Yeah, I have every origin destination pair for every year. So I have all the trade of coffee between all the countries, and I mean all the producer countries and all the destinations.
Yeah, but what I mean is that coffee going to the US can be labeled Colombia origin. Colombia origin. So
no, I couldn't have the regional information
because this could create some restriction on the weight. So they only want to buy this amount of coffee from Colombia because they have a label.
Okay.
That may affect the weight. If you have some data about that, I think that will be interesting.
Yeah, but no, I only have the cross country. I don't have subnational information. Yeah, that's something we can do, but because some countries sell both of them, and we couldn't have, like, which in the trade information we don't have split if the coffee sold is Arabica or not. But there are some evidence that the substitution effect between those countries is not, I mean, between the type of coffee is not high, is very low. I mean, it's one market. And then there is something I have here that I want to show you. I have it in the back on the presentation. This is the evolution of the average price of Colombian, Brazilian, and Robustas. And yeah, you can see that the levels are different, but they behave like almost the same. So we feel a little confident that just including the time fixed effects is going to do the job here.
So, I mean, I think that the construction of weights was sort of sensibly done and interesting. I was wondering though that what really matters is not, you have an average marginal problem, right? You're constructing averages, but what really matters is the sort of at the margin what's happening. The ability, like if Vietnam is already selling all its coffee to the United States, then there's nothing Vietnam can do to sell more or less, right? So what really matters is the margin. And it seems to me that if you have volume data going back, you can actually look at the covariances of exports of different ones and get a sense of what that substitution looks like, and then use that as a basis for your weights. And that was actually sort of true 2 papers ago as well, that actually sort of backing out the trade network from actually what happens at the margin, I think it's quite important for this kind of exercise, because I don't think average and margin always is the same thing. I wonder if you'd thought about that, or if you have any ideas how you might do that.
Yeah, no, we didn't think about that, but we certainly will do it. We'll take it into account. Yeah, it's for the future steps. But thank you. We didn't think about that difference.
Thank you, Jordan, for a very interesting presentation. I was wondering, there could be shocks that are correlated among competitors. So in that case, it may help this type of models in which the errors are correlated, especially, but in your cases, in the space of competitions, among observations, mean among competitors. So you could test that if those models are, those specifications like Durbin error and those type of models are suitable for your case. And could you talk a little bit about the effect of droughts for their own country? So they are expected sign and they.
Okay. I don't know, is this something? Okay. So for the first question, yes, definitely one of the things we need to do further is to show robustness checks of different specifications for the spatial model. We need to consider the spatial error Durbin model in order to see this effect, possible correlation that you're mentioning. This is something we haven't done yet, but we have to do it. And because we want to know the spillover effect on a shock, we don't worry about the autocorrelation in the dependent variable. That's the first one. The second one, yeah, we have to dig further on that, because if we use the observed trait, to construct the weights, we are getting the expected sign and significance in the droughts happening locally. It's telling me if a drought is happening this year, I'm producing less, not exporting less, but producing less. But once we try to correct this possible indigeneity in the weights, then the significance disappear. And yeah, we are not getting that. So that's why we think we need to consider other shocks or try to measure the intensity. If maybe the reason of this is that we are looking at the extensive margin and not in the intensive margin.
Given that I have the microphone, I will make just two brief comments. So you say that you mentioned this positive effect of droughts of competing countries on your own production, and I don't quite buy it. I understand why you might get the result, that result, and I just want to point out two possibilities. My anecdotal evidence is that first. I think there is a correlation between, say, droughts in Brazil and rain in Colombia due to this El Niño phenomenon. So what you're so it's not that the drought in Brazil is making people produce more here, but there are two things happening. First, might be this, you might be picking up this correlation, and on the other hand, there's also the issue that when prices are high, the commodity price is high. We don't get to drink much of our own coffee, and our coffee is exported, and we get to drink Peruvian coffee, Peruvian and Ecuadorian coffee, which is imported and sold cheaply. So whenever you get one of these coffee bags here in Colombia, it doesn't say Colombian coffee. It's most likely not Colombian. Okay. In any supermarket, just.
Yeah. Okay.
So just a quick comment on the methodology. I think what you have here is a network estimation with an endogenous network, and you're doing it like
in an artisanal way, but there are methods to estimate simultaneously the matrix and the peer effects once you have that matrix estimated. So you should explore that method.
Okay.
I mean, there's a number of papers, doing that.
Yeah.
So you want to go to the endogenous network models, and you're going to be able to estimate those things simultaneously with Bayesian methods. It's kind of a thing. So you should try that, because it's exactly what you're doing, like separately. But when you do it separately, you have all these standard error problems. And the nice thing about these methods is that you can see the effect of the shocks on both the network formation and the peer effects that come from that network, right? So you should do that.
Okay. We'll look at that. There was another. Oh, I don't know.
No se arrepiente.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Jordan, for your presentation. Now we have Dr. Andrew Foster from Brown University.
Oh, like that, yes. Okay. All right. Well, I'm delighted to be here. It's been very interesting 2 days. I was telling some people yesterday that usually I spend my Fridays reading JD papers and desk rejecting them, and this is much better than that. So thank you. I guess I don't really need this slide. I didn't realize that we'd have 2 sessions on agriculture. Somehow the bank has understood that agriculture is important. So I won't say a lot about that, except maybe the last 2 points, which I don't think have come up. The first is that I think when we study agriculture, there's some sort of parallels with thinking about sort of climate change issues. And so I think one of the sort of spin-offs of having a strong agricultural sort of research program is that it's easier to transition that into an environmental, because the environment is first and forward in the agricultural sector. And the second is sort of an old story that, those of us who do a lot of farm work have told, which is that farms are firms, that there's an attraction to working with farms for thinking about the process of development, because you tend to have a lot of homogeneity in terms of products, and it gives you a way to think about problems that are much more complicated in an industrial setting. And I think you'll see that in what I do today. So now what I'm going to do today is not give one paper. I'm going to sort of talk about 4 papers, one fairly old one, some new ones, and so forth. But I want to sort of give you a sense of how I sort of think about a particular problem, the one in the title, which is sort of what arises, is there a problem in terms of the coordination of farmers, and what are the implications of that? And it's something that has sort of interested me all my life. I think perhaps mostly because it's intellectually quite challenging. You're faced with a set of data where you don't really have direct information that tells you much about what's happening. But I think the 4 papers I talk about will give you a sense of how I've tried to wrestle with that question over time, and hopefully that will spur some of you to think along the similar line. So, as I say, what I want to talk about coordination failure, and basically the idea is that the question about whether individual rational decisions made by farmers, which we generally think are pretty sensible based on what we know, lead to inefficient outcomes in some way. Okay, and so I have a list of things I kind of wrote down. The 4 things I'm going to talk about are technology adoption, scale and cost of effort. Some of you may know what papers I'm talking about there. Common property issues, and input spillovers. So those are the things I'll talk about. But I think there are lots of other examples that I haven't necessarily worked on, but I think could be important. Transport of goods to market. Actually, that's something Marguerite and I have worked on some time ago. We should get back to that. I thought, I've sort of rethought about why that was an interesting question. Infrastructure, sort of the building of infrastructure and care for infrastructure, is something that people have thought a lot about it. Value-added production, to what extent is it necessary or useful to have more value-added production, and how does that help solve some of the problems of coordination failure? We saw a nice example in our trip to the rice farm a couple of days ago of how that might work. How equipment gets used. Equipment, that's used sort of in a small amount. It's very useful to have sort of coordination across farmers in one way or the other. So all the things are things that one might want to look at. Okay. So what about agriculture in particular? So why focus on agriculture in particular for thinking about coordination failure? And I think, part of the answer is that traditional agriculture doesn't scale very well, right? I sometimes phrase this as farmers are ornery. Farmers like to do their own thing. But there's a good reason for that. You have this process where there's a lot of variability of land, there's variability of labor demand over time, there's issues of diversification, weather, and credit, which means that to some extent, each farmer has to make decisions to some extent on their own, in their own context. And that, you can't sort of easily build a large farm using the methods of traditional agriculture because you're hiring and firing workers all the time. Of course, there are ways to deal with that. You can't necessarily treat every plot of land as exactly the same and coordinate it even if you have a large plot. And so basically traditional agriculture doesn't scale well, and therefore you're more likely to have single actors that persist, and that is what creates the potential coordination failures. So you're going to have this trade-off between the advantages of individuals making individual decisions about individual pieces of land and better coordination across farmers that I want to focus on here. Okay. Also, I think it's important to mention that sort of the coordination failure is a potential source of labor and productivity growth. The total fertility rate in urban Colombia is well below 2, right? The labor force is going to be an issue at some point, even if it isn't now. And I think, as I sort of mentioned, that the sort of thinking about coordination failure in agriculture also allows us to think about broader questions about the partial internalization of environmental externalities. Are there environmental externalities? Many of them are global, require a global or national response, but in some circumstances, local responses to externalities, environmental externalities, can partially solve more global ones. Okay, if an individual village is protecting their own forest, that's obviously increasing carbon uptake overall. That's the kind of thing I have in mind. All right, so what are my examples of coordination failure? Okay. Well, the first one is an old paper that I think many of you know, and I'm a little embarrassed about talking about a 25, 30-year-old paper here, but the method that we use here is one's going to show up again and again, and so I wanted to sort of emphasize that. I also wanted to point out that the basic message from this paper about learning, there's been a lot of subsequent work using RCTs in various ways to test one part of this paper, which is this idea that own and neighbor's experience affects a particular farmer's experience, right? We know that pretty well. We know that if we provide technology to one farmer, under what circumstance it gets translated to other farmers. There's a second point in this paper, which is that these transfers actually improve profitability. There's less work on that, although there are some examples of that based on the RCT literature. The place that I think the RCT literature has not gone, which I think was the most important aspect of that original paper, is the focus on endogenous experimentation, okay? The idea that there is a market failure that arises from this because individual farmers do not have the full incentive to experiment with new technologies that would be the case otherwise. And as I say, that point in that paper, I think it's partly because the appendix that I wrote is absolutely impossible to read and make sense of, but I think that's the important message, and I think that that's an area where there's still lots of room to do new work, even though the idea is, I think, very old. The idea is that with coordination and diminishing suitability within farms is sort of the key empirical result that I'll show you, or theoretical result, is that one would see circumstances in which sort of one's adoption and learning is going to be affected by the assets that other farmers have, okay? And the idea is there's kind of a free riding argument. If I have a neighbor who's relatively large, I know that that farmer has a high incentive to do experimentation, and therefore I'm going to experiment less, okay? And so that's this idea that absent coordination, experimentation may decrease in neighbors' assets due to free riding. And so that was sort of my first exploration of this idea. How can we test for market failures of this sort? And so then, I have to put some equations on the board. That's who I am, okay? But I also sort of want to make the point, and you'll see this in all 4 papers that I want to talk about, is that often these papers come from a basic insight into a sort of natural or physical phenomenon, okay? And in this case, it really has to do with, what's my mouse show? Yeah, that's good. Okay, was this sort of idea that there's the sort of target input idea, that the sort of missing the target in our particular example, using the wrong amount of fertilizer, given the amount of nitrogen that's currently in your soil, will give you lower production. And if you can just figure that out, you'll do relatively well. Now, this idea actually, you know, right when we were working on this paper, Bojan Jovanovic was giving a macro talk and talked about a farmer who was choosing his place of where to fish, right? And I was like immediately said, oh, that's exactly what we need, and we've proceeded with that. But this simple physical idea that there might be quadratic loss based on missing the target, you know, as a physical idea, right? It's not really an economic idea, it's a physical idea, and we kind of took with that and run with it. And it's sort of the implication through us applying Bayesian rule is, you know, I think by now well understood that the sort of variance of your information about what the optimal level is going to be decreasing the amount of experience that people have. And the nice thing about this model is you kind of know in advance what the consequences of experimentation are. It's not a case where you're sort of fishing around for a good technology. You know the technology will good. You have to just generate the experience, okay? And basically what that model did, it sort of generated the first set of implications, which is how experience should affect profitability, which we tested it. But then what I suggested earlier, the more important point is, or the more, from my perspective, interesting point, is the effects of assets of yourself and your neighbor and adoption. And the kind of key point is down here, that if my asset is increased, how does that affect my adoption of, in this case, a new variety, versus the assets of my neighbor, how does that affect my adoption? And thinking about the ratio of these things, and kind of the key result that falls out of the model is that this thing can be negative. It could be that my own and my neighbor's assets have opposite effects. It doesn't necessarily have to be true, but it can be in the presence of this kind of market failure that I'm trying to address. Okay, so what do we see? Okay, I sort of developed this new technology. I think it's kind of fun, but it's, just to sort of show you, you have, what the model predicted that sort of lagged. The experience is more important for profitability in period T than it is in period T plus 1, right? That's that ratio there. And then also the ratio of these two coefficients is actually pretty much the same. That is the sort of accumulated experience of your neighbors is really equivalent to the accumulated experience of yourself, accounting for some noise that lies in between. So that was this kind of first point, right? That, as I say, has kind of been picked up in the literature. But this is the second one. If you put HYV use, high yielding variety use, on the left-hand side, and you put assets on the right-hand side, and this is differenced over time with some instrumentation. I won't spend the time to go into all the details. The key is all the own asset effects are positive, and all the cross-asset effects, by and large, are negative. Okay, and that's what, or mostly negative. Okay, and so that was sort of our, evidence here that there's a coordination failure. That if I saw that my neighbor had lots of assets, therefore my neighbor has a private incentive to increase his adoption, and therefore I'm going to lag back. And that's the source of the loss here, of the coordination failure, right? That in the presence of coordination, everybody's assets should increase total experimentation in the village, so you can actually learn how to use this technology as a village in a much more effective way. Okay, and so this was just, our little sort of simulations. Let me skip over this one and focus on this one. This was just sort of to give some sense of the magnitudes involved in our data. This is land allocated to high-yielding varieties. This is years, and kind of the key comparison might be a rich person with a poor neighbor and a rich person with a rich neighbor, right? So this is fixing the assets of the individual, and the key point is that if you have a poor neighbor, you're going to more quickly learn and therefore adopt the new variety. You're going to internalize the experimentation because you're larger and because your neighbor has little incentive to experiment on their own. Okay, so that was, as I say, our first bit of evidence into that point. Okay, second one. Okay, this is a paper just came out recently in the JP on too many farms in the world, and this is an old topic about it goes in sort of agricultural economics and development circles. If you say the inverse relationship, it means nothing to anybody else, but to all of us, we know what that means. It basically means that high productivity among small farmers. Back in the day, we used to say, well, maybe that's measurement and so forth, but as time has moved forward, we've been able to measure things pretty carefully, and that doesn't seem to be what sort of drives it. Okay, One of the things that does drive it, we've sort of learned, is that profitability, what's mattered, and profitability is very difficult to measure. I sort of noted in all the discussions here, there's lots of bits of information on agricultural outputs here, but almost none of the work is on agricultural inputs, okay? Agricultural inputs are hard to collect, and I wish that Columbia would do more because I think agriculture here is fascinating, okay? But even if you have inputs, what you really need is family labor costs, okay? And even if you measure family labor, you have to know how to cost it out, and that turns out not to be an easy thing to do. We spent a lot of time in this paper thinking about how to focus on it, okay? In any case, you know, what do I want to sort of emphasize here about that particular paper? There's lots of things in that paper, but I want to emphasize that, that the possibility of reducing coordination costs through reorganization of agriculture, right? That was kind of the idea here. So again, there's this idea that individually rational behaviors is not generating a sort of, the sort of most high return activities in a particular agricultural settings, and we might want to think about you know, what the source of that might be to see if it's worth trying to fix. How big are those losses and so forth. Okay, and then we sort of focus on two things. The first is the lack of coordination reduces adoption of labor-saving scale-dependent technologies, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then the other point was that even the land market, which in some sense should be solving this problem, isn't really able to solve the problem because of the need for contiguous land. That a small farmer who wants to become a large farmer, okay, is going to end up lowering his average profitability for some time before it starts rising. And that makes it very difficult to see how you would put together a large plot over a number of years, because you actually, your initial forays would actually sort of result in at least reduced profitability per acre. Okay, so this was our sort of graph of using the Acresat village data in India. And you know, we found this, we measured profits, we tried to do family labor costs, and we see this wonderful U-shaped relationship. And we're like, okay, well, you can get famous by making U-shaped relationships in development economics, so why not? Let's try it. But I think more importantly, it says, like, this can't be optimal, right? Optimality should be that the marginal return on each unit of land should be the same for every farm, and if not, you've got a problem. Now, maybe that means what you want to do is make all the farms small or make them all large, but what you don't want is to have a bunch of farms that are 6 to 8 acres, which is about 30 to 40% of Indian farms, okay? So, now, one question is this about farmers, right? Is this about farmers or is it about plots? So we want to emphasize it's about plots. It's about contiguous land. It's not necessarily that because large farmers have more access to capital or small farmers have better access to labor through their family, and so forth. And so one of the ways to sort of deal with that is to use farmer fixed effects. In India, we have a lot of farmers who have plots that are sort of in different places. So one can construct the same curve based on a within farmer estimate. Of course, you have to kind of do some smoothing to get the whole curve, but the bottom line is you get the same U, okay? So this is not a cross farmer situation. This is within farmer. The small plots, the smallest plots and the biggest plots are relatively profitable, and the intermediate sized ones are less profitable, right? So this is something about contiguous land, not about farmers, that we need to think about, okay? So again, we have some sort of physical structures, okay? These are not necessarily natural structures so much. We had sort of two things. One was this idea that sort of the process of seeking and hiring workers, that is distance to the farm is one way of thinking about that, was really important. And so if you hire a worker for 1 hour, but you also have to transfer it to your farm, that's going to be relatively expensive. And so there's going to be a lumpiness to hiring workers. It's going to be relatively costly to hire a part-time worker. You'd rather hire a full-time worker, and sort of these two expressions here sort of captures this idea, with the idea that there's a fixed cost and a variable cost associated with hiring each worker, okay? And so that's a simple structural relationship. It turns out to fit the data almost perfectly when we sort of, even with this simple structure. The second point was to think about nutrient production, and there's a little bit of sort of sneaky functional form. You'll see sneaky functional forms are sort of part and parcel of what I do. You know, hopefully these sneaky functional forms are both analytically convenient, but they capture a more general idea, okay? And here, the general idea is that you have this thing called machine capacity, which is, just think about it, is how many rows your cultivator can handle at one time, or your harvester can handle at one time. So we saw, the other day, or a couple of days ago, a relatively small machine that was very nice, but the idea is, simply that if you have a 16-row harvester and you have an 8-row farm, that doesn't really work very well, right? You end up harvesting most of your neighbor's crop as well, which is probably not ideal. Anyway, so that's the idea Q, but we wanted to capture this idea that the sort of effectiveness of a large machine is going to be smaller if you have a smaller plot. And so that's why we sort of have this discount here. We put the phi of a function. This is just an increasing function of area in the denominator, and that has some nice properties as well. So it sort of captures this idea that machines have this capacity aspect, and that it's really important in thinking about this problem, as you might think, given we're focused on contiguous land, okay? And so, basically we take these two equations, we write down a profit equation, and just to show you a little bit of evidence, here's, what we have is a price schedule, and what we see is that if someone worked less than 8 hours versus 8 hours, there's actually a 30% discount in the hourly wage, right? So there really is evidence of this kind of fixed cost bit of business. That's what that one says, okay? We also find that the average hourly wage paid by male labor, paid for male labor, also has this increasing and decreasing. And notice this is just kind of the inverse of the U-shaped productivity curve, right? It says that farms right in the middle are actually more expensive. Why are they more expensive? They're more expensive because you're not interested in hiring full-time labor, you're interested in hiring part-time labor, but your labor costs are higher, right? So that's what you see there. We also, with this being a development paper, we had to use rainfall, right? And the idea with rainfall is that rainfall pushes a small farmer to be more like a large farmer or a medium-sized farmer in terms of labor demand, and that's exactly what you see, and that has implications for labor costs. So a small farmer is more likely to hire workers, part-time workers, when it's rainy. If it's not rainy, which means low production in this setting, then the farmer will handle it with his own family labor, and he doesn't pay any fixed labor costs for family labor. That's the idea. That's the idea. And then we got into machinery, and so this was our little, I sent a request to this company. Now they email me every month and ask when I'm going to buy my sprayer. It turned out sprayers were a convenient thing to look at in terms of scale. First of all, because we could see that there were different scale sprayers, right? There were large scale and small scale. But also because one of the problems with most agricultural data sets is it's very difficult to measure capacity, okay? And the advantage we had here was the data set actually included the amount that was sprayed in addition to whether a sprayer was used. So by knowing how long a sprayer was used and by knowing how much spray was sprayed, we actually have a measure of capacity that's sort of implied, right? So it just turned out to be a useful device that, we didn't really know going into, but was sort of helpful, okay? So what are the implications of this this model? Well, sort of the interesting, we just put acres on the right-hand side. We did in a variety of ways. Well, first is there's less labor use if you're a big farm, okay? And we see that perhaps that more sprayers are used on large farms, right? Large farms are more likely to mechanize, less usually use weeding, but, okay, they use less hours, right? So that was kind of the key here, right? They have bigger farms, they're more likely to have sprayers, but they use them for less hours. The other key is this one. Well, the sprayers are more expensive, right? So what they're doing is they're using a larger capacity machine, and that's evidence our measure of flow rate, that larger farmers have higher flow rates, have more spray used per hour, okay? So when we took all of this stuff and we put it and estimated a sort of a general equilibrium model, here's our data, the red curve you've seen before, and then the model with the machinery generates the blue curve, without machinery, the green curve. And the bottom line is the model, does a reasonably good job of picking up the pattern that we saw in the data by incorporating both the labor cost story and the machinery cost story. But the question I think we really wanted to ask, and our referees sort of pushed us in that direction, is, well, like, okay, so there seems to be some failure here, but what is the consequence of that failure? And so that's why we had to estimate this model, and then we had to essentially figure out, well, what are the consequences of some fix to this? In this case, the fix that we focused on was, let's pick an optimal farm size, let's make all the farms that size, and see what happens in terms of profitability and acreage, okay? the things that I would sort of, so this is post-reform, this is baseline. The profitability per acre doesn't change a lot, right? You're not getting a big increase in the return to inputs because you're putting a lot more in terms of inputs, as it turns out. But agricultural output does increase a fair bit, okay, 50, 60%. Profitability per worker goes up. But what's perhaps was actually the biggest surprise of this, okay, and I wouldn't necessarily run this to the bank literally, but what we see is that the size of the agricultural labor force, it shrunk, but not nearly as much as we expected. Based on the sort of cross-sectional data, we were guessing that if you made all the farms optimal sizes, you'd lose 60 or 70% of labor, like in agriculture. Now that's just politically infeasible, even if it's sort of, economically efficient, in part because you have no place to put all the other workers. But it turns out that this reduction in labor force in our model didn't actually go down that much, or 10 to 20%. Why didn't it go down? Well, didn't go down because the use of machines sufficiently increased the profitability of farming, that there was an increase in intensity, and this led to more labor use than would have happened otherwise. So it was not a simple substitution story. There was actually some crowding in of labor, and so that was kind of the result. So, what we see is, yes, there's a failure here, and actually fixing it doesn't actually lead to as much unemployment as one might be concerned. It does lead to some, and one needs to think about how you might address that. Okay? So now, let me now take you to a third example, okay? Sort of an older paper. It's not, it's on the web. It was never published. You'll see a little bit why, but I think it makes the point here. And it sort of emphasizes the point of groundwater in India for the expansion for the Green Revolution. That sort of the ability to dig a well, irrigate your land made a big difference. It's a place with very lots of rain in the rainy season, almost none outside of the rainy season, and rare sort of failures of rain are a big deal. So irrigation was really important in terms of adopting high-yielding varieties, because high-yielding varieties, at least initially, tended to be less productive if you didn't have access to good water. Okay, and so the question we were interested in here was, how does competition for water, if you're using groundwater and you have very small plots next to each other, like how does that, or to what extent does that lead to this coordination failure problem, right? To what extent does this competition, where we're both pumping water at the same time, or based from the same aquifer, it may well be that I'm interfering with you and you're interfering with me. By internalizing that externality, we might actually be more profitable than we would be otherwise. So again, we wanted to explore this particular idea, okay? So let me just sort of, this sort of took us off into, again, a sort of physical model, in this case into mathematical hydrogeology. It was among the most fun little excursions I've ever had. And the basic idea is, if you sink a well into the ground and you start pumping water, it kind of creates a cone. Now, this may not be a real cone. It's a potential cone. You have to know some physics to understand all that. But basically, you could sort of think about this as a real cone. If you go to the beach and you dig sandcastles, you have a sense that the water kind of pours in from the sides. So that's really what's going on here. And there's a mathematics that describes this that everybody in mathematical hydrogeology is taught. Okay. The question is, what happens if you have two wells? So we're going to talk about competition, right, and interference. So we really need to have a model of two wells. And when geologists come across this problem, they don't deal with the analytics. They have a software program that does differential equations. They stick all the wells where they actually are and put in the soil the way it is. And I use that software, and we sort of generate this as a sort of topological map of two different sort of cones, right, of how these wells interfere. And you can see they interfere by the fact you have these sort of figure eights in the middle here. Okay. But in order to use this analytically, we needed an actual model of how these cones interfere, right? So we sort of worked with this, and it involved a little bit of complexity of matching up equations and so forth that would model this process of, to what extent are these two wells interfering with each other, or to what extent are they independent, okay? We did that, and this led to this equation here, okay, which, as far as I know, had not been done by mathematical hydrogeologists, but it basically says the depth of my well depends on the amount of water I use as well as the amount of water my neighbors use, in the following way, okay? And that's just a solution to the problem that I just showed you. The interesting thing, that the reason we wanted an analytical condition is we wanted to look at what are the marginal costs of getting more water. So You take the derivative of the depth of the well that you have to dig and the amount of pumping you have to do with respect to the water, and you get an expression like this. And something really kind of interesting came across this, which was that first marginal cost is increasing in own use. That's probably not surprising. Most of our production functions exhibit that, but it's actually decreasing in the neighbor's use. The more your neighbor is pumping, the higher the return to you of digging a deeper well, okay? And the reason is basically because he has a deep well, lots of water is flowing into the overall basin, and you want to extract more of that, okay? So it turns out the marginal cost is sort of twisted here, right? There's a negative externality, but there's a positive spillover at the margin, okay? Marginal cost is unaffected by distance, it turns out, in the model, and we also get total cost increasing in neighbor's use. And when I sort of thought about like where you see this, the only thing I could think of was an arms race, right? In an arms race, like it's good to have as many missiles as the other guy does, okay? But obviously building a bunch of missiles for all of us isn't really great, right? And so you'd rather have an agreement that we don't build so many missiles, right? And so that's sort of the idea to have in mind here. So how do we test it? Well, the data weren't ideal here, okay? What we'd like to have is locations of wells and so forth, but we didn't have that. But we had area, and obviously if you have a big plot, your well is far away from everybody else's well. But of course, the bigger you are, also the higher the water demand. But basically we see two things. We see, indeed, if you have big farms, they don't dig as deep, right? And that's this idea, you're protected from your neighbors. You don't have to dig as deep. You have less interference if you're relatively far away. But interestingly, having more large farmers in the village actually doesn't make the smaller farmers have to dig deeper wells. And that's consistent with the result that I showed you, which said that, in fact, a distance from your neighbors shouldn't affect your marginal cost, and therefore how much well water you dig under the Nash equilibrium solution. Under a cooperative solution, the closer you are, the less you should pump, right? Because of this interference problem, right? And so that's a sort of, a strong prediction. If we actually had water use and well depth on every farm and how far it was, we could test it exactly. Here, we could only do it indirectly, but it was, I think, broadly supportive, okay? Last one, okay? So this is input spillovers. This is sort of ongoing work, okay? And it probably is the most direct work I have on this idea of cooperation and sort of fails from coordination failure. Okay, and it's not something that has received a lot of attention in the literature or any that we could tell. There's a little bit of evidence that from an industry paper by Lerva that that there's a higher willingness to pay for subsidy of innovations of nearby farmers. Okay, but it's not clear exactly why that is, whether that's a matter of learning, social troughs, or physical spillovers. But the idea we wanted to focus on is physical input spillovers. And the first thing we realized is that we don't even know what the sign is. So imagine I use pesticides. Okay, I spray pesticides in my field. The spillovers could be positive. The wind could blow the pesticide to my neighbor's plot, in which case I'm providing a benefit to him. There's a positive externality, right? That I'm not going to internalize unless I'm in a cooperative solution. Okay. Alternatively, there could be negative spillovers. It should be if I spray pesticides and the pests don't stop at my plot, they end up at your plot, right? So that would be a negative spillover. Right, so part of this is, are there spillovers? But the second question is like, what sign do those spillovers come from? Okay, and we're going to try to show you we do that. Now there's going to be a problem here because we're going to be regressing essentially my inputs on my neighbor's inputs, and we know that there are real identification problems that arise when you do that. And the question is, how do we solve that problem? Well, the way we solve that problem is, at least under the Nash condition, under the sort of non-cooperative equilibrium, what's going to happen that each farmer has multiple plots, and what's happening on my distant plots only affects my neighbor through what I do on my own plot. Okay, and so there's an idea that the sort of that the spillovers that we see of many kinds, might connect plots from different places, but when we're talking about physical spillovers, the only spillovers that matter are the ones that are right next to you, right? So we have a physical model of how these things sort of transmitted. The other thing that's important in our model here is that if you have spillovers, they are not just spillovers to your neighbor, they're spillovers to yourself. And again, this is something we hadn't really realized until we wrote down the model. But if you think about this story about if I spray my pesticide on this part of my field, some of that spray will move to the other part of my field. That's something that I should internalize if it's my farm. once it crosses the border, I don't internalize it, right? So we need a model that sort of from the physical process of diffusion doesn't actually care who owns what. Ownership matters because I can coordinate with myself. I just can't coordinate with my neighbor, or at least under the Nash model. So that's kind of the idea here. Now we did, have dug through some quotes and found a nice one from the same area. And there was a survey about why farmers don't want to consolidate. And he says, yes, it would be really beneficial to consolidate. And he sort of talks about this problem, which is that you need to, if you put fertilizer in a rice field, you need to hold the water there so the fertilizer stays there. And he said it used to be that my neighbor was my brother, and my brother and I could cooperate, but now he sold his land. And now this guy, he like empties the water, and that drains my field when the fertilizer is there, and therefore the advantage of fertilizer to me is lost, right? So this would be an example of that, if there's sort of possibly a negative spillover, in the fact that your neighbor is making their decisions the way they want to is having an adverse effect on your ability to apply inputs, right? So that's the idea. So what does the physical model look like? Okay, well, we started with just sort of, on a line here, and we sort of thought about, okay, we can kind of think about the inputs at any point, whether it's in your neighbor's land or your land, depend on how much inputs you apply to that point, as well as a weighted average of all the inputs a certain distance from you. Again, whether it's with your neighbor or not. And that's what this part is, okay? So the effective inputs is the average of the direct input and the spillover, whether it be positive or negative, from all the nearby areas, okay? So that's kind of the simple model. It turns out the weights could be negative or positive, depending on whether they're positive or negative spillovers, the way we set this up. And just to give you some sense, like here is one neighbor, and if there's no spillovers at all, his input use, his effective input use is his actual input use. But if there are positive spillovers, then the fact that he has a neighbor that uses less input use means that his effective input use is low, okay? Because he's not getting any benefit or very much benefit from his low using neighbors. Alternatively, if he has low using neighbors and they're negative spillovers, there's actually a benefit to him, right? Because they're not taxing him so much through the process of spillovers. So that's what the model tries to capture, okay? Now, working through all of this, it led to, again, I think ex post it was pretty obvious, but ex ante, I think we really had no idea. So the key thing is that because of the internalization, large farmers are going to have higher yields with positive spillovers, and they're going to use more inputs because they're internalizing the benefit of one part of their plot on the other part of their plot, whereas there's going to be lower yields with negative spillovers, right? And lower inputs, that large farmers will actually use lower inputs because, again, they'll internalize the externality on their own plot. The small farmers don't really care about the spillovers because mostly what matters is the direct use, because almost everything that they do that spills over on their neighbors. Part of this says that if this is really true, if there are spillovers, okay, then you really can't learn anything about efficiency by looking at profitability or yields or input use, okay? You have a real mess, right? Because the relationship between size and profitability does not map into scale because of the uninternalized externalities. So again, how do we test this, okay? Well, here's just some examples here. We put on the left hand, these are input decision rules. So my inputs on my plot as a function of the area. We see actually negative, quite large negative effects. These are within farmer. These are across farmer. And then here's what I said was the source of identification, which is a measure of the sort of concentration of my other plots. It turns out that the relative size of my other plots matters in a particular way that can be captured by the Herfindahl index, which we show. Okay, and that's essentially the instrument here, right? The size of my other plots is what affects my input use and only affects my neighbor through my input use. And if you look at the effect of the neighbor's inputs, treated in this way endogenously, you see a positive and significant coefficient, okay? My neighbor uses more inputs, I use more inputs, ceteris paribus, and that's consistent with this idea of negative spillovers, right? Because of this arms race. If he's using more, I have to use even more than that. So that's kind of the idea here. Okay, what in terms of production? Well, it turns out that our data suggest that the effect of your neighbor's inputs on you on yields should be 0. Okay, now this is a little bit specific to the particular way we set this up, but sort of the idea is that there's a difference between the marginal and the average, is one reason that I often talk about this, that the marginal sort of effect is going to be the same. What the neighbors are going to do is affect you inframarginally, right? They're going to affect sort of how much you have to add or subtract from what the neighbor is doing. So it turns out that the effective input use is not going to be affected by your neighbor's input use, and therefore yields are not. But your profitability is affected because, as we just saw, you're using more inputs. And actually that turned out to be true in the data, okay? So the data do seem to support this idea of negative spillovers, that what one farmer is doing is sort of more intense farming by one farmer has an adverse effect on the other that in principle could be internalized. Well, we were then sort of stuck for a while, like, okay, but what we'd like to know is what would happen if they did coordinate, okay? And with a sort of reduced form approach that we're using to test the model, you really can't do that, okay? So what we really need to do is to build a whole structure of the land distribution so that we can optimize. And optimizing is complicated, right? Because like, it's not just about what my neighbor does, because what my neighbor does depends on what his neighbor does, and what his neighbor does depends on what his neighbor does. So the only way to kind of figure out the optimum is to think about the whole village. Now, it turns out the data set we have does have the whole data set, which is why we could do this project at all. We had every neighbor of every person and so forth. But solving for what is optimal turned out to be quite complicated. And so what I'm going to show you is actually an exercise not on the actual village, but in a simulated village, where I'm just going to sort of randomly fix plot sizes, randomly fix which plots each farmer has, and then I'll be able to look at, well, this what happens in the Nash case, this what happens in a cooperative case, and this is what happens in, what we sort of communistic case I'll talk about in just a minute, okay, or a single farmer, okay. So yeah, here we are. Farmers, non-cooperative farmers only internalize their own plots, and that, broadly speaking, is what the data suggests. Cooperation's farm will internalize over all plots, okay? And then the egalitarian, the social planner, optimally redistributes inputs, okay? So this is something we didn't think was important going in, but it turns out to be important. That sort of one of the things that's going to affect the level of input use on every plot is going to be the resources that the farmer has, and that the social planner could, in principle, redistribute inputs so that they're more equitable, and that might have efficiency effects, and that might, to some extent, counteract or emphasize the ones that arise from non-cooperation. So let's look at this. So this is like just to simulate this to give you a perspective. This is the inputs in my simulated farm or village under the non-cooperative case. And I think the key, and this is in the presence of negative spillovers. I could do the same thing with positive spillovers. So the thing to get at this is that you have these very small plots with very high input use, right? Because these small plots are not internalizing any part of the spillover, whereas in the larger farms, they are internalizing the spillover, at least to the extent that spillover arises within their own plot. Obviously, they're not internalizing the spillover on the other plot. And that's why you also see that where there's a really strong yellow, there's a sort of orange, because this guy's affecting his neighbors have to use more inputs to kind of keep up, and so forth. And then the obverse happens here, okay? So that's the non-cooperative regime, okay? Here's the cooperative regime. So this is the case where each farmer, is essentially figuring out, well, this is the consequence. This is kind of the Pekuvian solution. Understands that I'm creating a negative spillover, and we want to price this. We want to price input use that reflect the negative externality that each farmer imposes on every other farmer under the general equilibrium case. So it's not an easy Pekuvian price to find. It's never going to be able to do this politically, okay? And the main point is the colors are more muted. This small guy is still providing more inputs, okay? But overall, there's sort of, you're compressing input use variation, right? Because people are internalizing the cost of their behavior for everybody else, it's going to be more compressed. What about our egalitarian solution? Well, it's almost all orange, right? That the social planner is saying, okay, farmers have different levels of input use, but we can actually redistribute. And so, this is what you presumably is close to is basically full efficiency in our model. The only reason it's not perfectly orange is that the people on the boundary, the spillovers, are different than the people in the center, right? So obviously that could be fixed in another sort of world, but in a real world, this is the way it would potentially look, okay? All right, so I showed you input use just to sort of complete the story. What happens to profitability? Well, notice something we've sort of seen before, which is the profitability differences between the Nash on the one hand and the cooperative on the other are actually quite marginal, right? There's not a huge gain in profitability. There is some benefit from the cooperative solution in terms of profitability at the larger farms. And of course that matters because the larger farms are larger. And so in terms of overall profitability, the effects will be somewhat larger, okay? But the social planner, the profitability is going to be equated, depending a little bit on how you sort of assess the cost. But if you distribute the costs evenly, then you're going to have a very different solution with the social planner. But of course, this is all contingent on the extent to which small farms have less or more assets to call on for farming than large plots, right? So, the social planner may not be equalizing in a case where that's not true. It could be quite the opposite. In this case, given what we assumed, it was equalizing. And that seemed to fit the data, broadly speaking. So here is, my attempt to sort of answer the question, like, what is the gain, okay? So this was sort of overall profits based on the parameters that we estimated with reduced form, using those matching those to the parameters we put in the simulation, right? So using a simulated method of moments, essentially. And that allows us then to project the counterfactual. This is the Nash case, this is the cooperative case, this is the egalitarian case. And what you're seeing is, modest sort of 10% increase in profitability associated with coordination. So maybe I did a lot of work for relatively small gain, but we had no idea what it would look like until we actually did it. And we did see that spillovers were important based on the reduced form analysis. The gains from egalitarian solution, given the inequality that was sort of in our data and in our simulation, the gains from being more egalitarian in terms of profitability were much larger, right? By evening out the distribution of inputs across all farmers, you were able to do much better. And that's purely because the spillovers are better managed when everybody's doing exactly the same thing. In fact, a single farmer that owned the whole thing would in fact internalize everything, and that would also yield this high level of profitability. Not that I'm suggesting that that's the only solution, right? Part of the question is can you take small farmers and provide enough information so that they can coordinate in some way without moving to perhaps the large farmer equilibrium. Okay, so let me just then conclude, okay, that if we look at the individual points that I've tried to make, is that inefficient experimentation is an important source of coordination failure, but in the end, it's fairly short run. In our example, it delayed technology adoption by 3 or 4 years, but given that it was a highly profitable technology, that wasn't such a big deal, right? But that is a sort of partial coordination failure. It's one also that's relatively easy fixed through extension projects, although extension, in many cases has not worked as well as we would have hoped it would, okay? A second point is that coordination through expanding land size can be effective, but it depends on the available technology and labor search costs. So we found the answer for India, but when we tried to think about this in the context of sub-Saharan Africa, it seems that the labor cost issue is so big that the optimal farm size is actually a series of small farms. You can't get over the transaction cost problem very well. And the other thing is Africa doesn't have access to large cultivators. So even if there were large farms in at least many parts of sub-Saharan Africa, you wouldn't be able to buy the machines that you needed, okay, to fully take advantage of the scale economies that we identify. So it's going to be very dependent on the development of markets, right? You can't have big farms until you have machines that fit big farms, and you're not going to have machines that have big farms until you have big farms. And so, you may be better off with smaller farms and trying to think about, can you scale the machines down in some way? Groundwater extraction, we think is a particularly perverse source of coordination failure. It's hard to measure because you can't see the aquifer. And it's the sort of thing where, farmers take a lot of pride. There's sort of in the Indian Constitution, you have the right to the water below your ground without any sense that the water actually affects your neighbor. So it's a tough nut to crack. Obviously, doing the wrong thing like subsidizing electricity for pumping, which is often done in context of India, probably makes the problem worse, okay, to some extent. So maybe you don't want to do that. But it's hard to figure out what exactly the right price is without much better understanding of the geology and so forth. But we think it is an important part of the story. My student, Sekri, had sort of one interesting example where if the public sinks a very deep well and then provides pipes to the whole community, that can end up saving water. It was sort of a surprise result from her work. And then negative input, spillovers and inputs are an important and evidently persistent source of coordination failure. So in some ways, the last paper, those things don't go away. The physical spillovers don't go away unless there's a sort of social or some kind of reorganization to understand what these problems are and how you address them. And so maybe, that kind of thing needs to be thought through. Of course, it's not going to matter on 100, 200 acre farms where the sort of boundary is going to be relatively small. It's going to matter in 2 to 3 to maybe 10 acre levels, we think. Okay, so just some final points. Identification, measurement, coordination requires new sources of data, right? We need to think about our data differently if we're going to handle these problems. Some of you guys think about data a lot, and that's good. A second point is that economic theory needs to be integrated with physical models for these kinds of problems. I think this is a lot of fun to kind of get to dabble in another field and think about what its implications are, bring the physical model, think about, okay, now if we put an idea, put incentives into the story, what happens? I think that's interesting, but I think it's also valuable. And it also, I think, has important implications for how environmental economics should be done. A third point, that the structural methods are really the only way to get at what the magnitude of the coordination failures are, right? Our reduced form methods, convinced us that there were spillover effects. Hopefully to some extent you're convinced, but you haven't seen the whole paper. But in order to know the magnitude, we really saw no way around of actually building out a structural model. We saw that in the scale paper as well. Okay, it's possible that different sources of coordination failure may offset each other, so fixing one is not always the best solution, right? If you don't understand what the other sources might be, okay? And I think I've sort of made this point a couple of times, but it's important to see whether existing village institutions can address these inefficiencies, okay? While in still maintaining the incentives inherent in smallholder agriculture, maybe that solution, maybe it's not. It depends on whether the local institutions are sufficiently robust and can be managed in an efficient way to make that work. I think in many cases, historically, we have seen they've not been able to work, but I think in the right circumstances, I think they can be effective. Consolidation is, of course, the alternative to sort of addressing some of the spillover issues I'm talking about, but obviously that has important implications for distribution that we would want to be careful about, and also the redistribution of labor. But again, we need to understand what are the implications of redistribution of labor. As we saw in the scale effect, the redistribution of labor is sometimes not what you think it would look like based on a sort of partial equilibrium analysis, and it requires the kind of thing that most of us in this room as microeconomists are uncomfortable with most of the time. But in the end, I think it is of relevance and importance. So let me stop there, and happy to take questions about anything. All right.
Thank you, Andrew. Do you have any questions?
It's a question, a general for the field. I mean, having you here is a great opportunity to have these maybe questions. But I wonder why, I mean, in all of these findings, the market structure of the agricultural value chains doesn't play like a big role in the results. I mean, because something that you find in developing countries is that the value chains is really heterogeneous, even exactly the same crop. So even, the result that you find with the different farm size perhaps is going to be correlated even to a different sellers and different intermediaries that are in the value chain. So I just wonder, I just want to hear your thoughts about that. And the second point is about the role of the technical assistant in the technological adoption, especially in the medium and in the intermediate point, because again, the paper of GPE, when I was reading, I was all the time thinking but somehow we are saying that these people from the small farmers, they are more likely to have better adoption of technology somehow. Perhaps but not the medium farm. But the evidence said that it's not like this. The adoption rate is completely different depending on the farm size.
Yeah. So, I think let me start with it. Yeah, I think the second. The technology, the small farmers are still using a traditional labor-based technology, right? They're not using new machines, right? They're, it's a different problem, right? We'd like to write one paper with one model, but actually we found we needed two models. So, I guess it was okay. It got published pretty well. But I think there's, and I think that's an important point on sort of technology extension. I think technology extension can solve some problems, right? But I think, but it doesn't solve the scale problem, right? The technology extension telling you should have a 10-row cultivator instead of doing it by hand is of no use for a 4-row farm, right? And so, and the extension agent is not going to come in and say, okay, what we need to do is we need to have bigger farms. What an extension agent could do is try to increase cooperation, right? And maybe get the farmers to consolidate. And there are examples of that. There's an example in Kenya that Michael Graham has worked on with sort of everybody plants their sugarcane at the same time, and then they have a mechanical harvester that goes across every plot. You get a fraction based on your area. That works, but when I asked the same question, in the village 2 days ago, like, no, that doesn't work. That can't work, or we can't coordinate because this is rice and the land is not level, and so we have to keep them a little bit discoordinated. And so you need to have some come in and sort of make all the plots sort of the same level. You have to do sort of laser level leveling, and then you could scale it. So that's probably more than extension would want to play. I think it's the same thing with intermediation, really. Intermediation will solve some sorts of problems, okay? But it can create others. I mean, I think one of the, you do see, examples of intermediation in various places that I've worked. I think they can be extraordinarily useful. It's very important, I think, that the intermediary is the single buyer for that to work. But of course, that creates another set of problems, which you have a monopsonist who may behave nicely and may, in the long run, think it is good to behave nicely, but also can be exploitative, right? And so a single intermediary is not necessarily advantageous for lots of reasons that we understand in this room, but it is very advantageous for internalizing the spillovers, right? And so that's what I mean by the intermediaries can be useful for solving some sorts of problems, and I think you see good examples of that in some places, but I think there are other problems that they just can't touch, and also they can bring their own problems at the best of all possible worlds. It's an open market with lots of intermediaries, but that's not going to solve the internalization problem. So to some extent, I think there's a sense in which the intermediation has to happen through local governance in some way, but that's also a whole can of worms. But whatever.
Oh, okay, thank you for the presentation. Related with the previous question and the coordination failures, is there in the literature any evidence of the establishment of cooperatives, unions of farmers coordinated by themselves or by, I don't know, government, that help to solve the coordination issues and the technology adoption? Because there is no use of a tractor in a small farm, but if you join them, maybe
Yes.
that makes more sense.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that the latter point I sort of addressed. They have to be all coordinated, and that's proved extraordinarily difficult to do in many parts of the world, and often for good physical reasons, right? I lost track of the first point.
So cooperatives.
Cooperatives. First of all, mostly I worked in India, and I think the whole history of cooperatives in India is mostly pretty bad, right? They're subject to a lot of rent-seeking, whatever. So but that's not true everywhere. I think cooperatives. There are examples of effective cooperatives around certain things that have certain properties. Milk is a nice example. Right, first of all, because of the properties of milk, it has to be processed very quickly, right? So it has to be local, it has a natural monopoly, and so forth. I think there's a reason for that to work. Another place where cooperatives, I think there's good empirical work on, is cooperatives for managing water, right? And I think Hanan Jacobi has some interesting work, that there are cooperatives that provide various systems for making sure that the water gets used. Sometimes there are problems, there are hold-up problems that he's written up and so forth that arise. Cooperatives, but some cooperatives have been effective both in maintaining and effective. I think why that works with water is that at least above ground water, canal water, is one thing that's visible and measurable, right? So I think cooperatives can work quite well when things are visible and measurable. But when we're talking about underlying aquifers, or what I'm talking about, the sort of pest spillovers, it's harder to see. And I think it's much harder for cooperatives to understand exactly how to do that without a lot of technical support to say, look, if we all use less pesticide, there's some benefit. But like, that's a hard problem, I think, for most farmers to see. I mean, we had a long discussion on Tuesday about this issue. You know, they have organic farm and non-organic farm. And the idea was that the non-organic stuff never shows up in the organic farm. And, you know, they kept saying, oh, it never goes there. I think they have a reason to say that. And I kept saying, well, what about if you're doing pesticides and doesn't that blow over? And they say, yeah, well, if the wind's blowing, so we try not to, right? It's very subtle. So I think it's, when it's not visible, it's very hard for, you know, a human institution to solve it without a lot of technical expertise that has credibility to help with that.
Thank you, super interesting. I have a question about, you know, the solution to these problems. Do you think that explaining these coordination failures to farmers or in villages is a possible solution? And then, but then you run into the problem is that just documenting them is super hard. You need, you know, physical models and then structural models. And I'm wondering, how can you explain that in order to make people aware that this is happening and then maybe solve the problem, the coordination failure problem?
Well, I mean, you know, I'm glad that your questions indicate that you understood me. I think it's very hard to get through all the details of any of this, you know, at the farmer level. I think, you know, Chris yesterday provided a really nice example. Like, he has his optimal solution, but what he was encouraging the politicians to do is like just run a regression and then show everybody the regression, right? And say, this is what you want to be. Everything's transparent at that perspective. They don't actually have to know where the regression came from, right? And I think, I think that's probably a better solution. You know, figure out what needs to happen. Maybe not first best, but something that's workable, and then find some useful rules of thumb that can be communicated and transparent that make things a little better. I think shooting for first best is I think problematic just because there's so many subtleties, and it's just not, you know, there's new evidence about how people's learning depends on their own experience, right? It's an interesting experimental paper I saw recently, right? That if your spouse experiments, you don't take them seriously, but if you experiment, you take it seriously, right? You apply that here, like the farmer would have to really understand that for him, this matters. And to do that, he would have to do an A/B test with his neighbor, right? I don't know if that's going to happen.
So I'm going to ask something for the sake of discussion. So how do you think your paper speaks to the literature on misallocation and institutional factors that generate misallocation? I'm thinking about the farm size paper, of course. And the reason why I'm asking this is because I guess the policy implications in the literature of misallocation sort of give us more hope, in the sense like, okay, there is something we're doing wrong and we can do it differently and things are gonna might get better. But in a sense, the conclusions on your paper are more like, this is something about land. So then solving the coordination problem seems harder from a policy perspective.
Yeah. So are you talking particularly about the last paper, or?
Yeah, no, the farm size paper.
The scale.
The scale.
So, I mean, I think it's interesting, your perspective on that. I mean, you know, we first wrote that as a micro paper, really, and then our referees seem to be all macroeconomists from the misallocation literature. And so we had to do a lot of stuff, including that big general equilibrium exercise at the end, which I expressed some discomfort with, right? To sort of address this misallocation, because in fact, you know, there we are solving the misallocation problem by essentially allowing workers to migrate freely to urban areas, and so forth. I think there's an element, you're right, that what the literature on sort of the inverse relationship and related ideas, right? One of the questions that always arises is, well, if there's such powerful incentives to do A versus B, right? Why doesn't it actually happen, right? And, you know, I think by the work we did, we have a better understanding of why that didn't happen. And one of the ideas is that that collectively, our model says it's advantageous for the small farmers to sell their land, or individually it's rational to sell their land, but collectively it's not, because collectively they sell their land, the wage is going to decline, right? So they would have a sort of, you know, a reason not to sell their land. I also talked about the scale effect. And so land reallocation seems to be problematic. And I think that's evident in history, right? That when we sort of dug through the literature on this question of why don't we see farms getting bigger or smaller, there are a few isolated examples where there were substantial changes in scale, and they were not idiosyncratic events. I mean, they were big changes. I mean, the two that I was talking about yesterday with someone, one was the Mississippi Delta of the United States. There was a huge flood, which basically made all the workers, they couldn't work for a couple of years, destroyed the land. They all migrated. When the land came back, the farmers had no labor force. And so basically they were forced to work towards mechanization. And Cyrus Naidu has a really nice paper that basically, I think, makes a compelling case that places in the river basin that were flooded were much more quick to adopt rapid technological change. So you need systematic change. The other example we know of is France. Post-war, there was a substantial reorganization of agriculture. France still seems like it has small farms by some perspectives, but relative to what it was pre-war, and that was a combination of first just the big political effort to bring French, productivity back after the war, was probably facilitated also by the fact that a lot of landowners were gone, right? It was just the whole thing was disorganized, and so the French government could go in and basically remap everything and create much bigger plots. So I think there is a message here that sort of, if the problems are land, those are going to be slow to fix without some more systematic, sort of production. So I guess I am sympathetic in a way, but I think it's right in the misallocation literature. The other thing I would say with regard to the misallocation literature that I think is important is that all of that literature has focused on the production function, okay? And one of the things, one of the things we do on this paper and scale is we assume a constant returns to production function, right? And that's because that's what the data look like, right? And in fact, from the perspective of an individual rice plant, it's hard to understand why it cares whether it's with 300 other rice plants or 3,000, right? It cares about how much sun it gets, it cares about its nutrition and so forth, right? The plant doesn't have any scale. The scale, we think, comes from the cost side. And that does make it more hopeful, right? Because even though the production function may be relatively rigid, there are things that can be done to change the cost structure. I mean, I think, a classic example of this would be, buying of inputs by cooperatives in bulk so that you can benefit more than you would if you bought them individually. That would be the kind of a case there. So I think by thinking about scale economies as showing up in the cost structure, which most of that literature has not done, I think we may see some places where there can be movement that we don't see if we think about it as a production process problem.
So this is just a quick question out of curiosity. So every time I see like a social planner in these models, and they obviously improve welfare in, amazing ways, I think about, contexts in which social planners did had a say in these decisions, and whether there's some empirical evidence of some, improvements in countries where social planners took place in the reorganization of agriculture. So I'm thinking about perhaps China or Ukraine, Russia, there was a big reorganization of agriculture in all of these countries. I don't know, maybe they did it wrong, but if they had some sense in their economics, you would expect their agriculture to be very, very efficient.
Yes.
So I wonder if there's, any empirical evidence of this taking place, or...
Well, I mean, I would say France is a pretty good example, but no, I mean, I absolutely agree with you that a lot of these examples have been problematic, but that's not because of the scale. I mean, what the Russians did, or what the, maybe less the Chinese, but what the Russians did, there was a logic to it, right? From individual hand farms to being able to use a lot of machinery, right? There were other problems though, right? With how do we manage, when nobody has any incentive to do anything, right? So I'm not going to put that on the scale, right? It's somewhere else that the problem lies. But that is the problem with many social solutions, is that they bring some other baggage that can create its own set of distortions, as we've talked about.
So I sorry. I don't really understand agriculture because I do IO, but I'm very curious about this coordination word in our field. Every time you hear coordination, there is a red flag.
Yes.
Because this may mean, coordinating on prices and, market power, low quality, low production. So to what extent this coordination may bring this kind of coordination problems?
Okay. No, I mean, it's a very fair question. And I think the difference is when I use the coordination, I'm talking about a bunch of small farmers in one village. And those villages, and there are, what are 300,000 villages in India, right? So it's still a pretty competitive market, village by village, right? And I think when IO thinks about competition, they're thinking about, there are 4 automakers versus 3 automakers, right? And that's the whole market, right? So I think that would be the biggest difference, is that we're still in a very competitive setting. Not that there are problems with village coordination, and not that there aren't coordination failures across villages. Something like water, right, does have properties, right? There is the problems that I focus on in a village in terms of interference apply to aquifer levels, and aquifer levels are a problem that span in India, 250 million people, right, in the northern part. There's a huge aquifer, which is falling very rapidly, right? But the solutions I focused on, because of the data I have and because of the questions that interest me, has more been at the village level. But I think, yes, when you're talking about broader solutions that are the scale of nations, as you are, then absolutely you would be worried about coordination.
Just be free. So I also do IO, and I thank you for your model. so I still have problems rationalizing the fact that you have all these mid-sized farms that you've shown are inefficient relatively. So if I take my first impulse is to take the models very, very seriously and assume that these mid-sized farmers have some positive productivity shock that allows them to be profitable and function. But you show also that this is not explained by farmers' effects, but it's farm specific.
By plot fix, yeah.
Exactly. And so I'm wondering what's missing there. Why are not, I can imagine that firms don't. I mean that all these firms don't get smaller because you don't have enough like small size entrepreneurs to. I mean that there's a lacking resource there. But why don't they become bigger? I mean, why don't they consolidate? I mean,
so yeah. I mean, I think
I just mentioned something about
the U shape,
that.
yeah, and I didn't really explain it. I should have. Okay. So here's the issue. The average farm in India is here, 2 acres. Okay. So imagine you're an entrepreneurial 2-acre farmer, and you use your telescope and you say, aha, I could be a 22-acre farmer and I could be more profitable even at least at existing wages, right? Well, what do you have to do? You're unlikely to be able to buy 20 acres at once, right? In the Indian market, right? Indian markets are very idiosyncratic, and only 5 or 10% of farm plots are ever sold, right? So there may be an issue there. More importantly, the land has to be contiguous, so there has to be a coincidence of wants between the guy who's living next to you and your farm, and that sort of fits with the paper Margarita's on from yesterday. So the problem is, if you can only buy 1 acre at a time, you're basically sliding down the curve, right? You're at a stage you now have a 4-acre farm, and now you want part-time workers. Use your family workers mostly, but occasionally you need part-time workers. You're paying a very high cost for them, right? And this is actually relevant to the misallocation parts. I took the slide out, and I'm sorry I did, but it turns out if you look at output per worker, which in fact our referees kept telling us, why are you using profitability to measure efficiency? You should use output per worker because that's what matters. It turns out the output per worker does this, okay? The highest output per worker is 6 to 8 acres, right? It looks great. Why does it look great? It looks great because these farmers now want to hire outside workers, but it's costly because of the fixed cost, so they do without. So they have a small number of workers working on very big plots. So it looks hugely favorable from an allocation perspective. And so I think, the way I think about it, the problem of getting here to here is a difficult one, right? So, yeah. Yeah, and you know, and you can think about the holdup problem being huge here, right? You know, I know that you need this to take real advantage. Yeah. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Now we'll have a short break, so you can go take coffee on the right. Thank you. Bueno, ya podemos empezar otra vez esta sesión. Entonces, los invito a los que están en la puerta para seguir. Empezamos con esta segunda sesión del día de hoy, la sesión de firmas. Entonces, invito a Andrea Otero del Banco de la República, Leonardo Bonilla del Banco de la República y Camilo Costa de la Universidad EAFIT. Le doy la palabra a Andrea.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andrea Otero Cortez. I'm a researcher at the Central Bank of Colombia. And I will be presenting this joint work with Gustavo Garcia and Cristian Pozo, who are here, and Lady Gomez. And as you can notice, there's a slight change in the title because we had a little meeting yesterday with my co-authors. So I'm going to start with two disclaimers. The first one is, I just knew yesterday that that was a famous song from Guns N' Roses, so I'm not responsible for the cool title. Second thing is, of course, the usual disclaimer that whatever I say here, the central bank, nor the board of directors, they have anything to do with all the mistakes or anything wrong that I can say today. Okay, so in this paper, we want to study how to create better firms, how to create more formal firms, and we want to understand the dynamics of firm creation. So we all know that formal firms are important for economies. We know that formal firms are correlated with having, they pay better wages, they hire more workers, usually they are more productive, conditional on certain outcomes. But in general, we also know that there are barriers to entry to firms in the formal sector. So in particular, we know that there are high entry costs, there are a lot of taxes, and there's a lot of regulation that is sometimes seen as like too burdensome. So there's ample body of literature studying different policies to tackle each of these problems. Some of these papers also study several problems at the same time. So we have the literature on high entry cost, we have the literature on tax reduction for firms. All of these papers have in common that they do find effects on formalization of firms, but these formalization effects are very short lasting. So in general, yes, you reduce taxes for firm creation. You, of course, get the mechanical effect of firm creation, but then these firms die very quickly. So we want to go into that area, specific area of the problem of firm creation. So then that's related to this second bullet that I have here, that there's a low survival probability for these new firms. We are going to use the term startups interchangeable with firms, like new firms. So when we talk about startups, we don't talk specifically about firms in the technology industry. We talk about all new firms. So that's why we want to study, so what's happening there, why these firms survive less. And the usual suspect for this is the lack of credit access. And there's some literature also showing that you need to give better access to credit to new firms in order for them to grow. But there's a new evidence that there's something called ex-ante heterogeneity that might be the responsible for this lack of growth and very high exit rates of new firms. So what's ex-ante heterogeneity? Basically, it's having a bad business idea, or having a business idea that might be good, but it's not scalable. So you all might have a friend that started a new company with a great idea, but they couldn't find more clients, for example. So that would be ex-ante heterogeneity, which is the opposite of exposed shocks. So exposed shock in this case would be, you open a firm, it was a great idea, but then you were hit by COVID. Yep. Okay, so that's what we want to study for the Colombian case. So our contribution, first, we start by doing the basics, the obvious. which is we provide new evidence of the effect of a policy that was implemented at the end of 2010 that aimed to increase the formalization of firms. And this policy, I'm going to explain it later, but it was intended to help young people to create firms. And funny story, I just met some people here that actually created firms due to this policy. So it had an effect. If in this small sample you can find someone who did it. Then we analyzed the quality of the firms created by that law or that were intended to be created by that law. And we see if these firms have a higher probability of survival than other firms that were created during the same period of time. Then we test if these firms also had more credit access using some admin records. And at the end, we also see if there's this problem of the ex-ante heterogeneity. So what was the intervention? So we have this law that was known as Ley del Primer Empleo, or First Employment Law. This law had two components. On one side, it tried to encourage employers to hire more young people, and they got some tax benefits, like payroll tax reduction, but it also had a component on firm creation. So basically, the thing was that they were trying to promote formalization of micro and small firms. This is important because we're going to use that difference in firm size for identification. So a small firm, a micro firm is a firm from 2 to 10 employees, and a small firm is a firm from 11 to 50 employees. And what they tried to do was, if there's a new firm that wants to be created in the formal system, that you have to go to Cámara de Comercio or Chamber of Commerce and register and pay the registration cost, this firm had to be created by young people, or at least half plus one of the members of the board of this firm had to be young people. And young people were those below 28. So even if you feel super young, unless you were below 28, you were not young people by these law standards. Okay, so the firm basically reduced this cost of registration at Cámara de Comercio. You had to pay 0 in order to get the registro mercantil. And it also had a component on reduction of payroll taxes and corporate taxes. So it was a very generous law at the beginning. And the staggered design of the law is that when you register and you get this benefit, you had the full benefit for 1 year. And then at the second year, you start getting charged some of the taxes up to the 6th year that you get fully charged for all the taxes that apply to formal firms. Additionally, the law recognized that you need to facilitate credit access to these people in order to grow and create these formal firms. But the program that, the arm of the law that was in charge of credit access was not standard. So basically, they didn't offer a subsidized interest rate, but they offered subsidized, like government-sponsored collateral. Basically, young people, they recognize that young people might not have enough collateral or enough credit history in order to get credit from the formal banking system. So what they said is that, okay, the government has this agency called Fondo Nacional de Garantías, FNG, and basically this agency, what does is that you go to, to a commercial bank, you ask for a credit, you don't have the collateral, and you say, okay, can the government be my collateral? And I pay a fee to the government in order for them to be the ones who are, supporting my credit. And then you have to pay to the government in order for them to be your collateral. So the law offers a subsidy in that fee that you have to pay to this agency for them to be your sponsors. So as you can imagine, this sounds very complicated. So it's not common to see that small firms get credit through this channel because it wasn't like very standard. And if you are new to business, it doesn't sound like something that, that it's gonna be like good, but we still test that channel to see if that it had an impact on credit access. So this is the timeline of the law. It was created, wait, I don't know how to use this. Okay, so it was created on December 29 of 2010. So basically, the law didn't exist in 2010. So you can think about it. It started in 2011. And only up to August of 2011, you were able to register at PILA, which is our system to register all the payments to Social Security as a benefit, like as someone who got benefits from this law. So basically there were like 7 months that it was sort of idle, like the law existed, but it wasn't possible to register at PILA as a beneficiary of the law. And then I also want to point out that in 2012, at the end, we got this tax reform that Leonardo Morales studied, and he talked a little bit about it yesterday in our other paper. So this tax reform in 2012 that started to be implemented in 2013, we recognize that might have some effect on firm creation. So this is going to be important because we use data up to 2012 in order to avoid any possible confounding effects of this other tax change in the law. But this is the table of benefits per year. I told you a little bit about it. So that's how it looked. First year, it was great. You didn't pay any taxes at all to be a formal firm. And then you start to be charged some of the taxes in a staggered way. So data. We use 3 data sources. All of them are admin records. So we use data from PILA, which is, this administrative system that registers all the payroll taxes that every company pays. There's an issue here, or a caveat that I want to point out. In PILA, we can identify each firm, and we have a unique identifier, but that unique identifier is anonymous. So we don't know which firm is that one in specific. We can follow the history of the firm, how many employees they hire, but we don't know which firm is that one. Why is that important? Because we also use data from Superfinanciera. This is all the admin records on credits in the formal credit market in Colombia. Here, we do have IDs for firms. We have the tax ID of the firm, and it would be amazing if we could link these 2 data sources. But because we don't have the identifiers in the first one, we cannot link it. So that's why we use a third database, which is the one that comes from Cámara de Comercio, which is, for those of you who are not Colombians, each city in Colombia has a chamber of commerce where all the firms created in that city have to register in order to be considered formal. That's with a caveat. Again, I know formality of firms is not a black and white decision, but for the purpose of this paper, we are assuming that formal firms are registered at Cámara de Comercio. So here, with this data set, we can link it with Formato 341 because we do have the tax ID of the firms. So when we do this credit exercise, we can only use data from the 4 main cities of the country because this is all the data we could get from Cámara de Comercio, but we are pretty good with that because most of the firms created in the country are in these 4 cities. So that's not a big issue. So this is some descriptive stats. As you can see, firm creation in Colombia, like formal firm creation, is not too large in the country. There's just a very few firms I created on average every month. So when we look at small firm creation, this is, and again, I'm using that term very lax, like you can create informal firms. But when I talk about firm creation, I'm referring to formal registered firms that appear in PILA. So you can, when we look at small formal firm creation, we see that on average before this law, there were 12.3 per month, and after the law, we see an increase. Of course, we are not taking this as the estimates. We know there's some selection there that we try to solve. And again, when we look at medium-sized firm creation, these numbers are quite small. We had 1.25, and then we moved to 1.9. This is the duration that we see the firm in PILA. So how many months we can track every firm in these admin records. And on average, these firms last very little. I mean, 14 months before the law, 17 months after the law. And for medium-sized firms, I mean, you can see them a little bit longer, which is expected because they are larger, but it's nothing too impressive. And then we look at the data on new credits. So this is quarterly data. We don't have access to monthly data, but only quarterly data. and we can see how what's the probability of getting a new credit for a formal firm that is small or medium size. So what this is just showing, there are some differences in the pre and post period. So we thought there's something interesting here to look at. So our empirical strategy uses a traditional diff in diff method. We are not using anything beyond that at this point, and also we use an event study design. But what we just try to capture is, of course, the beta parameter, which is the beta estimate, which is the interaction between the treatment and the pre-post period. Our treatment here, we are trying to capture basically an intent to treat, because we use small firms as treated firms. We know that there are some small firms that were not treated, but that's our identification strategy, because although we can see in PILA each firm that was treated, we don't have the pre-period because the law started at the end of 2010. So we had to use a different strategy in order to have the pre-period, right? So we just do this, we estimate this equation. We use 30 months of data, 6 months before 2011, and we use 24 months after 2011. So that's our estimation period. And we use this dynamic specification to also see, first, if there's parallel trends, this assumption holds, and also to see how this changes month by month. So we use the same specification, same variables. We add firm fixed effects, and we add time fixed effects. Results. Okay, so I would like us to focus on the ones in yellow. I'm glad you can see the yellow here. So what we have here is that when we compare, like the small firms using them as treated firms and medium firms as control firms, we find an effect of 3.98. Again, you might think this is very small because it is a small number, but look at what's in the square brackets. That's the relative effect. So we had an increase of 30%, if you believe in our estimation, in formal firm creation, because the baseline level of firm creation was 12.3. So this is huge in relative terms. Our results are very consistent across different specifications. This is using PILA data from the main 23 cities in the country. We even did the same with using all the metropolitan areas. So we had 56 cities, and our estimates are of course smaller because smaller cities create way less firms than larger cities, but still the relative effect is very similar. When we use data from a Chamber of Commerce, remember these are the 4 main cities in the country, our results are still consistent with what we found with PILA. And you might think, okay, why you use small firms versus medium-sized firms? They are very different. So we do the same exercise again, using just firms that are in a size between 25 and 50 employees versus firms that are 50 to 75 employees. We have way less density of firms in those bins, but we still do the same exercise, and we get very similar relative effect results. So we are very sure that this specification is consistent, and we are capturing the effect of this law. And we do the same using all firms, using like micro and large firms as well. This is more noisy because micro firm creation in Colombia, it's huge and they last nothing. So that's why we want to focus on small firms. So we do 2 parallel trends test. We use the traditional slope test and the placebo test. And here you can see these are the p-values of both tests. We failed to reject the null hypothesis, so we feel confident that we are not violating the parallel trends assumption. I'm going to show you now the dynamic specification results. You can also see here that it doesn't seem to be any pre-trends. And this 0, it's December 2010, which is the month in which the law was published. And we see that it took like 6-7 months to start getting results, and that makes sense because remember I told you that you could only register in PILA as a beneficiary of this law in August of 2011. So it's a consistent story with what we see in the data. But then here we see like the effect we are capturing. Now we do the survival analysis. Okay, so I have 5 minutes. So we do the survival analysis, very standard. We use a proportional cost hazard model, and our results are, well, now we use like small and medium sized firms, same strategy as before, and our result shows that the treated firms exit more or die more. So that was expected based on the literature. So we are just trying to see if Colombia holds the same pattern as, for example, Brazil, where this has been studied like quite a lot. So we see that, okay, these like small or treated firms have a higher probability of exiting. So let's see what's happening there. So we look at access to credit. Caveat, we can see all the credits that were approved to a firm and they got the credit. We cannot see credit applications, which is a shame. But if you know how we can get the data, it would be amazing, okay? So here we estimate the probability that a treated firm has at least one new credit in its first quarter after registration. We also do additional robustness checks looking at up to 12 quarters. And our results find that treated firms have a lower probability of having a credit than non-treated firms. That also sounds reasonable given that these firms are smaller, and we know that a lot of these new firms that were created because of the law, and these people were younger. So that's something that we thought it was interesting, but we cannot rule out hypotheses such as if credit granting institutions are rejecting small firms more, or if these small firms apply less to credit. So then we move, these are the results. So we move now to the ex-ante heterogeneity framework. So in order to do this, we follow what Sterk, Sedlacek, and Puxley did in their AER 2021 paper. And what they did was basically creating a statistical model in order to decompose ex-ante heterogeneity and ex-post shocks in the probability that firms grow, like startups grow. So what they want to see is what explains firm growth behavior, but also they develop a more complex model to see what explains firms exiting the market. So this framework helps us to see what's happening with those small firms. So basically, it allows us to understand if these firms are dying because they had bad business ideas or because they got more exposed shocks than medium-sized firms. So in order to do this, we had to construct a cross-sectional autocovariance function of employment by age at the firm level. So we use, again, data from PILA. We had 10 years of data. It would be amazing if we can have longer data. We are going to repeat this exercise, adding 2 more years of data, because we use data up to 2018 here, and we're going to add data up to 2020, but we don't want to get all mixed up results because of COVID. So we can only use 12 years of data at best right now. And what we use is that this model that we construct a panel by firms, and we can see the number of employees in each firm. We run a regression using log employment, adding firm fixed effects and adding sector fixed effects, and we recover residuals, and that's what we use for our estimation. And then what we can see here, okay, this is the statistical model. I'm not gonna go into details because I have like 2 minutes, but in the next few months, you're gonna be able to read the paper with the model. We have a draft now without the model. So basically what we did here is estimating this statistical model. We have the ex-ante component, the exposed component. We can calibrate each of these parameters. We can recover them, and then we will be able to use those parameters to do more exercises. And these are the results, the preliminary results that we get so far. So here in the standard deviation on this figure 1, what we can see is how it looks, the firm size dispersion of firms in our data. So we can see that even from age 0, which is the year of creation of the firm, or the year that we can see for the first time the firm in PILA, there's very large heterogeneity in firm size. Super high, it's like 0.6. So, and we can see that this heterogeneity increases over time. In this autocorrelation figure, what we can see is that each of these lines is a fixed year of creation of the firm or year of appearance and pillar of the firm. So for example, this first one is H0, so when the firm was first created. And what you can see is what's the share of the, how is the correlation between firm size when it was created in H0 and when it was created, when it was like year 8 of creation, for example, like 8 years after creation. So we would like to have more data in particular in order to get these curves to stabilize and to be like flatter. But given that we don't have more data, we cannot see when they become like flatter. So let's see how it looks like when we add 2 more years of data. And here we have the fit of our model with the data. So as you can see, my co-author, Gustavo, did a great job at fitting the data. We're still trying to improve some parameters, but it looks good so far. So finally, this is the contribution of ex-ante heterogeneity in employment dispersion in our data. So here we have small and medium-sized firms, and you can see that when we have this, the black line, which is the balance panel data, ex-ante heterogeneity explains about 65% of employment dispersion at the time of the firm creation. So that's huge. Basically, this is just the idea that you have as an entrepreneur, how different it is that some firms, when you create them, they are very large and others are very small. Why is this important? Because what Sterk and co-authors do after this first exercise is that they use a more robust model to check how this is correlated or how this is causing different exit profiles of firms, which we plan to do that as well to check that for Colombia. So what they find is that having high ex-ante heterogeneity makes the firm more vulnerable to any other micro-level shock that the firm might have. So that's why these firms might exit even more than firms that have a lower ex-ante heterogeneity. Then we get the same results when we look at the comparison of small and medium firm sized. This is showing that small firms have a higher ex-ante heterogeneity than medium-sized firms. So that's where we are right now. We are working on this last part of the paper. We hope to have a new version soon. So our conclusion is that this policy of the first employment law did create formal firms. It was successful in creating formal firms. But that policy suffered from the same issue that all the other policies that are similar to that one suffer, which is, yeah, you can create formal firms, giving incentives, but those firms don't last more than a few or a couple of years. So if that's the goal of the policy, that's okay, but we need to evaluate the cost benefit of such laws, because usually they are very expensive to implement because the state doesn't get as much money in taxes, but then the firms die. So we don't know how to measure that, the welfare effect of such laws, so we have to do more studies on that matter. But what we know, what we learn from this paper is that having the law per se is not enough. You need to give entrepreneurs some other support. Yes, they need credit access, but they also need someone guiding them in the process of creating their business in order to avoid bad ideas, you know, like in order to help them to have better ideas. That would be better. We have the example in the US, there's a lot of these incubators that actually do that. They try to help people with some ideas to have, to you know, like become their idea better or more suitable for business. So we think that that's where our results are showing. So yes, you need these policies. Yes, you need credit access, but that's not enough. You also need other policies to help create better firms that are formal. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Andrea. This is pretty interesting. I have a question, and I don't know if this could be feasible to do in this paper. But you say, ley de primer empleo, first law employment, sounds like it was a law that was enacted to promote the creation of formal firms, right? Especially for young entrepreneurs. But at the same time, I don't know if it's intended or not intended, but we call it like a spillover effect. It's like probably some informal firms could benefit from this, right? In the sense that, I mean, since they are informal, they are not registered anywhere, so they can appear like new in quotation, and they take advantage of the law. Obviously, with the PILA, we cannot see that, as you know, in many other projects, but probably if you go to the household survey, just to see if there is an idea of a sense of how much this law also benefit to reduce current informality. No new I mean, there is informality for people that potentially could be informal when they enter, but there is a current informality just to see how much of that could happen. I don't know if that could be interesting or feasible to see like a spillover effect at some point.
No, that would be super interesting. I think the problem is that with the HEIH data, you can only do that for the past 2 years, but it's very hard to do for the period of interest of us. So that would be the issue. But I agree with you, it would be great to be able to have like a census of informal firms like Brazil has. We don't have that. So unfortunately, we can only focus on formalization, but not on informal firms transitioning to formality. Now, if you were concerned because of the firm size, that you might say, oh, but the medium-sized firms that are new in the PILA, maybe they were informal and they were started to grow. Yes, that could be the case, but the evidence shows that informal firms are usually very small because they face the risk of being caught if they grow too much.
So I have a question regarding the reduced form evidence at the beginning. So I'm concerned that some people might try to just cheat with this law and get a partner that is young to open a new firm instead of, you know, opening the firm without this partner. So basically, if that were the case, you would see a reduction in firms with old owners that would compensate this increase in young owners firms. So I wonder if there's any way to test that. Maybe with the Chamber of Commerce data, you have the age of the partners or something like that. Because I mean, if that were the case, you're just like moving, you know, firms that were gonna be created anyways to this young segment, and to get the benefits, and then I'm not sure the overall effects of the policy are there, right?
Yeah. So I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening here. Yes, we don't have that data on the age of the owners of the firm, unfortunately. So we cannot like rule that out. But I think that in our case, you know, if we have a lot of like older people partnering up with young people to create firms, I saw a recent paper by Andres Zambrano and Maloney that they showed that there's something called like the entrepreneurial capital. So these older people might have more entrepreneurial capital, which, I mean, like in order to create a successful business, you need to try and you need to fail and you need to try. So maybe these older people have more of that, you know, like more experience. And that would be helpful in order to make these firms last longer. And we are not seeing that. So we see these firms die very quickly. So I don't know if that's like the main thing driving these results. Nicolás. Oh, Camilo, sorry.
Thank you, Andrea. I feel I've seen the whole life cycle of this paper, and every time there is something new, which is really cool. But I didn't I like the model, but I didn't understand what's the connection between the model and the policy. Can you explain that a little bit further? So
what we try to do with the model is explain or understand better why these small firms are dying more. So yes, we have a law that helps to create firms, but that law is not enough in order to create successful firms. So what we want to do with this model is try to explain or understand better how firms grow. What's the mechanism behind? So what do we need in order to have firms that grow and don't die? So that would be the connection between the two parts of the paper. Now, I understand this is new, so of course we're trying to still work out how we put that part in the paper, but that would be the connection. So far we don't have the model in that sense, we just have a statistical model. But when we walk to the path of having the other model, we might need that. And Gustavo agrees with me, so yes. Nicolás.
Thank you, Andrea. Super interesting. I have a question about the credit results. I find it surprising that you're finding this negative effect, right? If I understood correctly, your policy includes, this collateral
Yeah.
I can remember the name, but then why? Yeah, like how can you reconcile that you have incentives to take more credit, but then when you look in the data, you find a negative effect?
So I think that the problem with that strategy of the credit aspect of the law is that it's not clear. It took them 2 years in order to enact the law that regulates Fondo Nacional de Garantía in order to give the discount. So the law was the law accepted beneficiaries from 2010 to 2014, and you created the credit incentive in 2012 at the end. So I think that's the problem, that the law didn't create it in time. You know, like we don't know for sure if that strategy worked or not because it was created very late in the program, even though the law included that aspect since the beginning. But the government failed in order to create that strategy in order to be able to work. I don't know if that's. Yeah, we can do that. We can look at a narrower window period. Yes, Leo.
Thank you for excellent presentation. I have this question. So you find that the first fact that you find is intended to treat. So the population of firms that were supposed to be benefited from the policy, they're the ones who are growing.
Yes.
But in the second part,
No, they are the ones who are dying.
no, in the first part, they are the ones
Who are being created.
Who are being created.
Yes.
Who are being created. But in the second part, you don't know which one of them will in fact created because of the policy, because was intended to treat. And it's natural to think that it takes time to a firm to establish and get to a point in which is healthy enough and not to die. So in general, smaller firms are gonna die more than the ones that are already established. So how can this be? How can the policy can be responsible for these general results? Because it's a general trend. Like new firms that are like baby firms need some time to establish, and they are gonna die more.
Yeah, but the policy. I'm not blaming the policy for all the firms that die. What we are saying is that the policy, if it wants to create formal firms that last longer, the policy has to target all these other issues that firms face. And one of the issues is like access to credit, that we know the policy provided a little bit of that, but it wasn't enough, but also you need the technical support.
But in the paper, so you are claiming that the firms that were born in this period are the ones who die? Is because it seems to me that it's a general like statistics, like younger firms die more, and that's natural.
But I don't understand. I think I'm not understanding. Yeah, like younger firms die more, and we find that.
But no, but you don't know that that's the ones who are dying are the ones that were created because of the policy. Because
okay,
you only have intended to treat in the first part of the
yeah,
paper.
yeah, yeah. I agree. I mean, we can even look at statistics of the firms created under this policy, because we have in PILA a classification of firms that were under this policy. We can look at descriptive stats to see like if actually they live longer or not than other small size firms. We can look at that, yes.
Or for example, yeah, like small firms that were created around that time.
Yeah, we can look at that. Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay, so now we have Camilo Acosta from Universidad AFIT.
So hi everyone, thanks for being here. And this is joint work with Cindy Leal, who is in the back, and she's my first ever master student. So and she's now at the IDB, so I'm very proud of her. And this document is it started as her thesis in the master's degree. Now we're working more on it, trying to polish it and to make it bigger. I'm sad about Leo that has seen this document plenty of times already. But anyway, like we want to study like if free trade agreements are being used, using transaction level data for Colombia. And why is this important? Because we know that over time, like most of us have seen for the last 20 years, every year in the newspaper, every president says, we are going to sign a new free trade agreement with United States, with the European Union, with Canada, with a lot of countries, right? And we see that between 2000 and 2022, the number of free trade agreements have gone from 2 to around 15, right? And overall, trade is good. Like, so I might be harsh on trade right now, but like I like trade. I go for like go trade, go comparative advantage. But we haven't seen that. Like, despite all this increase in FTAs, the share of non-mining exports on GDP is still very low. So we are opening our trade with the whole world. We're accessing a lot of preferential trade tariffs, and our trade is not increasing. And not only the shares, but also the value. Like I have the same figure here, but like not here, but I have the same figure with the value, and it looks very similar to this. And it turns out that these preferential tariffs, even though they are available for every exporter, this benefit is not applied directly. So an exporter has to show what's called a rule of origin. So if I import all my leather from China to make shoes, and then I want to export them to the United States, well, I'm not going to be able to access these preferential tariffs because basically the leather is from China, right? So my inputs have to be, like, at least an important part of my inputs have to be national. And we know that this is not always, like, we don't produce every input, and sometimes we are not very productive producing stuff. So in order to decree this rule of origin, it needs to be proved through a certificate of origin. So it's just a formal paper that needs to be filled through with the DIAN that just says our product has these inputs that come from this, and this place. So we're going to study if, in fact, if exporters are using these preferential tariffs, right? Basically, if new free trade agreements have affected the use of certificates of origin, given that these certificates are a necessary condition to access to trade, to access to these preferential tariffs. And also, this is important as well because the literature has shown that exporters that use certificates of origins tend to be larger, tend to have larger survival. Like some of these are just correlations, like just they have more money to cover those costs of the COs, but at the same time, some results are causal, like SITSMA in 2022, that shows that once these rules of origins are relaxed, are the larger exporters that benefit from, the larger exporters that have COs, certificates of origins, are the ones that benefit the most from trade. But even with all these benefits, all the adoption rates are quite low. So in the United States, FTA CO usage rate lies between 65 and 80%. It means that only around, well, like this is pretty high, but it means like between 65 and 80% of the firms are using these preferential trade tariffs. The others are not, maybe because they're importing their inputs from somewhere else and they cannot use them, or maybe because getting the certificate of origin might be costly and complex. However, when we go to the developing world, this percentage lies very quickly, it falls very quickly. Like in Southeast Asia, it lies between 15 and 35%. For Colombia, Cindy has another article with a previous coworker of hers that shows that only 24% of exports in Colombia have certificates of origin. Right? So only 24% of exports that, like, they technically could access a lot of preferential trade tariffs, only 24% of them are doing so. So in this paper, we're going to use this transaction level data for Colombia between 2006 and 2019, and we're going to estimate a model, a staggered treatment difference in difference model, not because we want to be very fancy, it's because we have a lot of FTAs, a lot of free trade agreements coming into time, so it calls for a staggered treatment specification to study how the usage of these certificates of origin changes when a new free trade agreement comes into force. And so we're going to exploit two types of variation. We're going to exploit this transaction level variation that is going to let us see, like, we have some exporter that for some products is using certificates of origin, for others is not. But we're also going to exploit this timing variation where we exploit the entry into force of several FTAs. And overall, we find a weak negative effect. So effectively, FTAs are doing nothing. They are not changing trade. They are not changing the behavior of exporters in Colombia. But then we find very important heterogeneous effect. So we were concerned about this zero. We were puzzled about this zero because this zero looks like politicians are just signing FTAs just to appear in the front paper, in the front page of the paper, right? But it turns out that there are very important heterogeneous effects. First, a dynamic one that we call an illusion effect, that just when the FTA starts, we see an increase in the usage of these preferential tariffs or the usage of a certificate of origin, and then it starts to decrease. And after the 4th year, it's already negative. And second, we find some heterogeneous effect comparing that. We find that the negative effect comes mainly from smaller, from manufacturing firms, from less connected exporters. And now we're trying to put all these heterogeneous effects together to try to build a complete story about what's going on. Right? So this model right now has like a well-built empirical part. Now we're trying to work a little bit on the model. So what do we do different from the rest? So this literature is very recent, it's very new, all the literature in non-trade barriers. But we are the first in documenting not only the static, but also the dynamic effects of these non-trade barriers. So usually this is done like a static specification and diff and diff, what happens after, what happens before. But we document that there are some interesting dynamic effect, which of course is going to make the modeling a bit harder. At first I thought, okay, this is a piece of cake, just benefits versus cost. But now once dynamics come into play, everything is more complicated. And we also are able to study these issues with the universe of transactions in a country. So most of custom data in other countries do not include information about certificates of origin. Information in La DIAN, which is the custom organization in this country, includes information on certificates of origin, which makes it kind of cool since previous studies rely mostly on survey data. And survey data at the firm level. So they just go and ask firms, do you use certificates of origin, yes or no? But they don't go into the weeds of like, what product do you use it for, what products you don't. So just yes or no. So we're able to see this with a very cool data set. And this granular data also allows us to explore different margins of heterogeneity. And why is this relevant? Because as I told you before, this Sitzma guy points out that liberalizing rules of origin can lead to a growth in exports and to a quality upgrading. So it's not only that we need to sign more FTAs, but we need to be very focused on like having a good FTA. Like, so I mean, like an FTA is not a synonym of free trade after all, if it comes with a lot of free trade barriers, with a lot of non-tariff barriers. So let me tell you a little bit about what mechanisms we have in mind and what do we want to incorporate in a formal model going forward. So the decision of whether a firm should use preferential trades, well, it has benefits and it has costs. The benefits will depend on how much do the tariffs fall. Like, are the tariffs, like if I want to send some shoes to the United States, are the tariffs falling from 2 to 0%, or are they falling from 8 to 0%? Right? This is the margin of benefits. And the cost will depend on, first, some fixed or administrative costs. You need to go to La DIAN, you need to fill a lot of paperwork, you need to find out how to do the paperwork. This might take some time. We know that in Colombia, everything takes time. You need to bring your photocopy of your cédula 150, right? So this is burdensome. But also it has some variable costs in the sense that maybe the fact that I'm importing some inputs from China or from Vietnam, it says something about Colombian firms, like the input suppliers. They are not that productive. It's cheaper to bring it from China. So it might be like I might be better not accessing to these preferential tariffs if like international inputs are cheaper. But there are other forced into considerations. First, from these heterogeneous firms literature, we know that, especially from the Melitz model, we know that large firms are more likely to export. There are some extensions to include non-tariff barriers like the Midova and Krishna, which they say, okay, once like large firms are more likely to export and to be able to jump through those barriers. Right? Second, there is something called the spaghetti bowl effect, and I'm sorry to mention food so close to noon, but it turns out that imagine you are eating a bowl of ramen and you want to only get one noodle. Usually the full plate comes together, right? All the noodles come together. And this is the preferential trade. Well, this is the free trade agreement world. Sometimes you have a trade agreement with Peru. Peru has one with Chile. You have one with Chile, but Chile has one with Australia, but maybe you don't have one with Australia. So everything got tangled. And there is a very cool diagram for this. I'm sorry that I didn't put the source, but it looks like a soup of noodles, right? It's just everything is so together. Sometimes it becomes really hard for exporters to disentangle and find like what can they export, where, and with what tariff. Sometimes it's just easier to look, take all my products, send them somewhere, but I don't want to go through that hustle. And third, the literature has shown that there are some information asymmetries and that these economies, agglomeration economies and networks might help these firms navigate through those asymmetries, right? Maybe you don't know how to fill the certificate of origin, but maybe the firm next door who also does shoes, they know how to do it. So maybe you can absorb some of that knowledge. So as you can see, that's a lot of elements that we need to put together into a model. So if you have suggestions, they're more than welcome. But in terms of data, so we have concepts data at the transaction level from DANE. So DANE, most of you know, is the statistical agency. DIAN is the customs agency. They put together this export transaction level database. What I mean by transaction is that we can observe the exporter ID, what product they export, to what country of destination, the exporter value, the state of origin, a lot of other variables, but important for us, we can observe which transactions are being done with a certificate of origin. And for the sample, so we're going to keep all this data. So I'm embarrassed because I've seen a lot of cool papers, Christian, Andrea, putting together like 4 big data sets. I only have DANE, but it's pretty cool. So I'm going to try to make my case that might be enough. We have unit of analysis. We collapse this panel to the firm, 6-digit product, destination, and year data, and year level, sorry. We're going to exclude all mining and derived products because they are very subject to this commodity price fluctuations. And they're and most of our exports are in oil. And we're going to include only trade partners with more than 1% of exports in 2019. So this means 102 countries, and on average, they correspond to 98% of total non-mining exports. So we're excluding things like maybe one year some exporter decided to say avocado has to Liberia, and maybe not, like it was only 1 year, right? So that just brings a lot of noise, a lot of like weird stuff that we don't want to deal with. And we also exclude Venezuela because that the president, our president, were like 2 kids playing on my field. I don't like you, you don't like me, we're going to break up, we're going to get together. So like all those, like Venezuela used to be like the 2nd or 3rd largest trade partner. In 2019, it was like the 80th trade partner. So like we don't want to deal with these shocks with Venezuela. That's just another different story. And in our data, we have information on 6 certificates of origin. CAN, ALADI. CAN is the Comunidad Andina. ALADI is some Latin American alliance. G3 was a FTA together with Mexico and Venezuela. Then Venezuela quit and was just with Mexico. CARICOM with the Caribbean. ADPA is how it's called, the FTA with the United States. And SGP, SGP, Sistema General de Preferencias. It covers what's Canada and the European Union and some other countries. So because we can observe Mexico here, Canada and the European Union here, United States here, sorry, and Canada and the European Union here, we're going to exploit the entry into force of these 4 FTAs. We cannot use this or these 2 because they were before our samples, our period of study, 2006. They are quite older, so we cannot use that variation. And there are other FTAs such as Luxembourg, Iceland, and Norway, but we cannot observe, for instance, the certificates of origin. Right? So we're going to keep this. And as a control group, we're going to use all the transactions to other countries without an FTA. But that doesn't mean that there is not some sort of a trade agreement between them. Like trade agreement exists outside FTA. They're just like the free mix means that the reduction in tariffs is quite high, but there are a lot of other trade agreements. And I'm not gonna, I feel I'm running out of time, but overall the utilization rate fell except for Canada. The utilization rate of certificates of origin fell for Mexico, for the United States, for the European Union before and after the trade agreement, For Canada, it increased, but it has an explanation. It has to be with agricultural products. That is going to be a whole, like, this is going to tell us most of the story in a few slides. So we're going to estimate two models. First, the standard two-way fixed effect, right? Where we have this variable y f p d t, which equals to 1 if export from firm F of product P to country D in year T report having a certificate of origin or 0 otherwise. With this interaction that brings together TLC, FTA with a country D, which it can be one for Mexico, Canada, countries in the European Union or the United States, and post, which will depend which FTA, well, the year that the FTA comes into force. This beta is going to be our estimate of interest, right? And it's going to capture the intersection between two of them. We have different specification, one in which we include firm, product, and destination fixed effect. We also include sometimes this price and time fixed effect just to capture this fluctuation in price, especially for agricultural products and some other commodities. And we're going to cluster our errors at the country destination level, because sometimes there are shock of demand that, I don't know, there is a hype of avocado has in Spain, so this moves the exports of everything else. So we want to capture for those movements at the country destination level. And we like to think, at least, that our treatment is exogenous to firm behavior and decisions. Why? Because we have the universe of firms. It's not that we have multinational firms. We have the universe of firms. We have a bunch of firms. And there is not a space for all of them in the negotiation tables. And moreover, these negotiation teams are composed mostly of politicians. Of course, there is someone from Andy, someone from these big gremios, but most of them are politicians. Why? Who knows? But most of them tend to be politicians. But because we have a staggered treatment, and Paulo already talked yesterday about all the limitations that there are when we have these two-way fixed effect models, we're going to be using this Callaway-Santana estimator. I don't remember why we chose that. I remember that we read a bunch of papers and we decided it sounds like the sensible choice. And we're going to exploit that we have these three treatment groups, the FTA with Mexico and Canada that started in 2011, the one with United States that started in 2012, and with the European Union that started in 2013. And so we're going to use this staggered treatment specification. So just jump into some results. First, we estimate the model with two-way fixed effects, and we find a negative effect that is positively significant of around 5 percentage points. So an FTA, when an FTA starts, the usage rate of the certificates of origin falls by 5%, which is also weird, but I'm even letting some preferential tariffs go. When we use the Callaway-Santana estimator, we find a 0. And it's a very consistent 0. It's like when we explore if it comes from the United States, European Union, of Canada, or Mexico, the 0 comes from everywhere. So there is not a single one of these 4 FTAs is being used in this way. 2 minutos. No, ¿cómo haces esto, Lucia? Then we exploit the event study specification. I was hoping you wouldn't see the colors today, but here they are. We have some sort of parallel trends. It's not as clean. But what is interesting is that when the FTA comes into force, we see an increase in the utilization rates. Exporters are getting hype, are getting happy because they have a new FTA. They go and fill up all this paperwork, all these certificates of origins. They realize they can have access to better preferential tariffs. But something happens. Soon they get discouraged, and this starts to decrease. And by year 4, it's already negative and significant. By year 5 as well. By year 6, it's less significant, but we have less variation to estimate this last period. So where is all these results coming from? So first, we want to understand if input costs are driving some of these results, right? If the fact that I have to import a lot of inputs from some other country are discouraging exporters of using these FTA preferential tariffs, the best thing we can do right now is comparing agricultural and manufacturing products. We are now downloading import database to see more at the firm level, like comparing firms that import a lot, firms that don't import a lot. But right now, when we compare agricultural with manufacturers, we see that FTAs are actually quite good for the agricultural sector. Agricultural exporters are using those preferential tariffs, perhaps because they don't have to they don't have to use a lot of inputs anyway. like relatively. Of course, they use a lot of inputs, but not compared to manufacturing products. Which, as soon as the FTA comes into force, we see this quick decrease. Right? They say, okay, look, I need to keep importing my leather from China. Like, I don't care that the tariffs were this. Second, to see this difference in productivity, like following this heterogeneous firm literature, we built a proxy of productivity comparing based on the initial size of the exporters, based on the initial value exporter from these firms, and we separate them between small and medium exporters with large exporters. We don't see any change in small and medium exporters, but we see that all this illusion effect that we call is coming from large exporters. And finally, we find that these commercial networks or these agglomeration economies are somewhat important. So we built a variable in which we say, okay, if a firm of a certain product has another firm with the same product in the same department, in the same state, I wish we had it at the city level, but we don't have that information. But it's at least at the state level, we're going to say that that firm is part of sub-commercial network. And we find that when there are some commercial networks, the usage rate goes up and then it stays positive longer and then stabilizes at 0. But when there is no commercial network, this falls very quickly. I think these are the inputs we need to build like a more formal story, a more formal model. And I'm not going to go through the conclusion, but what we want to do going forward is try to understand these mechanisms deeper and try to dig more into studying these effects of non-trade barriers. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilo. It's pretty interesting and at some point striking for those who are not that familiar with regarding the certificate. So just one quick question. Sorry, just one quick question about this. For example, in the case of agriculture, if you want to get the certificate, you have to demonstrate that you don't use any input that is important, like beginning with the seeds, beginning with the fertilizer. Is that the way that it works?
So it varies a lot. So it depends on the product, in the sector, it depends on the FTA that was signed. But for some products and some destination, that's the case. But for other products, there is more lax, like 20% or something like that. So, but it's still very high. It's not like 50-50 or 60-40, like it's still quite high. It's the majority.
So it also means that, as you say in the beginning, yes, nice for we have to go for trade and comparative advantages. But if we don't have comparative advantages in the inputs, we are also doomed at some point.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like what we find is that, yeah, like, so as long as our firms are so productive in terms not only the final good, but the intermediate inputs, like access to trade is going to be like maybe even harmful. Like I'm not going to say we should go for import substitution because it's a big no for me. But yeah, like, so like we need to find how to increase the productivity of, and right now accessing to other markets might not be the best solution.
This was super cool. My question is more like, so we see this illusion effect, and it seems that then firms did go through the hassle of learning how it works to get the CO, and then they stopped using it. So I want to know if you have a story of what's happening. Like maybe they did it, they saw it was super expensive after they did it, and they said, like, I'm not doing this again because it wasn't like worth it, or what's the story behind that?
I think here we're at the point that it will be useful to talk with some actual exporters to see what happened. But the story I have in mind is that, yeah, they were excited to get the preferential tariffs. Then they go, they file everything, they learn, and then they start to buying in the national inputs, and they realize that it's not that cost effective, that they were doing better 2 years ago before the FTA. So they just quit. So that's the story we have in mind. But yeah, it's a learning story, and so that's why we think these information asymmetries are going to be quite important. But you're right, like if anyone here, if anyone's that exports using certificates of origin, you can give me his name, please. It will be greatly appreciated.
We're good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Camilo. Now we're having Leonardo Bonilla from the Central Bank.
Okay, so thank you everyone for staying so long in this conference. I know it's noon and you're hungry, so I'll try to be short, to be quick. So this is a paper from the labor market group from the central bank. So I'm not going to read all the names, but basically everyone is there, and it's about automation in Colombia and how the pandemic might have accelerated this process. So I forgot the slide with the disclaimer, but everything I say here does not involve the bank or the board of directors. So we're gonna go through the, I'm gonna skip this. So basically the automation has accelerated pretty much everywhere, and it's a big concern, and there's a lot of literature on this phenomenon. So you can see all these old and new papers thinking about this problem, and there's some new papers basically saying that the pandemic might have further accelerated this phenomenon because it basically increased the opportunity cost of labor, right? So if everyone was supposed to stay home, some firms might have decided to buy this robot or this software that would substitute people, and in absence of the pandemic, they might have delayed this decision for some years. But in the presence of these restrictions or this unwillingness to go to work, they made the choice to finally buy that robot, right? So that's kind of the story of all this literature. And so we wonder whether this is also true in a country like Colombia, in a developing context in which you don't have much R&D, in which buying robots is relatively expensive, especially when the peso is near 5,000 pesos, the dollar is near 5,000 pesos, and the productivity is so low and there's so much informality, right? So we wonder if this is also true in a context like Colombia. The only paper that has so far studied this is in Chile, which is kind of a developed country for our standards, and they do find a slower recovery of jobs and vacancies, I think, in sectors that are in which there's more availability of technology, automation technology. So, but we want to ask this question for Colombia. So basically, what we're going to do is indirectly try to test this hypothesis. We're going to estimate the differential effect of the pandemic on job openings and employment in occupations that are more likely to be automated. And if we find this differential effect, that would be a sign of accelerated automation in our context. So Colombia is interesting because unlike many other countries in which this has been studied, we have a really low research and development budget in the firms and low productivity and a really big informal sector. So it doesn't seem the case that this country would especially benefit from this kind of automation processes, but we're going to see that even in this context, we're going to see this automation accelerating in the presence of the pandemic. We're going to use international data to measure the probability of automation. I'm going to go through the details in a while. We're going to use these event study models to test the pre-trends and measure the dynamics of the effect. And we're going to see some heterogeneous effects at the end of the presentation. So some preliminary results. So we see a persistent decline in vacancies and employment in these occupations that are prone to automation. So this would be a sign of this acceleration. Most of the estimates are driven by sectors that were affected by the mobility restrictions, which is consistent with the mechanism that we're thinking about. And I'm going to go through a small model to rationalize this. And this acceleration of automation is going to especially affect individuals over 40, females, although not as much, and people working in low-wage jobs, which is consistent also with what we have in mind in theory. So just to think about this problem in a more systematic way, I'm going to borrow the model from Acemoglu and Restrepo 2018. And basically in this model, what they have is a continuum of tasks. So tasks are constrained. Some tasks are feasible to be produced with capital, and some other tasks can only be produced by humans, right? If these tasks are complex, you need a human, but if they're not complex enough, you can substitute humans with machines, right? And what innovation does in this model is two things. On the one hand, there's automation, so it's basically for a specific task that can be automated. It's replacing humans by machines, right? And on the other hand, it creates new tasks, right? So it's not only destroying jobs, it's also creating new tasks that didn't exist before. And the impact on employment is basically the balance of these two forces. What they tend to show is that in the short run is pretty bad. You're going to destroy a lot of jobs, but eventually you should, create enough new type of tasks that would replace that. So the production choice, the production function is basically this. So a firm is gonna, for tasks that can be automated, the firm is gonna choose the cheapest one. It's that simple. So if it's cheaper to have a machine, it's gonna buy the machine. If it's cheapest to do it with humans, the cost is gonna be the marginal cost of labor, right? So what we use this model for is to think about how the pandemic could have affected these decisions, right? So we think about three main channels. So first, there were mobility restrictions. So people were basically forbidden to go to work in many sectors. And so if that were the case, but it's quite obvious that the cost of labor increased basically exponentially because it was impossible to have people going to work, right? And there were some sectors that were affected by these mobility restrictions, and some sectors that were considered essential were accepted, were not required to apply these mobility restrictions. So we can use that variation to try to assess this channel. Then there's the fear of contagion, and so people, even if they could go to work, they might decide not to go because they were afraid of getting sick. And there's also an early retirement phenomenon that a lot of people that were near retirement decided to take early retirement and never went back to work. So that could also be a force that makes work more expensive, right? Relative to capital. And then there's uncertainty regarding the length of the pandemic. So if they told us that the mobility restriction and the pandemic would last for a month, the decision is pretty different than if they tell us, I don't know how much it's gonna last, right? So if we have uncertainty regarding how long the pandemic is gonna take, I might be more inclined to buy this robot that's gonna replace 5 workers, I don't know. So there's that. So let's take a quick look at the job market in Colombia during the pandemic. So basically these are job openings. You can see a huge fall, and then the recovery, but it's rather fast, but it took, however, like a year and a half to go back to the pre-pandemic levels. So this is like the first derivative of labor, right? So it's a flow. So in this process, we lost actually a lot of jobs because they were not creating new jobs. So the stock of labor went down and is much more persistent than the openings. And there's some heterogeneity by sectors, as you can see. Some sectors were more affected by the pandemic 2020 than others. So, and we're gonna think about that. We're gonna actually kind of use that heterogeneity in a way. As for employment, we see a big raise in unemployment rates, and the effect on informality. Colombia has a really informal labor market is ambiguous. So at first it fell, then it went back up because the first jobs that we recovered were mostly informal, and then it's been going down for a while because we're recovering. We're finally starting to recover formal high quality jobs. So this is some suggestive evidence. We don't have enough data to think about the acquisition of capital in a systematic way, but this is some suggestive evidence that firms were investing more in capital. So this is the fixed capital formation, and you can see a big increase in machinery and equipment. This is R&D, and you can see some increase in the 2019-2020. And this is imports related with automation processes, and you can see also an increase post-pandemic. So I mean, this is really suggestive, but it might lead us to believe that firms were actually investing in these kinds of things after the pandemic, investing more than before, right? So our empirical strategy, we're going to need a measure of automation probability. So we're basically using this survey from the OECD countries. So they ask a lot of people in most OECD countries before Colombia joined OECD, so Colombia is not there. They ask a lot of things about their abilities and their skills and the kind of job they perform. And based on 3 dimensions, so perception and manipulation, creative intelligence, and social intelligence, they basically classify occupations by the likelihood of automation. So they do that for 702 occupations. So we basically use that data and adapt it to Colombia. So the first thing we do is that we build a weighted average of these probabilities of automation using how much we import from those countries. So if we import capital more from one country than from another, the probability of automation of that occupation in that country is going to weight higher. It's going to have a larger weight than that of a country that we have small trade with. And then, so that's a first collapse. And then we weight it by, based on the Colombian household survey, we collapse it to the 1-digit level using the employment shares from households in each city and each occupation. So we have some variation also across cities when we collapse it at the 1-digit level, but it's really marginal. It's not the variation that we care about. We just try to be precise regarding that point. So these are the automation probabilities of our 1-digit A categories that we use in most of our regressions. And as you can see, there's some heterogeneity. Managers are much less likely to be automated than elementary occupations, plant and machine operators and assemblers, so on and so forth. So there's some variation in this. And what you can see in the labor market is that effectively there's a negative relationship between the probability of automation and the change in vacancies in the Colombian labor market. So less vacancies were created in occupations that were more likely to be automated. And this is basically what we're going to estimate with a more, fancy model, but this is basically the result of our paper, right? So we're gonna run this event study model in which we're gonna interact the probability of automation of occupation C, of occupation J in CDC with a bunch of time dummy variables, and we're gonna see the difference, the marginal effect of automation probability period by period, how it evolves, right? So let's see some results. This is the impact of, so the marginal effect of automation on vacancies. And you can see a big fall starting December 2020, basically when the pandemic was announced, and another big shock when it hit Colombia. So even at the moment of the announcement, you already saw some reduction, some cuts in vacancies that were larger in occupations that were more likely to be automated. And you see a big fall starting March and April when the pandemic hit Colombia and the mobility restrictions hit Colombia. And these effects are for the most persistent. These are vacancies, remember, so this is a flow. Even if they go back to zero, in the stock, you're gonna have a lot of people that never really got their job back, right? And this is what we show in the next one. This is the stock of salaried workers in Colombia. And you see a negative and persistent effect. So basically a lot of jobs were destroyed in occupations that are more likely to be automated. When we separate by sectors, so these are the sectors that were excluded from the mobility restrictions, and these are the sectors that were not excluded, so basically were affected by the mobility restrictions. You see that most of the effect is driven by the sectors that were affected by mobility restrictions, which makes sense because this is the sector in which the relative cost of labor increased the most, relative to capital. When we first did this, we also said, well, maybe it's because these sectors also were more hit by the pandemic in a general way, right? Their production was, a lot of their production was destroyed, and it's maybe a general shock. It's not about automation. It's basically because they were more hit by the pandemic as a sector. We tried to rule that out by controlling these regressions with a lot of things. So we control by sectoral GDP, we control by sector-specific time trends, and both, and we still find the same results. So it doesn't seem like the sectoral growth is mediating this effect that we're finding in the specification that we showed before. So it really seems like an effect driven by automation and not just a sectoral thing that is related to the mobility restrictions. So some heterogeneous effects before I finish. Most of the affected people are over 40, which is consistent with most of this literature on automation, because basically their setup skills are less compatible with modern jobs than younger people. Younger people adapt better to these new jobs that are being created and are more likely to be part of a sector that is less automatable than older people. So this kind of makes sense. We see some differential effects by gender, but it's really not that much. It's just that males, I don't know, we're not sure about this period, what's going on, but they have this really long lasting effect that comes back here. I'm not sure what's happening here. It could be the reopening of childcare and schools. El paro, yeah, it could be. There was a national strike here. Could be that. I was thinking about the reopening of schools and childcare that benefit mostly women and less men. I'm not sure really what's going on here, but the effect, except for this little piece of time, results are similar across genders. And then we think about different kind of jobs. So jobs that whose wage is close to the minimum wage, so low wage jobs and higher wage jobs. And you see that this is the stock. Yeah, this is Hayech. So it's the stock of jobs. And you see some larger effects and some more persistent effect in low paying jobs than in higher paying jobs. So which is also consistent with most of this literature. So concluding, I mean, the pandemic did have this heterogeneous, this differential effect on occupations that are more likely to be automated. This could be a sign of an acceleration of this automation process in Colombia. The effects are mostly driven by the sectors that were affected by mobility restrictions and were specifically hard on people over 40, women, although the difference is not that big, and low-paying jobs. And I think this is interesting because the persistency of these effects, the fact that we have this persistent effect on the stock of workers, lead us to believe that faster automation may be one of the long-term effects of pandemic that we're going to have to be dealing with for some years now. Most of the labor market effects of the pandemic are over now. We're under 10% unemployment. Things are doing better in the job market, but this might be a long-term effect that we should be thinking about. So thank you very much.
Leo, this is very cool. By the way, I think that should be the title of the paper, like the main title, Pandemic Automation. Like, I think it's nice. But yeah. I wonder if you can do the same with the quarterly GDP statistics, see if like the productivity of the labor productivity at least increase after the pandemic. Because then now what it seems like GDP is increasing a lot, you are using less workers. So the natural thing to expect is that the labor productivity is increasing. Have you considered that?
Yeah. We have been. I mean, this slide was a reviewer's comment. So basically, we're on a second round, and the one of the reviewers asked for this, and I think we also have a graph of the GDP per worker, showing that it sort of increased it kind of increased mechanically because GDP didn't fall as much as the workers. So yeah, I think we have that graph. I don't have it here, but I'm pretty sure it shows what you want to see. So that's good news. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's an increase in productivity when you think about it. But automation is in a way an increase in. It depends on how you measure productivity. If you think about a residual productivity, it's not necessarily that, because you usually see automation as K, capital. But if you think about simply product per worker, automation is productivity, right? So it depends on how you measure it. But yeah.
So Leo, super interesting. I was wondering about other things that could happen, with the start of the pandemic, and I'm thinking specifically about, like all these credit programs that started right with the pandemic that could be also potentially targeted to some specific sectors, for example, more capital intensive, and then that explaining part of the results, that it is not only the fact that labor is more costly, but also that now you have, it's easier to get access to a loan to buy that machine that you wanted to buy in the past, something like that.
Yeah, we could try to control for these programs, and I mean we do have the data on these programs, so we've been trying to evaluate some of them, so we could definitely try. My guess is that most of the fixed effects are capturing all that, and some of the programs were not really that targeted to some sectors, or when they were targeted, the difference between those sectors and the rest of the sectors are not that big. So for instance, the PAEF 2 version, the second version of PAEF, had some additional subsidies for the sectors that were more hit by the pandemic, like tourism and restaurants and stuff. But the difference in the subsidy was really small. It's like additional 10% in the payroll tax for men, something like that. It's not that big, but I mean, definitely we could try to rule that out properly in the same way we try to rule out cheap GDP. So thanks.
Yes. So the story, you told of sort of this, the shifting automation was hard to get straight in my mind in the time when the supply chain was totally disrupted. Like, people are not introducing new machines to substitute for workers. So I think the narrative is probably one of the heterogeneous firms, right? You have sort of within a sector, right? You have the firms that are automated versus not, and then you have a differential dropout of the ones that are not automated because they're more affected. That makes more sense to me. I'm wondering if it's possible for you to in some way stratify to really pick that up, whether it's a cross-firm change or a within-firm change.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things that we could do to rule out these like differential firm exit, I guess. That's what you're... Yeah, no. Yeah, I get the point. Yeah, we could try with Pila to rule out some of that, or to assess that. I kind of want to rule it out. But I know I like the idea of firms buying robots, but I guess that's but yeah, this could be happening too, I agree. Yeah, we could try a couple of things to think about that mechanism. Our main estimates are at the individual occupation level, not the sector. So even within firms, you're gonna see some jobs that are gonna be destroyed more than others, right? So, but we could try some things to think about these heterogeneity across firms. I think that's it's an interesting point.
Yes. No, I think there's information coming regarding that question. I think you could use, and we wonder why you are not using the information on imports of machinery, which is available at the firm level. And you can basically identify the sector of each firm. I mean, you have the identifier of the firm. And you can, for example, first of all, you can see whether you have what kind of machinery they have. And then you can see whether these imports
Yep, that's a fair point. I mean, what we try to do across the paper is to stick with the occupation level. So, for example, for this exercise, what we built is an occupation sector city database, but we still have the occupation variation because our automation measure is mainly at the occupation level. So we could try that by sectors. We could try to build a measure of probability of automation by sectors. It's not exactly the story we want to tell, but we could definitely try to do that. And what we don't have is imports of machinery by occupation, because it doesn't exist, right? So it doesn't. They're never going to tell you we're buying this machine to replace you, accountant, right? But that would be an ideal measure, but we don't really have that kind of measure of machinery at the occupation level. But we could try at the sector level something to have some estimate of that mechanism. The other thing is that it's not only machinery. In many cases, what you're going to have is it's software. If you have big impacts in the service sector, it could be software. It could be a lot of things. So yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. And yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's why we included this, but we could try to estimate something more sharp using that data. So yeah, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Leonardo. Gracias. Now we're having our last session before lunch. It's about crime. So I welcome Lucas Marín from Universidad de los Andes, Ander Rivera from Universidad Javeriana Cali, and Lucie Lebeau from the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. Vamos a tratar de cortar un tris que vamos tarde, ¿no? Sí. Ay, no, te aviso 5 antes. ¿Listo?
So as I was mentioning, in this paper we measured selective violence to the killing of social leaders that we plot in this graph. Since the signing of the peace agreement with the FARC, there is evidence of this positive effect and of other policies implemented during the peace negotiation. And one important point here is to highlight the importance of these actors in vulnerable communities in Colombia, as they are the only link between the state institutions and their communities. Additionally, there has been proven that there are other factors that put them at risk, such as land dispossession,
opposing to armed actors and to illicit economies. Parallelly to this phenomenon of social leader killings, as you may know, land disputes and agrarian disputes are at the roots of civil conflict in Colombia. So what we aim to study in this paper is the effect of the land restitution policy that was designed in 2011 on the violence against these social actors. So as here you may see, there is evidence of the positive effects that, for example, Christian Pozo has worked on with his co-authors, exploring the positive effects of the policies to repair victims and to restitute their lands. The evidence suggests that there is a positive effect in well-being, in human capital accumulation, and in trust within victims' communities. So we empirically aim to estimate the effect of this intervention in violence against social leaders, and we complete our empirical identification strategy with some semi-structured interviews to policymakers that were involved in this policy. So to give a brief context of the agrarian context in Colombia, land informality is predominant in most of the Colombian municipalities, and as Eleonora yesterday mentioned, the property of the land in Colombia is mostly a sociological matter in which community leaders sell letters to kind of certify the tenants of the land. So I want to briefly explain the structure and the operation of the land restitution policy. And in this paper, we just focus in this administrative stage. We do not focus in the judicial nor on the post-sentence stage as the other papers evaluating this policy have done. So in 2011, the Victims Law was passed, and this law included a policy to repair victims and to restitute their land. And the process to get access to this policy is that each victim individually or collectively for ethnic communities approach the institutionality and make a request to claim the restitution of their land. And after that claim, the URT, which is the entity in charge of implementing this policy, had to verify that the law, the claimed law, fulfill the law requirements that are being effectively, forcibly displaced from the land, or had to abandon the land in the means of the conflict, and that the displacement occurred between 1991 and 2010. So when those requirements were fulfilled, the law passed to another component of the policy, that was the microfocalization, that were led and had the cooperation of the armed force. This microfocalization process was constituted by a intelligence board that included all the armed forces of the state, in which they made an analysis of security conditions in the territories that they were going to intervene through the land restitution policy. So in these boards, they analyzed 17 variables to make a favorable concept about the intervention of the URT in those territories, and they enable the process to continue by inscribing the land in the register of dispossessed and forcibly abandoned land in Colombia. After those let's say criteria were met, the process started its judicial stage, in which it was in charge of judges. They made a sentence, and if the sentence was favorable for the victims, they received a compensation and a reparation, kind of a comprehensive reparation for being displaced from their land. And I want to focus in the microfocalization component and explain you very in detail what this component aimed to. So here in our qualitative section of this study, we interview the former director of the URT, and one of the advantages of this security mechanism was that it enabled the URT and the policy to intervene very and highly conflicted territories. For example, in this quote, what the director says is that in Tumaco, which is one of the clusters of violence and illicit activity in Colombia, they were able to intervene to microfocalization by identifying specific land plots in which the intervention of the policy will not alter violence dynamics in that municipality. Additionally, here there is a quote of a former president of Colombia, and again the former director of the URT, in which they state that the creation of this component was to anticipate the potential security throwbacks that the intervention could cause. So many of these interventions, such as the crop substitution program, alter in a negative way the violence dynamics in these territories, and the land restitution policy could also have these effects. So they design this component in the policy to avoid and to ex ante internalize the potential security cost that this intervention will cause. In terms of the empirical strategy to identify these effects, what we employed is an event study strategy in which we consider that the intervention of the state occurs in the moment in which the first land plot is inscribed in the registry, as that moment is in which a comprehensive intervention of the state institutions occur, instead of the request of a land, which is a demand side decision made by victims, or the sentence, which is a individual reparation action of the state towards a household. So here it is very important to clarify that our empirical strategy enables us to estimate the effect of the whole land restitution policy, not just the inscription of the land, but all the components that were associated at that moment of time. That was the microfocalization, and as well the arrival of institutional presence in those territories to verify that the criteria established at the law were met. So we estimate a classic static event study model in which our outcome variable is the rate of social leader killings by municipality in each year. This variable is measured by Somos Defensores, which is an ONG that has been measuring this phenomenon since 2005. At the end, maybe we can discuss most about this measurement. And we receive all the information from the URT to measure the moment in which the inscription of the first land occur, the moment in which the first request occur, and so on, of the different stages of the intervention of the policy. We included time fixed effects, other covariates at the baseline year, interacted with year fixed effects to control for potential observable differences between these municipalities. And we include this heterogeneous effect of the ceasefire, as all the literature points to an increase in violence against this actor after 2015. So we wanted to explore the differential effect that the intervention had after the ceasefire with the FARC, as this policy started its implementation since 2011. This is the classic dynamic event study specification that we wanted to prove here the pre-trend assumption and explore the dynamic effects of the intervention. And I want to move to the potential identification of threats that you may be concerned of. The first one is one potential concern is that the intervention occur only in municipalities with different or specific levels of violence against social leaders. But as I mentioned, the variables that were accounted for in the microfocalization component were unrelated with social leader dynamics and with social leader exposure in these municipalities. But we also included a pre-level of violence against social leaders as a control variable to be comfortable that we are not estimating bias effects. Additionally, there could be a concern in the selection of the sample, as not all the municipalities in Colombia are potential to be beneficiaries of this policy. So we restricted the sample to municipalities in which at least there is one request for a restitution in Colombia. But with that sample restriction, it is possible that as well a municipality with one restitution request or many restitution requests did not meet the criteria established by law. So we're restricted to municipalities that we can guarantee that are effectively treated, effectively affected by conflict with an index that we created. So those municipalities effectively are affected by conflict. And lastly, we restrict the sample only to municipalities that were effectively treated in terms of the inscription of at least one land plot in the registry. So in that last selection of the municipalities, what we are exploiting is the time variation between the moment in which the first land plot was inscribed in comparison to a municipality that will receive in forthcoming years the first inscription of the land plot. For the third and fourth robustness checks, I don't have the results here, but you can find them on the paper, and all the results are consistent through all these potential identification threats. And lastly, we include the classical new developments in differences models, and we estimate our results through the Callaway and Santana methodological estimation. Here we just wanted to present that the pre-level of social leader killings is not associated with the treatment of the municipalities. So we certainly recognize that some characteristics of the municipalities are associated with receiving the treatment, but we can guarantee that the previous level of violence against social leaders is not determining or is not correlated with receiving the intervention. Moving on to the results, the first result that we wanted to highlight is that the intervention did not increase in average the killing of social leaders, in which we think it's a good news in terms of the rest of the policies that we have studied increased dramatically the killing of these actors. So finding no results in the average estimation, we think it's a positive result. And when we disaggregate the effects by the period posterior to the ceasefire and previous to the ceasefire, what we find is that this intervention avoids the large increase on killings of social leaders that occur after the ceasefire. We include this third column here to guarantee that the specific fixed effect of the ceasefire was not negative, and that negative effect was not confounding with our interaction and with our heterogeneous effect. And we find that this estimate is consistent with the one that did not include this time fixed effect for the ceasefire. So we can be comfortable with that this interaction, the negative effect of the intervention in the period posterior to the ceasefire, is independent on the inclusion and the estimation of this specific time fixed effect. Here we present the pre-trends assumption that strongly holds for the period previous to the first inscription of the land plot. And I want to move to the Callaway and Santana dynamic specification, which is clear and more robust in the post-cease period, in which it is straightforward that after the ceasefire, the intervention effectively reduced during the first period the killing of social leaders, and that previous to this, let's say, moment in time, we do not find these effects. The results in terms of magnitude, what they represent is that in absence of this policy, in the conditions that occur after the ceasefire, in absence of the policy, the killing of social leaders will be 2 times higher than it was in municipalities that received the policy in comparison if they would not have access to this intervention. And our explanation of the results is mainly to the mechanism that we argue in this paper are twofold. The first one is this evidence that previous studies have built in terms of the comprehensiveness of the policy, in which the trust was increased, the socioeconomic conditions increased, and other socioeconomic variables such as human capital, access to credit, increased after the intervention. And this is consistent again with the statements that President Santos did in the interview we had with him. And secondly, the the second mechanism that we put forward is the potential positive effect of the design of this microfocalization element, as we are finding that the articulation between the armed forces and policymaker was very suitable in terms of the focalization of the program. So in the interviews, what we were able to identify is that the change in this policy was that armed forces were responding to the orders of civil servants and to the decisions of the policymakers, and that changed the relationship between armed forces and communities in the territories affected by conflict. This mechanism, we're not able to explore it, but I want to move forward. But the first one, in some kind we are, and what we are identifying is that in these quartiles, in the municipalities that the policy reached a higher intensity, it's in where we are finding the negative results in social leader killings. And if we interact those quartiles, the effect is concentrated in the fourth quartile in the period posterior to the ceasefire. So it is in those municipalities in which the policy intervened with a higher intensity, in which the state was able to respond with a higher intensity to the request and the claims of the victims, that we are finding a negative effect on social leader killings. And lastly here, what we do is to compare the characteristics of the municipalities before the intervention. And what we find reassuringly is that in terms of rural institutional capacity measured through the last update of the cadastro instrument in rural and urban areas, the year is not statistically significant in comparison to the control group. So we can suggest that the levels of institutional capacity in those municipalities in which we're finding a negative effects are not different from those in which the policy did not intervene. That could be one of the confounding of our estimates, and nor we're not finding difference in the presence of paramilitary groups, in the presence of left-wing guerrillas, nor in massacre rate, victims rate, and homicides rate. So in all of these characteristics that could explain better levels of violence in these municipalities, we're not estimating significant differences before the intervention. So, and the last things in terms of the conclusion that I want to say is that we think in terms of policy implication that this mechanism, this design of the land restitution policy could have some lessons for other rural interventions, such as the crop substitution programs, that could be designed in terms of protecting communities and not to exposing them by changing the violence equilibrium in these territories. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to hear your comments.
Really nice paper. I have one question. I mean, there were like a big shift in the way of the leaders. The social leader was after and before the land restitution, because before, I mean, you have more environmental leaders, and the other one you have more leaders that were trying to seek the restitution. So I was wondering if I mean, if you explore this heterogeneity in the results, and perhaps the targeting is changing, and perhaps the decreasing is just because the new leaders are claiming for those topics in which you don't have any confrontation with the existing illegal groups in the municipalities.
Yes, thank you, Juan Carlos, for your comment, and that was the slide that I skipped here. So what we try with this test is to explore if there are differential effects by type of leader. And as Eleonora mentioned yesterday, community leaders have a very important role in terms of the land property in those territories, as they are the one that signed the cell letters. And what we are finding is that the effect is concentrated in this type of leaders and in the ones that are claiming for rights for victims. So what we think is that this differentiation by type of leadership is very consistent with the theoretical framework and with the design of the policy, as they're protecting the, let's say, key leaders that can guarantee the rights and institutional security of communities. And we try to explore these effects on other leaders, such as Afro-Colombian, peasants, and indigenous, and we do not find effects on this type of leadership in the program. So I think that the differentiation of the effects by leadership could be very compelling in terms of the theoretical approach that we propose.
Just a quick question. Could you clarify what inscription means?
The inscription is the moment in the policy that we're exploiting to represent the intervention of the state, the first arrival of the state through this policy. To achieve the intervention, there were two ways: the fulfillment of the law criteria and the approval of the macrofocalization. So
okay, but no, just so, and could you show the previous slide? So if I get it correctly, so the inscription effect is positive, right? And the interaction with the ceasefire is what makes it negative, or somewhat negative.
In this, which is, we think it is the most robust model, the full sample, the effects are no. And that we think it is a positive result because the intervention is not altering a violence equilibrium. Conditional to the post-cease period, we are finding a negative effect after of the intervention. And that's much clearer in this graph.
Okay, no, I was thinking about the previous results that were...
Yes, this one, this coefficient.
Okay.
In average, what we are finding is that the inscription is not increasing social leader killings. When we disaggregate, yes, this is a positive.
So the thing is,
effect.
I don't see why you say that it is. I mean, it seems to me that it's the ceasefire that is having an effect.
And
no, I mean, your paper should be about the ceasefire, not about the land restitution. The land restitution seems to increase killings.
The ceasefire, in a previous paper of Prem and co-authors, what they show is that the ceasefire increased social leader killings. And what we do with this last column is to prove that this period is associated with a higher levels of social leader killings. It is the interaction between the intervention, conditional on the period of the ceasefire, that is associated with the negative.
Okay, yeah, but you could have named the paper otherwise too, I guess.
Thank you. Nice paper. So I understand the motivation on the killing of social leaders, given that it increased so much and given that there is the Prem-et-al. Paper. But it seems to me that you're going further than telling a story about killing of social leaders. You're talking about reductions in violence, and presumably there is many other ways that violence could have increased following inscription. And so maybe this is a context question. Maybe that's irrelevant kind of for this time period in these parts of the country. But if not, then is that something you can look into?
Yes, thank you for the comment, and I think we agree with it, and that's what the framework of the paper was: selective violence through specific actors. At the beginning, we tried to explore other types of violence, such as homicides, attacks of armed groups in municipalities. But as the microfocalization component included all these variables in their process of analysis in this intelligence board, we prefer to let all those other violence measures aside because it was problematic in terms of the identification, because the inscription of a land plot depended on the homicides and the evolution of homicides in that municipality, as well as of other attacks of other groups. So we stick to the social leader that was our initial concern, and we did not include the other variables for that reason.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you, Lucas, for your presentation. Now I welcome Andre Rivera from Universidad Javeriana. And is Lucy in the room? Oh, there you are. Great.
Hola. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm more than happy to get all the comments from this joint work with Paula Zamora. Our work is titled The Economic Root of Violence, Evidence from an Imperfect Peace in Colombia. So as of 2013, there are records of at least 172 peace negotiations. Of these, 90 ended on a formal agreement, and then within the universe of peace agreements that reach an implementation phase, at least more than 10% of those negotiations returning to war. So some of those conflicts include, for instance, confrontations between the government of Ethiopia with EPLF, the Colombian government against the ELN, among others. So why peace negotiations might fail? The literature points to asymmetric information and commitment problems as the main fact driving these kind of results. For instance, once a rebel group is disarmed, the government has the incentive to not implement the political provisions reached during the agreement. So the armed group anticipate this, and then the negotiation process could end, right? So in this paper, we try to argue that there is also economic incentives to return to war. We follow this literature relating about how conflict and violent conflict and income is related, particularly how changes in income promote violence. And this is particularly important in contexts where a conflict is based on resources and multiple parties are involved. So we argue that the mobilization of an armed actor in this context could trigger violence. In this case, that demobilization may not change the size of the rents that are contested, but could change the way these resources are distributed. And precisely that change in the distribution could trigger violence. So you see here the evolution of violent events in the Colombian context before and after the final peace agreement with the FARC insurgency. You see that violence de-escalates as the peace agreement reaches a final stage. However, after the signing of the peace agreement, there is a spike in violent events. So we try to understand what are the elements behind this spike of violence, at least in the Colombian context. So do economic factors lead to post-conflict violence in Colombia? We show in the paper that violent attacks rises by 0.12 attacks after the peace referendum in Colombia. This effect is important if we compare this measure with the average number of events right before the peace negotiations. Armed actors other than FARC looked to expand to former FARC strongholds, and they used the outcome of the peace referendum as a measure of the cost of conquering those territories. So the effects we observe here are larger in municipalities that have an strategic value. For instance, those municipalities that were controlled by FARC, and also those municipalities that provided some kind of illicit rent, basically, mostly from coca cultivation. So this paper speaks directly to three kinds of literatures: the correlation between income and conflict, also what are the elements behind the persistence of a civil war, and finally, we are linked to this recent literature on the political economy of peace in Colombia about the intended and unintended effects of the peace agreement with the FARC insurgency. So many of you know the context behind the Colombian conflict. I just want to highlight a couple of elements. The development of the conflict was directly linked to the dynamics of the drug trafficking business. For instance, by 2009, Colombia was the major exporter of cocaine, supplying almost 60 to 80% of the global supply. So an official peace agreement began between the Colombian government and the insurgency, began on 2012. After 4 years of this process, the Colombian government called for a peace referendum in order to legitimize the agreement reached with this insurgency. This referendum had to meet these two conditions, and polls were pointing out like most people will support the peace. However, at the end, most citizens, or at least those who participated in the electoral process, voted against the peace negotiation, or at least against the peace agreement with the FARC. You see here like the spatial distribution of these results. Even so, the peace referendum was a national policy. This information or these results provide important information to other armed groups that didn't take part of the peace of the negotiations, just to try to understand how to use violence in a strategic manner, basically. So we argue in the paper that the disarmament of FARC represents an economic shock, given that the FARC was a major actor within the dynamics of the drug business in Colombia. Just to give you some numbers, in 2015, the FARC was present in 29 municipalities that produced coca, at least 30% of all producing municipalities. These municipalities covered at least 40% of production during that year. And if we include prices or final prices of cocaine, the economic rent under the control of FARC reached at least $400 million during that year. So we believe this is an important amount of money that could alter the incentives to use violence in a strategic manner. So we argue that these other groups that didn't take part of the peace negotiations want to control the rents left behind the FARC after its demobilization. So they use the outcome of the peace referendum as a measure, or at least as a proxy of the cost conquering those territories, or at least those territories left by the FARC after the disarmament. So the peace referendum won in municipalities that where the FARC had a strong social base, or at least the local population voted against the presence of any armed group in the local territory. So we argue that the cost of conquering former FARC strongholds that voted in favor of the peace agreement is larger than the cost of conquering municipalities that didn't vote or voted against the peace agreement. Basically because the preferences of the local population are not aligned with the preferences of these other armed groups. We use that data from different sources. We use information on conflict from Universidad del Rosario. We use information from Registraduría Nacional, and also include a bunch of measures about electoral risk and municipal characteristics. So it's hard to imagine that the estimates from an OLS regression could provide us like the causal effects of our treatment in this case. So our empirical strategy is based on this regression discontinuity design, where the outcome variable is a number of violent events perpetrated by non-state armed groups that didn't take part of the peace process. We use the vote share during the referendum as the score variable. And we have some baseline model, but we tried different variations of this baseline model. We include parametric and non-parametric estimates. We include linear quadratic polynomials. We use different kernels. We use different measures or different ways to create these bandwidths around the cutoff. And also we test different heterogeneous effects. So this is like the main picture of our plot of a paper. We see this continuous jump in these violent events around the cutoff, supporting the fact that violence is higher in municipalities that didn't support the peace agreement with the FARC insurgency. This is like the main table. We try different specifications, different bandwidths. We also include different set of controls, like political controls, multiple controls. And the results are pretty consistent across all these empirical models. So the point estimates rounds like 0.08 or 0.12 average attacks the year after the peace referendum took place. So this is using the linear polynomials, we see the same kind of results on other specifications, including quadratic polynomials, using different kernels, or even if we expand the sample 2 years after the referendum took place. We also run a bunch of robustness checks, the usual checks associated with this kind of regression discontinuity designs. We see no evidence of score manipulation. There is no evidence of any jump around the cutoff in addition to our main outcome variable. These results are not linked to the presidential election during 2014, neither with conflict events that happened or occurred before October 2016. So there are some mechanisms behind these results. For instance, these kind of attacks are only perpetrated by other armed groups, groups different from FARC or FARC dissidents. Also, the effects are larger to those municipalities that were controlled by FARC and that are exposed to the influence of other armed groups, particularly paramilitary groups. We don't see this effect, for instance, in municipalities that were not controlled by FARC. Even this effect is negative for any group. Okay. Then we test the influence that illicit rents could have on these dynamics of violence. And we see that indeed there is an increase in violent events in municipalities controlled by FARC and also had the presence of coca and mining exploitation, just for those municipalities controlled by FARC. Interestingly enough, we don't see that effect for other type of municipalities. So it seems that these attacks concentrate on those municipalities that represent some strategic value to these other armed groups. And in the same line with this argument, we just try to see what is happening with these municipalities that receive some kind of money for different development programs. And in line with the role played by these illicit rents, we see a differential increase in violent attacks in municipalities where the government is making some effort in substituting these illicit crops. So again, somehow these municipalities represent an economic value for these other non-state armed groups. So just to close, we provide evidence that there is evidence that economic incentives could help to resume violence after peace negotiations. In the context of Colombia, the peace negotiations with the FARC insurgency represented an economic shock that generated some unintended effects. We see an increase of violence in municipalities that voted against the peace agreement. This increase concentrates in municipalities previously controlled by FARC and also could provide some kind of rents to these other non-state armed groups. So the main limitations of our paper, I think, is that we only capture like the local average streaming effect of this association. So right now we're trying to evaluate different definitions of territorial control and violence, and maybe include some arguments about how behavioral economics in this context could help us in the argument we try to provide in this paper. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Andres. Okay. Thank you, Andres. I'm wondering how the RD tells me something about the economic rents, right? And one thing that I don't completely understand is that in this case, when you think about the closed elections, type of design, when you cross the threshold, something happens specifically in that place, right? So you move from, I don't know, a red party to a blue party, something like this. But in this case, nothing really happened, right? There's no discontinuity jump there in something because this was just a referendum and you wanted to know, right, where people were saying yes or no, but there were no policies, nothing discontinuously happened when you crossed that border. So I was wondering, or maybe you have something in mind that I missed. And I guess the other thing is when you cross and you have more people voting no, that's saying those are precisely places, I would think, like where FARC was not there in the first place, right? Where the FARC was not that strong. And maybe I'm wrong, so correct me if I'm. But then in those places where there was no FARC to start with, which were the places that mostly voted no, then the FARC, that's the places where there shouldn't be contestation of the resources of the FARC because the FARC was not there in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So I'm confused about what's driving all of this. Yeah.
Okay. So in that last aspect, we could show this plot only focusing on municipalities controlled by FARC, and yeah, because in this case we are including all municipalities and just seeing what is happening around this cutoff. But you're right, and maybe we could be more clear in that case and see what is going on indeed in this because at the end our argument is the effect is driven by these municipalities that had a strategic value, that were controlled by FARC, and somehow provide these rents that could help these other armed groups that are still operating even after the FARC demobilizes. But yeah, you're right. I have to be more clear in that case.
Can I just follow up on the first part, because I kind of have the same question and I'm not sure I understood the answer. So what is the mechanism you have in mind for the discontinuity to lead to a reaction, by the actors in the conflict?
Like why the outcome of the peace referendum is conditioning this kind of behavior? Is that your...
No, it's literally what's the mechanism? Like what explains your results? Kind of why would they react? So I think, it sounds like you have a story in mind of the certain actors reacting to the outcome of the referendum locally, but why would they do that? Like why do they kind of, to the discontinuity? You may see them react to kind of overall, but why would they react to the discontinuity, to the fact that it's just above or below 50%?
Not because at the end, these groups also are profiting from the same rents that were under the control of FARC, and not necessarily because the FARC demobilizes, the drug business stop. So basically, the rents is still there. These other groups that are still operating want to capture those rents that were under the control of FARC before.
But that's the same independently of the share of the vote.
That's the same what?
That's the same whether you have 49.8 or 50.2.
Okay, yeah, I guess that people get confused because the treatment is not necessarily like the vote share. It's like we argue that like the armed actor is discretizing the outcome of the peace referendum and just looking where it won, where it or at least where people voted in favor and where people voted against it, and see. Yeah, okay. That is why we're exploring the possibility of these actors are reacting on this threshold of the 50%, and we're trying to think an argument of why I don't know, like 50.1% versus 49.9%. There is such difference that at least doesn't make sense at a first glance. But yeah, we were having that same kind of discussions in other presentations, and we're still thinking of. But for sure that there are results there, and yeah.
Maybe saying that there's something in the signal, right? Becoming yes versus no, right? Maybe if you become yes, there's something in the bench and something that I think you need to think of something that's not smooth across the pressure, like economic. If that's the case, then you wouldn't see. If that's what it's doing, so maybe you can change the pitch, avoid something more like that.
Okay. Thank you, Nicolas. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. So first, I want to thank the organizers. Thanks for organizing this conference and having me in the program. I'm going to present this paper with my co-author, Christian Frasser from Univalle, on COCA-based money, the liquidity role of local complementary currencies. I work for the Federal Reserve in Dallas, so the usual disclaimer applies, where this just represents my opinions and doesn't represent the Fed's views. It's going to be a little bit more on the macro side compared to what we've seen so far, so hopefully bear with me, and I hope it'll still be interesting to a bunch of people here. So let's start with what's coca-based money. So coca-based, it's an input in the production of cocaine. As we saw before, cocaine production starts with coca crops, typically grown in remote regions, for example, in Colombia. And they're grown by farmers. And typically, these farmers take on the first step of transformation of these crops, and they make it into coca paste or coca base. Here, sometimes people use different words. And then later on, we'll sell this coca base to intermediaries who will finish the transformation into cocaine and sell it worldwide. What's interesting is that there's evidence that it's not just an input for cocaine production, but it's also used quite often in these remote villages as a means of exchange. So there's a quote from a photojournalist who visited one of those villages and said, "The customer ahead of us put a bag of cocaine base on the counter to pay his bill. I soon learned that merchants all over the region accepted coca base as payment. And the way they do it is that they, as you can see here, sellers have scales and they can weigh the correct amount of coca base. And there's a price either in pesos or a price in terms of this coca base. Okay, so there's a lot of evidence about this. Now, when we learned about this, we wondered why is that? And it seems like most of the people involved in this trade would say that the reason is that it's a solution to shortages of the official currency, which is pesos. So here there's two examples from different sources. Both of them mention this idea of shortage of currency. Okay, the money in circulation is scarce, so we use coca base. The other one saying that there's a lack of cash in these local villages. Now, as someone who mostly does monetary theory, this will bring some questions about what is a shortage of money. So I'll get to that. But first, I want to bring up the fact that, of course, the details about coca base are very peculiar to the situation because it's an illegal trade. It's linked to an illegal trade. But it's also, you could put that in a bigger context of complementary currencies. And these are currencies that are used alongside other currencies, typically official currencies, without having a goal of replacing the main currency. And if you look back at history, these kind of complementary currencies have typically been existing when there were indeed some kind of scarcity of money. And recently, there's been a proliferation of
complementary currencies, typically a little different because if you look at the projects put together, there's arguments regarding environmental concern, ethical motivations. But still, even in all of this more recent complementary currencies, if you read through the lines, somehow there's this idea that you could help boost the local economy by adding this additional currency, right? And again, there's this kind of mystery here. Why would adding another currency boost the economy, right? Why would you have any kind of real effect? So that's the first question we had. How can a local economy experience what seems to be a shortage of money? If you go back to Macro 101, think about the quantity theory of money. If there's more money in the economy, the prices are going to adjust. There won't be any impact on real outcome, and vice versa. If there's less money in the economy, you'd think that prices would go down. There should be no impact on outcomes. There's one reason that could be kind of something you could think about. Okay, what if prices can adjust literally because, let's say, you have coins and you cannot divide those coins into smaller and smaller pieces? That would be one reason. We're not going to look into this because we don't think that that's the matter in those villages in Colombia. Now, if somehow you could explain that you're in a shortage of currency regime, how could Coca-Base help? Could it really provide this additional liquidity and help people trade? And could it do so while coexisting with pesos? In which case it would really be this idea of a complementary currency. And finally, well, if the government is trying to curb the production of cocaine and Coca-Base, then one of the unintended impacts would be that not only it would impact farmers' incomes, which is something we know already, but it would also impact the provision of this liquidity in those local villages, potentially impact how much they can trade. Okay, so we try to quantify this effect. So to do that, we build a model in the new monetarist tradition. I won't give too much details here, but we want to have a model that can rationalize this idea of money shortage, as well as rationalize the idea that you can have this complementary currency helping the economy. And we'll be able to explain that indeed in this economy, local trade will be negatively impacted by decreases in the quantity of pesos. Okay, and this is going to be endogenous because the value of money in this economy will be endogenous, determined by how helpful it is in trading. Coca-Base will also be valued, but not only it will be valued for trading, it will help the local economy. It will increase how much trade can happen locally. That's for the theory side. For the quantitative side, we use data on a coca producing region of Colombia, Guaviare, and we calibrate the model, and we can quantify this impact of anti-narcotic policies on local trade, okay, through this channel of hampering liquidity. So I'll try to keep the model as short as possible. I only have 3 slides with the model. So it's a discrete time model, infinite horizon. The only agent that makes decisions in this model are the villagers from those remote areas. And in each time period, you have 3 sequential stages. In each stage, there will be a different market. Competitive market, I call CM, decentralized market, DM, outside market. And in each market, you're gonna get to trade a different good. So that's how it looks like. So in each time period, once again, you have these 3 consecutive markets. The first one is almost a technical requirements that's typical in these kind of models to allow us to solve the model analytically. It's a perfectly competitive market, and people can trade the numeral good frictionless, in a frictionless way. Okay, they can enjoy utility over this good. There's a unit cost as well, so it's frictionless. The import market really is the second one, the decentralized market. That's what we think of as a market in the local village where people will trade with one another. It's a market with frictions, certain bargaining frictions. So some agents get to trade, some agents get to be sellers. They can produce this DM good, okay, which again is the good that's traded locally. Some agents are buyers. They will enjoy consuming that good. And they're matched bilaterally, randomly, and they will bargain over how much of this good to produce and how much will I pay you. Okay, so Q is going to be this important quantity that tells us how much local trade do we have. The last market is also important. It's going to really be the market that allows us to explain why we have this shortage of money. So this market, the outside market, you can think of it as the big city that's far away from this remote village. And from time to time, you get to go there and buy things, goods and services there. And from time to time is represented by this alpha share, so not everybody gets to go there all the time. And there you can buy this other good that's almost the same as the numeric good, except you can consume it at a different time period. And here's our trick to explain how we'll have this shortage, you'll see, is that in that market, we assume that the price of this good is fixed exogenously in terms of pesos. So think that demand for this good from the small village does not impact the price in the big city. Okay, so this adds some, it's inelastic here, and so it will prevent prices from adjusting perfectly. Okay, so you can think of it as applying the idea of a small open economy, except the small open economy is a small village, and the big economy is a big city. Now, there's an official money supply in this economy, pesos, M. Details not super important here. I just want to mention that in what I'm going to present today, this supply M, we're going to take as exogenous. Okay, for some reason, at some point in time, there could be a lot of pesos in this economy or few pesos. In what we're doing right now, we're updating the model, and we're actually endogenizing M entirely, where we take into account the fact that there's money going out of the economy through this outside market. You go to the big city, you spend money, and there's money coming into the economy by selling the coca base to intermediaries, right? But here, let's keep M as exogenous. And M is going to be helpful because we assume it's kind of an extreme assumption, but I think it's fair, since we see that money is used, that credit is not sustainable locally in the village, meaning that they cannot just have a ledger where they record transactions and dispense with money. Okay, so they need some kind of money, and we see them using money, so this seems reasonable. So first, I want to show you this first result, that in this economy, indeed, we are able to see something that looks like a shortage of official currency. Because I'm skipping all of the equilibrium equation, all of the Bellman equations, let me give you the overview of the equilibrium patterns so that you understand what happens in each of these three markets. So the first market, the competitive market, in this market, people trade the numeric good, which they can produce, against pesos. And again, I told you earlier, it's a technical requirement because in the previous period, some people got to trade outside, some people got to trade locally, some people didn't get to trade. So everybody has different holdings of pesos at this point. So this market allows us to reset those holdings. By the end of this period, of this stage, everybody will have the same choice of pesos in their wallet. And the way it works is that they can, you can buy the numeraire, let's say 1 unit of numeraire, at a cost P, that's determined, that's the equilibrium outcome. And this will give them 1 euro. So if you can buy 1 unit of numeraire at a cost P in pesos, 1 over P would give you the value of pesos in this market. Okay. So P will give us an indication of how valuable pesos are in this market, okay, the inverse of it. Now you want to have some pesos in your wallet because when you go to the second stage, if you have the opportunity to buy as a buyer, you'll need to be able to pay for this, right? Again, because credit is not feasible. And here, the important variable is going to be Q. It's how much will you agree to purchase. And again, it's the outcome of the bargaining. And it's going to tell us how much of this gains from trade between villagers occur. And to see that, it's going to be important to compare Q to the first best quantity that you could trade. Okay, in the first best outcome would be that you trade so that you equalize the marginal cost of producing and the marginal benefit of consuming that good. If Q is lower than Q bar, it means that somehow the villagers are not exploiting all of the gains from trade in this village. Okay, because for example, they don't carry enough currency. All right, so that will be an important mechanism here. Finally, for those villagers who can access the big city, the OM, we show that they will purchase the good if P is bigger than beta. And the idea is that consider one extra unit of currency that you have. You could spend it in the OM, get one util, or you could spend it, or you could keep it, and next period you could get 1 over P units as the numeraire, which you discount at rate beta. Okay, so if you compare these two possibilities, you will spend it right now if P is bigger than beta. So here's what we get. So I'm showing you the price P. Again, it's the price of the numeraire in the first stage, and the quantity Q that is traded among villagers. And we get these three regimes that depend on how high is the money supply in the economy. And we can define those through threshold, M lower bar and M upper bar. If M is very low, you're in this first regime that we call the autarky regime. In that regime, the price P is below beta, which means that even if you get the chance to trade in the asset market, you wouldn't. It means that there's so little money in the economy that the value of money is very high locally, so you don't want to use it in the big city. At some point, the price is high enough that you would trade, so you start trading in the asset market. At this point, when you get past M lower bar, you can see that the more money you have in the economy, the more you'll trade locally, which is here that we break this usual neutrality, where somehow you can have a real impact on the economy. And I guess the intuition here is that when you're in the autarky regime, as M goes up, P goes up 1-to-1 against quantity theory of money. So any increase in M is cancelled out by increase in P. When you're in the second regime, as M goes up, P goes up, but not as steeply. And it's because the value of money is partially determined not just by local value, but also by this outside option you have. So you don't have this perfect adjustment anymore. Okay, so we claim that this regime in the middle rationalize what villagers are saying when they say we are in this shortage of money regime, and that's why we have to use pesos. So let me go quickly on what we do then. Once we have this regime, we add coca base to the economy. It's very similar to pesos. There's a few differences. So first, when you hold coca base, it may be seized by the government. So with some probability, you can lose your holdings. With another probability, you may be able to sell the coca base to intermediaries and therefore earning a profit. And the last difference is that you cannot use coca base in the big city. Okay, and that's, I guess, realistic here. It's an assumption, but we don't see usage of coca base as to buy things in outside of these remote regions. Then we compute the official supply, the supply of coca base in this economy. You just equalize the flow of coca base into the economy to the flow outside. And what we get is that again, I can show you those three regimes, except now we can see in black is the equilibrium with coca base and dashed without. So for any M in the middle here, you'll always have a higher quantity of trade in this economy than without the coca base. So that's the second point, showing that in this regime, using the coca base does provide additional liquidity and does help the local economy. So in the paper, we show then how changing some of the parameters that impact the supply of coca base and the value of coca base will matter for trade in the economy. But in the last few minutes, I'll just talk about the quantitative exercise. As I said, the Colombian government's been fighting coca production for a while now. We try to map some of the instruments that they use into parameters for our model. So any kind of crop destruction, such as aerial spraying, you could see as, I guess I didn't talk really about these parameters, but in short, we have 3 different parameters in the model that we can link to 3 different policy interventions, okay? Description of crops, seizures, and any kind of crackdown on the supply chain. So we calibrate the model. We have 2 specificities. One where we assume that production doesn't respond to these policies, production of coca base, and one when we assume that the production responds to these policies, and we use a paper that gives us the empirical elasticity of production with respect to crop destruction. And then we have 4 main targets to match the rest of the data. We have data on what is the pesos value of coca base locally, so what you could see on the scale earlier. We have data on the pesos value of coca base when villagers sell it to intermediaries. We know the aggregate quantity of seizures, and we know GDP per capita. So just showing you quickly the kind of results we can get then. For example, I can shock one of these parameters. How often can villagers sell coca base to intermediaries? And we can see what happens to local trade, the first panel, to the supply of coca base, to coca base production, as well as coca base sold to intermediaries. And I could show you that for any policy that I can map to the model. Maybe more interestingly, what we can do is when we can compare these policies by looking at kind of comparing their impact on the goal that the government wants to achieve versus the unintended goal. So 2 examples. On the top, what if the goal of the government is to decrease the quantity of coca base sold to intermediaries? And then for each type of policy that you use, which could be changing seizures, changing, cracking down on intermediaries, or cracking down on production, you can compare the impact that it would have locally. And what we get is that cracking down on the supply chain, on intermediaries, is the best in terms of it allows you to decrease coca base sold to intermediaries without impacting as much the local trade locally. The worst one is policies that impact seizures because they disproportionately impact the villagers compared to how much impact they have on decreasing sales. Okay? And you can see that the results are pretty different depending on whether or not you have the production responding to those policies. Okay? So I guess I'm out of time. So let me say thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Very interesting work. Just one suggestion that may be useful for the quantitative side is maybe you can use seizures of other drugs as placebo tests. So you may use seizures of marijuana, heroin, crack cocaine, that it can to show that the response to the cocaine seizures are only for that type of drug that you are studying.
Right. So yeah, right now we don't use any kind of empirical tests. All of this is just calibrating and then making predictions. But yeah, we should look more into that. Thank you.
Do we know anything about the usage of this type of thing in the country? I mean, where they're located, where it happens, and where and the extent to which it is used?
We don't have hard data on this, but anecdotally, it's prevalent in most of those coca growing regions that are remote. Yeah.
Mismatch between the easing of intermediary and ability people to go to the city to get official cash. This mismatch is promoted. So basically, almost everywhere where there are decent distance from the villages to the big city.
So I have I don't know about this, right? So I have a different hypothesis of why might this could happen, and it's that the narcos could be in control of the supply of pesos in those regions and actually restrict pesos. So they force people, the coca crop growers, to use coca to pay for things, so they can control prices and probably get the coca cheaper. In the same way that intendencias or comisariatos worked in the big multinational companies in the 19th and the early 20th century, where they basically paid the workers with some vouchers, and then workers were forced to use these vouchers to buy in the multinational store, and they would control prices basically like that. So
yeah, so I think that there's two ways to think about it. If you think that literally, then they would prevent villagers from paying, like making a transaction with pesos, yeah, that wouldn't work here. But if you think that by restricting pesos, you could understand it as restricting M, which is exogenous here, then I would still work. It would explain to you why M is low enough to put you in this shortage regime where you don't have enough money. Maybe, for example, because, yeah, if when villagers sell the coca base to narcos, then if they don't pay them in official money, then there will never be an inflow back. So yeah, that would work with that.
yeah, but I mean, you could probably tell that explicitly when you present,
Right.
because it would be a mechanism to further extract rent from the growers, right?
Mhm.
If you restrict any form of money different than coca, you could artificially lower the price of coca by selling them really expensive goods in exchange for that coca. And I think that's actually what's happening in those regions.
It might be true. I have to think more carefully about it, but it would be at least, I mean, why they would be then interested in paying the coca base with cash, because at the end they are refilling the economy with cash. You know, no, but there is an intermediary that comes and buy the coca base and pay with cash. So I agree that yeah.
And if you go and sell to someone else, you might get shot, right? So you end up buying really cheap coca, paid with violence, Coca-Cola, prostitutes, right?
No, but I think this makes sense, and again, it's very consistent. I think what we would have to do to take that into account is also endogeneizing the price at which they sell the coca base, which we did in a past extension, but not with the new model. Right now, it's a fixed price, so yeah, we could say it's arbitrarily low because narcos have almost entire bargaining power over this.
Hi, thank you. No, it was very interesting, and I have a more theory question. Like, I'm thinking of a more simple model with like downward price rigidities, where like there is not enough money, people don't want to decrease prices because, well, it's their products they're selling, and they just look for the next most liquid asset in that microeconomy. Like, wouldn't that be a simpler model? Like, that prices cannot go down, so they just look for a...
I mean, so we do have this rigidity, but it's a little harder to explain this rigidity locally because it would just be an ad hoc assumption in that people would have incentives to accept to trade, right?
I don't know if it's such a strong assumption because they're like someone still has to go and buy the Coca-Cola, and like Coca-Cola price won't go down, and like they might go down a little bit, but there's still like a margin below which it cannot go down. Like I mean, the beef or I don't know what else, or coffee or plantains. Maybe they can decrease prices, but there are some other products that come from the outside markets, right?
Yeah, and I think it's very similar here. What happens is you have this outside market that will provide this lower bound on how much prices can adjust. And so you can think of it as, yeah, you have this lower bound of, you know, you're going to be able to get this product at some price. So you don't want it to get lower than that within the local economy.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. And we'll meet here at 3:10 for the next session. Please, presenters, you can stay here in the room. The rest of us, we can meet here at 3:10. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for being here for our last section. Now we are going to start with Mauricio Quiñones. We have 3 papers after this. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Really pleasure to be here. I think it's been a really nice meeting, 2 very productive days, so I promise the short and sweet. So very honored also to having, on behalf of my colleagues presenting this paper, colleagues from Banco de la República, UC Berkeley, and Rice AFIT. So pretty standard structure of the presentation, motivation, methodology. The first part is more like from a descriptive perspective. The second one, why we use the RIF regression, data, results, and conclusions. So in terms of motivation, this is we found a paper which is very interesting, at least we think is very interesting, and emphasizes a concept that is, well, not very common in the mobility analysis, the equalization of longer-term incomes. So why also we want to do this research? Well, the first, clarify as well as inequality of what? When we talk about mobility, is the same. Mobility of what? I mean, everyone, or all of us, I think we have the intuition of mobility, and we had this sense of from one stage to another. But this has been, let's say, narrowed down into 6 concepts, which one of these, let's say, less common in the literature, less used in some way, but we think it has a really nice potential for some analysis in overall populations. So challenges usually is taking the perspective either intergenerational or intragenerational, and this has, well, challenges also, or these challenges translates into the data, because it's not very easy to find data from 2 generations. Also, it's not easy to find data for creating a truly panel. So, and most of all for Latin American countries, all developing countries. So in terms of the data or the methodology also, what are the strategies in the literature are the pseudo panel or the retrospective panel. And also there's this type of, let's say, duality, either education or income. Education is the most common also because it's more reliable. Definitely there's a positive relation between education and income, but also income is like the missing part of the general analysis, at least, or most of the cases for developing countries. And also the duality between household service or administrative records. So we think this is just for try to picture to you what it means to narrow down these different concepts, 6 concepts. Probably you had some intuition about it. We just focus on one of them. And each one of these concepts has the particular empirical measurement or index. So theoretically, we think it has a really interesting framework in some way, because definitely we believe, well, I think there's important sufficient evidence to say that cross-sectional analysis is maybe insufficient to give a complete picture about what is the structural components of the inequality. And also there is a compelling reason, compelling arguments, this is just part of the literature, for introducing this concept to the policymakers in terms of if they actually want to take into account structural decisions on making changes on inequality. It has to introduce the dynamic perspective in that analysis. So, and also we found that this, some of the authors in literature also say that if you had the expectation of the mobility in the time, so the inequality in one point of the time is more tolerable in the longer term. So we think that there is an interesting perspective for that, theoretical, well-grounded. This is not a new concept in the sense of it has a long tradition, but maybe the application, the empirical application in developing countries has some challenges, as I mentioned. I mean, standard challenges for studying mobility, in particular this on developing countries. This is just mentioned. I mean, the literature for Latin America is very limited. This is just two of the papers we found, as far as we know. And this uses the intra-generational perspective for the analysis, but they don't use the concept we're using right now in this paper. So this background leads us to two research questions. The first one is this equalizing, the concept of mobility of equalization of longer term incomes how is this happening in Colombia? How is this actually measured in Colombia for a specific population? And also, we want to know if some of the features that we can find, main socioeconomic characteristics, affect our main dependent variable, which is, I'll show you in a second, the index. So in which direction, equalizing or disequalizing this mobility? So the first point is taking into as a reference the index. The index comes from a family of indexes developed by actually fields, and it's quite simple, but the components are. If you can see, this longer term is the income, the average income of 2 points on the time to create a vector income. You compare this with 1 year, which is the denominator also, so you have the N, they know, it is known as the short term. And the I function is an inequality function that it has the traditional Lorentz type of properties for inequality function. So in terms of the interpretation, we can find 3 stages or 3 situations, so positive, negative, and 0. The negative is disequalizing mobility. The positive is equalizing mobility, and the 0, well, is a mobility that doesn't affect the inequality. And we can, I mean, among all the possible functions for inequality, we took the generalized entropy. This can be done also with Gini. Actually, we did it. I'll show you in a second. But we took on literature that function type of like Gini is not very suitable for developing countries or similar to Colombia. And also taking into account the GE, generalized entropy, allowed us to put in different weights in different parts of the distribution, which is G is 0, is putting more weight or relevance on the lower part of the income distribution. G2 is putting some more weight in the upper part of the income distribution. G1 is equivalent to the teal distribution, which is kind of intermediate scenario. So we think that having these 3 parameters, we kind of measure some sensitivity, and it draws or it pictures scenarios in terms of policy eventually. So just for the sake of the pedagogical purposes, actually, Fields also does it in his paper. Just want to connect or link these values, these negative, positive, and 0 values with these scenarios, 3 scenarios. So if you think the distribution and you have mobility in the lower part of the income, and it's almost 0 or pre-null, but The upper part has a mobility that increases income for this section of the income distribution. So you will find the disequalizing mobility. The opposite situation, like the second scenario, is when you have a mobility in the upper part, which is almost zero, but in the lower part of the distribution, you had some positive mobility, so you can claim, or we will find, that we have equalizing mobility. The zero reference situation is the bottom part. And actually, one of the things the fields try to do with this type of measurement is also describe some of the desirable features of an index, having the power of communicate information like the Gini does it. Because as you can see, as you saw in the previous chart on these different indices, some of these indices can give counterintuitive results sometimes, depending on the concept. So the idea is also the positive reflects something good, the negative reflects something, well, not socially desirable, and has this zero as a reference. The second part is the regression strategy. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this, but once again, just because for us it's important, just give us some kind of intuition about this. The part of this, I think they claim that the first statement from this paper, which is basically, I mean, the purpose is for taking measure in different parts of the distribution. They just think any statistical measurement can be decomposed in two groups, whatever these two groups are. And so this idea can be generalized to something called the influence function. The influence function, as you can see, is like how this changes, taking a small influence, well, a small change, actually a contamination, that is the word they use, to see how this looks like. And the RIF becomes just the measurement, the B function, plus the influence function, which can take any kind of structure, but most of the literature uses the linear structure for the modeling. So you can actually apply RIF to any measurement. Has been done for Gini, for TIL, for mean, for variance, and the literature, and just for intuition, give you the idea that the RIF, applying the RIF regression to the mean is equivalent to making a traditional OLS estimation. This is just graphically how you can see it. A small contamination can change that. So that's why we can introduce these independent variables. So about the data, we use PILA, which is the administrative records for formal employees. And we define as young adults, people between 25 and 30 years old. 25 is the lower bound traditionally in mobility because people also have finished the degree, I mean the investment, the basic investment in human capital. And 30 we found in the literature as a suitable upper bound for this population in terms of the why this is population important, since it's not easy young adults to let's say introduce, make the transition from the school to the job market at the end of the degree. So the other concept, important concept also is formal income. For us, obviously, this is just formal employees, so just formal income. This formal income means that we take it, people in a baseline year, let's say in this case 2010, which is the base year we had information, and we follow up 4 years later. What happens if they don't match 4 years later? We impute, we assume zero formal income in that point, but we impute once to perform the estimation with the our selected income function, inequality function. We the average records we lost in this follow-up matching is around 0.3% and 0.4%. So we think it's a good information to that. And we construct the average income for the entire year because we had the monthly earnings or the monthly income for these individuals. So to get the average income for each one of these years. So for the first research question, we create these 5 cohorts, as you can see, from 2010 to 2014 up to 2014 2018. And for the second, yes. Okay. So even shorter. For the second research question, we have the longest period available. So this is our results. And so the things we can see here is the first, we got just negative values, which means the mobility for this population is disequalizing. The second thing I think is important is the form of the invert U shape we can see there, because the first 2 periods for the first period we can see that even its disequalizing mobility is reducing, but after that it starts to list, depending on which one of these you're analyzing or you're taking a look, you can see stable, but then a downward trend. So this is our main result in this part of our analysis. This just to show you, although gender disparities is not like the main goal for us, if we take a look a little bit for that because it's also interesting, and we can see some sizable interesting results depending on how much weight you put on which part of the income distribution. Just for the sake of the comparison, international comparison, because as you can see, we don't see or there's no literature or measure regarding this concept. For United States, this was done with Gini function, obviously different period, but they took a cohort of 5 years distance and they calculate that the index. And we can see, just for you to take a look, that we can obtain positive values and negative values. As a matter of fact, this paper was used to make a claim about the changes in policies in the 80s in the United States and how that reduces the, better say, how that create disequalizing mobility after the 80s. Something similar for France. Also, the period is different, and also the time for the 2 years is different. So there is another observation that is more due to data constraints, and well, we had to. That's why we did different sensitivity measurements or decisions about the distance in the cohorts. A little bit faster on the results of the reprogression. Well, I didn't mention all the independent variables, but as you can see, we have type of contract, sectors, size of the businesses, and some regions. This equalizing mobility happens for if individual has a contract a contract which is different to the directly with the businesses. I mean, if you are independent or outsourcing, that increases the disequalizing mobility. Something similar for any other sector different to energy sector, and any person different to the reference category is Bogota. Any person in a location different to Bogota increases the disequalizing mobility. The opposite happens with the size of the business, because the greater the business, or the bigger the size of the business, that actually creates income mobility. The mobility is equalizing, sorry. We also estimate this is the empirical rate. So we can see, based on this regression, what what is happening in each one of these percentiles in general. This is the typical behavior of these results, but we think it's important, or we highlight the effects on when we put more weighting on the upper part of the distribution, which is GE2. You see the movement is quite different from the other two. That leads us on this hypothesis that actually what happens is the pulling up of the distributions for this expression with the upper part of the employees. So conclusions. Definitely, the mobility for our estimation is disequalizing this type of mobility, and it's also, we can say this robustness checks for different sensitivity measures of the Gini, the GE, but also, as you can see, we estimate with Gini. We think it's quite interesting, the fact that the trend is U-invert shape. And also, as you can see, it's better having direct contact with the business, being in the energy sector, or being in a capital city. And we think we feel the literature in different ways. So we use a truly income panel, which is not common not only in Colombia, but also for a developing country in Latin America specifically. We use this, we think, a very important or interesting concept in terms of intergenerational mobility. And we extend the application of the RIF for an index or a measure that hasn't been done before in the literature. So thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions or comments, please let me know.
Which you'd want to see in a developing economy.
Okay.
Like, imagine you have a population, there's some people with education, some people not. Like, what you'd like to see is just see the returns to education increasing so that the people who are educated are actually benefiting from that. And so you're seeing a cohort, right? It's going to incomes are going to expand over time. And that you would call disequalizing, but in some ways that sounds like, well, we have an economy that's growing, that's why the returns to schooling are rising, right? So I guess I'm trying to think how you would sort of separate what you're worried about, which is sort of inequality per se, from development per se. And it strikes me that one of the things to do would be to look at education and income at the same time, or as separate analyses. So if you see that education is not getting more unequal, but you're seeing more inequality in income, that's one thing. Or if you see education is getting more equal, that would be another thing. That's just a suggestion. I'm not sure if you thought through that, but I'd be interested in hearing.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it is well taken. We try, but let's say we have limited information for that. For instance, data about the education, we don't have it. But we actually start this project with a longer, a bigger sample in some way, because we had people from 25 years to 50 years, and we split in 3 groups. And what we see is kind of the mobility is there is disequalizing mobility, but it's reducing. So what we see is like we think we capture the effect of the life cycle, more experience and better position, better jobs. So what we think, what we thought at that point to focus on this particular part of this particular group is that for policy purposes in general is more worrisome. As I mentioned, the transition from education to labor job is kind of difficult. Yes, this is formal population, but we think there's some. I mean, being in the formal market in sales is an improvement. It's a better. So those who are actually in a better position, what are the challenges, or how is the behavior in that section, which is difficult to make the transition or consolidation for in the labor market. I don't know if it goes in that direction. Thank you so much again.
Now we have Carlos Sandoval.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Yo soy Carlos Sandoval. No estaba preparado para hacer preguntas en inglés, lo voy a hacer en español. ¿Listo? No vengo mentalizado para hacerlo en inglés. El paper que les voy a presentar se llama Household Income Dynamics and Income Convergence, a New Way to Measure Poverty. Este es un paper de mi tesis de doctorado en Tilburg. La idea acá es que yo creo una nueva medida de pobreza basada en métodos econométricos relativamente recientes. Entonces, bueno, esta es la agenda, motivación, el propósito de la presentación, el marco teórico, método de estimación, datos, resultados y conclusiones. Entonces, la motivación es básicamente la pregunta de si la pobreza, de si el tipo de pobreza que enfrenta un hogar es persistente o no, básicamente lleva a diferentes tipos de medida de pobreza. Entonces, en ese sentido hay como cuando uno revisa la literatura, hay como cuatro generaciones de medidas de pobreza. La primera, que es la típica y como se mide la pobreza monetaria en Colombia, es básicamente comparar el ingreso per cápita de un hogar contra una línea de pobreza dada. Eso se hace con datos seccionales cruzados y pues resulta en la medida de pobreza estándar para el país monetario. Y de la población en pobre y no pobre. Una segunda generación de medidas de pobreza que se hace con panel de datos, que lo que hace básicamente es lo mismo, comparar el ingreso per cápita de un hogar, pero esta vez con un panel. Entonces uno puede, con esa medida, con esa comparación, uno puede crear una medida de qué hogares están siempre, digamos, bajo la línea de pobreza repetidamente, cuáles no, y eso permite partir la población dentro de esos que siempre son siempre pobres, que nunca son pobres o que son transitoriamente pobres. En esta segunda generación también iría la CAIRE Foster, que es básicamente es incluir más dimensiones respecto a la primera generación, pero se hace en otras dimensiones en vez de a través del tiempo. Hay una tercera generación de medidas de pobreza que lo que hace es tratar de mapear cómo los activos que posee un hogar, los activos productivos, mapean la generación de ingreso, ¿cierto? Entonces, básicamente, lo que me puede decir eso es si un hogar en un periodo de tiempo determinado está atrapado en pobreza, en algo que se llama pobreza estructural, que es si el hogar tiene activos suficientes o no para generar un ingreso por encima de una línea de pobreza dada. Y por último, hay una cuarta generación de líneas de medidas de pobreza que lo que hace es tratar de diferenciar. Bueno, en la tercera generación, esa se llama la línea de pobreza por activos. Y en la cuarta generación, lo que se trata de hacer es no solamente ver si el hogar tiene en un periodo de tiempo determinado activos suficientes para generar ingresos, sino además puede acumular activos a través del tiempo para generar ingresos. ¿Listo? En ese caso, esa se llama la línea de pobreza por activos dinámica. Entonces, la idea del paper de este paper de la tesis fue tratar de crear una nueva medida aportando a la literatura, tratando de medir bajo ciertos supuestos diferentes acumulados de literatura tradicionalmente una medida del cuarto tipo. Entonces, listo. Es que no tiene un apuntador. ¿Y tiene láser o cómo? No, ok. ¿Cómo funciona? Ok, listo, gracias. Entonces, esta gráfica representa los activos de un hogar. Entonces, están los activos en el momento T más K. Esta es la típica, digamos, la típica función que tendría una trampa de pobreza. Esto es un concepto derivado de macroeconomía, pero en este caso estamos hablando de un hogar. Esto se basa en la metodología de Carter y Barrett 2006, donde ellos son los que empiezan a analizar cuál es la dinámica de acumulación de activos de los hogares. Entonces, en este caso, por ejemplo, lo que tenemos es, hay tres equilibrios. Si la trayectoria de activos de los hogares en una economía tiene la trayectoria de S, tenemos tres equilibrios, dos estables y uno inestable. En el inestable, pues el hogar seguirá acumulando activos de tal forma que pueda llegar a un equilibrio superior como este, y pues si está por debajo de este equilibrio, si tiene activos por debajo de este equilibrio, llegará a un equilibrio de activos como este. Si la línea de pobreza monetaria está acá, esto indica que el hogar siempre, acá, si tiene este nivel de activos, siempre quedaría bajo la línea de pobreza, o sea, nunca genera un ingreso mayor a la línea de pobreza. Y si está acá, acumularía activos y llegaría acá, ¿listo? La literatura, Carter y Barrett estiman esto, y varios autores han tratado de hacerlo. Lo que pasa es que esto econométricamente, la econometría no es lo suficiente flexible como para hacer esto de una manera relativamente precisa. Yo lo hice en el primer paper de mi tesis, pero hay otra posibilidad, y es que haya trampas, haya diferentes trayectorias a las que convergen los hogares, que son, por ejemplo, unos hogares que tienen una trayectoria de convergencia de tipo BB, en cuyo caso convergerían, un grupo de hogares convergería acá y no tendría cómo saltar a la trayectoria de convergencia CC, en donde los hogares llegarían acá y estarían siempre por encima de la línea de pobreza. Tendrían activos tales que generan siempre ingreso por encima de la línea de pobreza. Bueno, entonces lo que aporto en este paper es una forma para estimar una trampa de pobreza del tipo CC y BB. Listo, entonces, como les decía, el objetivo es proponer una nueva metodología que permita, basado en la dinámica de los activos, y que pertenezca a la cuarta generación de medidas de pobreza, una medida de pobreza que nos permita diferenciar las causas estructurales de la pobreza transitoria. Básicamente esa es la idea, la mayor idea del paper, y que permita estimar, diferenciar pobreza de largo plazo estructural y persistente de la pobreza causada por choques de corto plazo. El segundo objetivo es, pues, agregar a la literatura reciente, buscando un tipo de dinámica de los activos más allá de una función, una dinámica de los activos en forma de S. Complementar esa medida de pobreza, bueno, ahorita les explico, pero la idea es medir complementar esa medida de pobreza del ingreso estructural o de los activos con una medida de persistencia de los choques al ingreso. Determinar si existe una trampa de pobreza para los hogares en Colombia, asumiendo una función de una dinámica de los activos de ese tipo, y encontrar una proxy para los activos productivos en Colombia, o lo que yo llamo ahí, o llaman Carter y Barrett, el ingreso estructural. Entonces, desde una perspectiva teórica, hay varios papers que han hecho esto y tienen varias posibles hipótesis para ver por qué un hogar puede estar atrapado en pobreza. Por un lado está escogencia ocupacional y la falta de capital físico, que eso es la literatura de Banerjee y Newman. Falta de acumulación de capital humano, que es Galoriceira. Trampa de nutrición, pues que si uno está desnutrido no puede generar ingresos, básicamente, y se genera ahí todo el ciclo para quedarse atrapado ahí. Adicionalmente, pues, así como en el caso de los países, en los hogares se puede presentar retornos crecientes a escala localmente. lo que genera múltiples equilibrios y hace que los hogares que son inicialmente pobres no puedan alcanzar a los más ricos, como se mostraba en la gráfica con la dinámica de índice de activos en forma S. Si los retornos son crecientes localmente, entonces hay una relación positiva entre la riqueza del hogar, la riqueza inicial y el retorno marginal de los activos. Esto puede pasar, por ejemplo, cuando se requiere un mínimo tamaño para un proyecto productivo. Entonces, solamente los hogares más ricos pueden tratar tienen el dinero o la riqueza para poder montar ese proyecto, consideraciones de riesgo y mercados financieros incompletos. Los hogares pueden decidir quedarse en actividades menos riesgosas, pero que le producen un retorno menos volátil, en vez de actividades más riesgosas con más volatilidad. Y digamos el enrolamiento en actividades que requieren baja educación. El método de estimación, voy a ir muy rápido por él porque realmente me podría quedar acá 2 horas explicándoles la econometría y lo que me interesa que vean son los resultados. Entonces, básicamente estoy siguiendo el método de estimación de Carter y Barrett 2006, en donde se buscan trampas de pobreza con equilibrios múltiples. El método que se contempla en este paper, y esa es la novedad del paper, contempla saltos discretos en la en la dinámica del ingreso estructural, o sea, del índice de activos, que puede llevar a múltiples equilibrios. Este es como realmente el gran aporte del paper. Para eso hay que hacer 2 pasos. El primer paso es crear un índice de activos o ingreso estructural que se estima para cada hogar. Y una vez se estima ese índice de activos, en un segundo paso se estima la dinámica de ese ingreso. Entonces, básicamente, si Y y T es el ingreso observado, el ingreso per cápita observado del hogar, se puede descomponer en 2 partes. Una que es el ingreso estructural y el ingreso transitorio. Esta parte es la que depende de los activos. Es la que me permite saber si un hogar tiene activos acumulados para poder generar, tiene activos acumulados para poder generar ingreso o no, y esta parte es una cosa que son ingresos transitorios. O sea, esto es una regresión básicamente, y esto es como la parte con los regresores, y esta es la parte del error. Que ese supuesto tiene un montón de problemas, porque ahí en el error no solamente va lo que no solamente lo que son choques, sino también la variable omitida, que eso es, digamos, un problema, pero bueno. Si asumimos una función no lineal, entonces tendríamos que el ingreso per cápita del hogar se puede expresar de esta forma, asumiendo el valor esperado del igual a 0. Entonces tendríamos pues que el ingreso estructural sería el valor esperado de la función que uno estime acá. Es función de betas y es una regresión, digamos, lineal generalizada. La literatura generalmente asume que esta F es lineal y modela el ingreso estructural, o sea, esta parte pues como una regresión lineal. Una vez se descompone el ingreso en esas 2 cosas, o sea, en el estructural, que es YS y T, y el ingreso transitorio, que sería el error de esa regresión, lo que queremos analizar es la convergencia dinámica de esta parte, que es el ingreso estructural. Entonces, para esto hay un algoritmo de clasificación que desarrolló Phillips y Zull de 2007 y 2009, que lo que hace básicamente es desarrollar para países un método econométrico para estimar convergencia en crecimiento. Yo lo que hago es, aplico ese mismo método econométrico para el ingreso estructural, o sea, para el ingreso predicho de una regresión. Eso es acá, ¿sí? Y lo que asume esa descomposición, básicamente, es que el ingreso per cápita de cada hogar se puede descomponer en una parte que es una tendencia común y un peso que nos explica cómo ese hogar converge o diverge de esa trayectoria común. ¿Listo? La estimación, hay que hacer una descomposición de esto. La verdad me la voy a pasar por encima porque no me da el tiempo. Para el ingreso transitorio, lo que hago es hacer una autorregresión por cuantiles. O sea, una vez está el error de esa regresión primera, cojo el error y hago una regresión para ver qué tan persistentes son los choques. Esa regresión es cuantílica para poder saber si yo tuve un choque, por ejemplo, un aumento un choque en mi ingreso en el percentil 90, qué tan persistente es eso a través del tiempo. Entonces, este YT es por transitorio, se asume que tiene una forma de una cadena Markov de primer orden, es eta IT más BIT, eta IT es la parte que tiene la cadena Markov, que se comporta como una cadena Markov, y el cuantil condicional de eta IT dado eta IT menos 1 se puede representar de esta forma. QT, eta IT. 5 minutos. Bueno, me toca entonces volar todavía más. Listo. Esa parte, básicamente lo que muestran los autores es que para analizar el ingreso transitorio, uno puede plantear un modelo de este tipo. En realidad la forma funcional del modelo no puede ser cúbica, cuadrática, no importa. Realmente los coeficientes no son significativos o no, esa persistencia. Pero lo que muestra es que básicamente el cuantil condicional del ingreso transitorio dado el ingreso transitorio T-1 depende de dos cuantiles. Este eta y T uno lo puede expresar como la función de percentil condicional y un choque, que es este. Lo que demuestran es que esta función, esta regresión cuantílica depende del cuantil del ingreso transitorio o del choque, bueno, digamos del choque de la regresión inicial en el periodo pasado y del cuantil de este choque de esta descomposición. Entonces, los datos. Esto tiene que usar un panel para poder, porque como la idea es comparar trayectorias a través del tiempo, tiene que usar un panel para poder ver observaciones repetidas de logro a través del tiempo. Yo acá uso el panel de la encuesta social longitudinal de DESARROLLO para Colombia, años 2007-2010. Rápidamente, ese panel incluye las ciudades de Bogotá, Cali, Bucaramanga. Yo uso como controles en la regresión la tasa de empleo dentro de las personas del hogar. Si el hogar es un cabeza de hogar, si el hogar tiene una cabeza de hogar masculina, la edad de cabeza del hogar, los años de educación del cabeza del hogar, la proporción de miembros entre 0 y 12 y de más de 62, que esto básicamente sería una proxy de la tasa de dependencia. La variable dependiente que es la importante es el ingreso per cápita del hogar ajustado por alto equivalente y dividido por la tasa de pobreza. O sea, en promedio en 2010, para esas tres ciudades, los hogares en promedio tenían un ingreso que es 1.92 veces la línea de pobreza. Eso es para 2007, abajo es para, 2008 y acá es 2010. Entonces, se puede ver cómo en esos años cambió. En 2010 ya era 2.5 veces la línea de pobreza. Esto es una gráfica del ingreso en los 2 años, 2007 y 2010. Es el comportamiento que uno espera de una función de ingreso, con una cola pesada adelante. Un scatter plot de el ingreso en 2007 y en el eje X 2007, en el eje Y 2010, para ver, realmente esa gráfica no muestra mucho lo que queremos ver. Entonces, resultados, listo. Entonces, primero, el ingreso se modela con una función gamma, es un modelo lineal generalizado, con una función gamma, estoy hablando de lo estructural acá, y con una función link logarítmica. Eso nos permite hacer que el ingreso tenga, el valor esperado del ingreso, o sea, el ingreso estructural o el índice de activos tenga esta forma. Esto tiene unas propiedades muy parecidas a un modelo log lineal, pero la ventaja es que este nos deja recuperar el nivel del ingreso más fácilmente. Cuando uno lo va a hacer con una regresión log lineal, no es tan fácil porque el error, retornar del error al nivel es bien complicado. En cambio, acá necesitamos que el ingreso estimado nos quede en el nivel original que está medio del ingreso. Bueno, listo. Acá creo que no. No hay nada más importante. Estos son los modelos de la regresión. Son los coeficientes esperados de una pues en últimas una regresión de Mincer. Los coeficientes en general dan con los signos esperados. Y esta es la gráfica, la conclusión más importante de este paper, digamos. Entonces, esto lo que me está graficando es el ingreso estructural estimado en 2010 contra el ingreso estructural estimado en 2007. O sea, el índice de activos en 2007 contra 2010. Cuando yo lo pongo a que me clasifique los hogares según el método de Phillips y Zull, me da que hay cuatro clubes de convergencia. ¿Esto qué indica? El más importante es el club 4, porque lo que me está diciendo es que hay unos hogares en esas tres ciudades, Bogotá, Bucaramanga y Cali, que tienen unos activos tal que nunca pueden generar unos ingresos mayores a la línea de pobreza. Acá la línea de pobreza es 1, porque acuérdense que yo estoy dividiendo por la línea de pobreza. Entonces estoy analizando todo respecto a la línea de pobreza. Un club de convergencia que tenga el equilibrio por debajo de ese 1 indica que son hogares que están atrapados en pobreza dinámica estructural. ¿Qué indica eso? Que no tienen los activos no tienen la dinámica para poder sacarlos de la pobreza estructural en largo plazo. ¿Eso qué me da a mí? Eso a mí me da que el 5.48 de esos hogares, 5.84%, perdón, de los hogares en esas tres ciudades están atrapados en pobreza estructural entre 2007 y 2010. O sea que no tienen los activos suficientes para generar ingresos por encima de la línea de pobreza, ni acumulan activos a una tasa tal que les permita salir de la pobreza en esos 2 años. Los otros, bueno, esto es más o menos 0.8, recuerdo. Entonces, más o menos el ingreso per cápita de sus hogares converge a 0.8 veces la línea de pobreza. Esto es más o menos 2.2. Entonces, acá hay como 2 tipos de clase media, como una clase alta, pero bueno, acá hay, digamos, acá hay menos observaciones, entonces esta estimación no es tan robusta. Esto por último es el análisis de persistencia de los choques en el ingreso transitorio. Lo que me está diciendo es que los choques, que si un hogar sufre un choque, o sea, un error en esa regresión inicial bastante alto, ese choque persiste en el tiempo, tiene una autocorrelación de casi 0.6. Obviamente es un modelo no lineal, entonces no es tan... Este eje acá es el cuantil del ingreso transitorio en el periodo pasado, y este es el cuantil del choque de ese ingreso transitorio, ¿cierto? Entonces acá, entre más alto sea el cuantil, más persistente. Esta es la correlación, perdón, esta es la persistencia del choque. Entonces, entre más alto sea el choque, más persistente es. Acá lo que hago es, me pongo a ver cómo se comporta el ingreso transitorio de acuerdo a los clubes de convergencia del ingreso estructural. Entonces, como el 4 es el que está atrapado en pobreza, es como el que más nos interesa ver, entonces lo que uno encuentra, estos son como las estadísticas básicas del ingreso transitorio dividido por clubes de convergencia. Encuentro que el 61.2% de los hogares atrapados en pobreza estructural, o sea, los que convergen en el club azul abajo, también han tenido un ingreso transitorio negativo en esos 4 años. Mientras eso es 58, 66, 62% para los clubes 1 al 3. Esto es cómo se comporta el ingreso transitorio para los hogares atrapados en pobreza estructural. Lo que encuentro es que hay pues lo mismo, que los que han tenido un ingreso transitorio alto, un choque alto al ingreso, ese choque tiende a persistir, ¿cierto? Pero en cambio, si el choque es negativo, pues tiende a desaparecer más rápido, porque acá esto está, o sea, casi cruza 0 en el 0.2. Igual eso le falta el intervalo ahí, pero ya, ahí ya las conclusiones, ya, listo. Entonces, las conclusiones del paper. Este paper produce una nueva medida de pobreza de largo plazo estructural basada en Carter y Barrett 2006, perdón. Esa medida de pobreza estructural se complementa con un análisis del ingreso transitorio. El análisis del ingreso transitorio ayuda a entender si los choques actúan como una fuerza, valga la pena la redundancia, que refuerza la trayectoria estructural del ingreso, o que por el contrario la apacigua. lo que les decía ahorita, pues 5.8% de los hogares en Bogotá, Bucaramanga y Cali están atrapados en pobreza estructural para los años 2007 a 2010 con esa encuesta. Para los hogares atrapados en pobreza estructural, las ocurrencias negativas del ingreso transitorio tienden a desaparecer rápidamente, por lo que les mostraba que la superficie de esa muestra que cruza el cero y está cercana a cero. Los choques positivos del ingreso transitorio son un poco más persistentes. Acá ya son como ventajas y desventajas del método. El método requiere una gran cantidad de información y es complicado de estimar. Para poder hacer conclusiones finales sobre la pobreza estructural en Colombia se necesita un panel de datos con una dimensión de tiempo larga. Yo acá usé las propiedades asintóticas. Eso tiene unas correcciones para hacerlo con pocas observaciones, pero realmente para poder sacar conclusiones habría que hacerlo con un panel de datos más largo. Bueno, esto es una crítica mía. Qué pena. Sí.
Now we have some time for questions.
I didn't quite follow where I'm sorry, can you, where the clubs are coming from? And it's hard for me to understand how you can identify clubs with only a very short panel. Maybe you can better explain that. But it seems like the clubs are buying a lot of what you conclude because you have this very strong stratification. And if they're not done, if they're not very convincing, then I think the inference is not very convincing. So I guess it was just a little bit more on that would be helpful.
What Phillips and Sul show is that you can make, what they do is a t-test, basically, of a regression, a log regression. Then what they show is that if you make strongest, the null hypothesis of this test is that do you have convergence among observations in a particular club. What they show is that if you have short panel, you can just, it's not just, but you can make the rejection criteria higher because it's a low tail test. But I agree with you. No, that's what I'm saying. This paper really needs a longer panel for being able to make convincing results. Yeah. I make it for Colombia because it's the country I better know. But I think the US has a panel that is like from 1960. Exactly. So I think I should repeat it with that panel. Yeah. No, but I agree with you. Yeah.
I have a question. Since you conditional quantile regression, and maybe I don't understand very well this method, but I know conditional quantile regression. How important are the covariates that you include in the regression? Because at the end you are using or decomposing whatever is based on your covariates, right?
Yeah, but that comes, remember, from another regression, because that itself is the error of the structural income regression. So what you are doing is something that is actually, that method is directly the same that this is made by, let me remember, is Phillips? No, I don't remember, but actually it just follows a method that they do, and they do in the same way, just autoregressive completely. How important it is, given that it's an error function, I would say that, yeah, we have still some problem there because you can, I mean, if you don't have all the covariates relevant for the income on the regression, you're gonna get some there. But for the purposes of this, and in the way they do it, it's just conditional regression on the lag. So basically, yeah.
Any other question? So now we have our last paper, that is Iván Linares.
Thank you.
Sí, hola, hola. Al igual que la presentación anterior, esta pues también la voy a realizar en español. Me siento mucho más cómodo haciéndola. Bueno, primero muy buenas tardes para todos y para todas. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación y la oportunidad de presentar pues la investigación acá. El día de hoy voy a hablar de un tema que es únicamente administrado por el Estado colombiano, pero a nosotros como ciudadanos y ciudadanas nos compete conocer. Mi nombre es Iván Linares y el día de hoy voy a presentarles mi tesis para la postulación de la maestría, determinantes para la presencia de una maldición de recursos naturales, local, una visión desde la economía política, evidencia para Colombia. Para tener un contexto más claro de cómo se llevó a cabo esta investigación, debemos resaltar en primer lugar que la evidencia es netamente tomada para Colombia, es decir, tenemos que comprender el contexto socioeconómico colombiano para sacar resultados e interpretarlos de forma adecuada. En segundo lugar, debemos plantearnos una pregunta. ¿Las regalías qué? Este es un ingreso que reciben los municipios por medio de transferencias. Básicamente, todos los municipios de Colombia reciben transferencias por medio del Sistema General de Participación, el cual toma rúbricas como el tamaño de la población, nivel de pobreza, necesidades básicas insatisfechas, para hacer una distribución equitativa de los ingresos. ¿Qué pasa con las regalías? No pasa de la misma forma. Solamente algunos municipios del país reciben este tipo de ingresos. Más adelante vamos a ver cuáles son las condiciones que deben cumplir para recibir este ingreso. ¿Por qué es importante estudiarlo? Básicamente, la literatura ha dicho que el ingreso por recursos naturales para algunos países presenta una maldición, ya que en muchas ocasiones los países que tienen recursos naturales tienen un crecimiento mucho más lento que aquellos que tienen el mismo nivel de ingresos, pero una fuente diferente que nos por medio de estas materias primas. Vamos a dar un poco de contexto de cómo es el reparto de regalías. Básicamente, las empresas extractoras de recursos le reportan una contraprestación al Sistema General de Regalías, el cual se encarga de repartirlo a los municipios. ¿Quiénes son los que tienen, por así decirlo, derecho a recibir este ingreso? Quienes adelanten o tengan explotación de recursos naturales pueden recibir regalías, o los que tengan participación para el transporte de la exportación que tienen estas materias primas. Como podemos observar, tenemos Puerto Gaitán ubicado en la región del Meta, Casanare, Aguasure ubicado en la región del Casanare, La Jagua de Ibirico en el Cesar y Puerto Boyacá en Boyacá. Nos damos cuenta que hay una distribución en muchos departamentos, sin embargo, está concentrado en algunos municipios. Aunque departamentos como Antioquia y Córdoba también reciben este tipo de ingresos, no todos los municipios de estos departamentos lo reciben. Antes de seguir avanzando en el tema de regalías, debemos tener en cuenta cuáles son los efectos macroeconómicos que tienen los municipios con la llegada de una empresa extractora de recursos. Cuando una empresa se asenta en una región, obtenemos ciertos golpes macroeconómicos. Uno de ellos es comúnmente conocido como la enfermedad holandesa. Este golpe no es a nivel municipal, sino que es a nivel nacional. Básicamente es una entrada de capitales por inversión extranjera directa, afecta la tasa de cambio local, ¿sí? La tasa de cambio de la moneda local, lo que impulsa una pérdida de competitividad en el mercado internacional. Esto desincentiva a que hayan procesos de industrialización en la región o en el país para que puedan exportar. En segundo lugar, tenemos externalidades pecuniarias, las cuales básicamente más adelante vamos a definir cómo ocurren. Estas externalidades son positivas, ya que hay un incremento en el salario local. En promedio, las personas que hacen parte del municipio donde llega una empresa extractora de recursos tiene mayores salarios medios que tenían antes de la llegada de esta empresa. Por último, tenemos un big push, un gran empuje. En la gráfica 2 observamos una trampa de pobreza en forma de S, como la que observamos en la presentación anterior. Vemos una línea, un punto inestable, que si está por debajo de este punto, los municipios no van a lograr salir de esa trampa de pobreza, no van a tener los ingresos necesarios y suficientes para salir de esa trampa. Sin embargo, se plantea que este ingreso por recursos naturales podría llegar a ser el catalizador e impulsar para que el ingreso sea suficiente y el municipio pueda salir de esta trampa. ¿Qué ocurre? Cuando hay una única empresa que tiene rendimientos crecientes a escala, no permite que haya múltiples equilibrios. Cuando no hay múltiples equilibrios, no hay muchas empresas industrializándose en la región y no permite que haya un crecimiento y un desarrollo que impulse todo este ingreso que se pueda aprovechar de forma óptima y se logre pues un desarrollo común por medio de industrialización de varias empresas al tiempo. Vamos a ver las implicaciones que tiene en la economía local la llegada de una empresa extractora de recursos naturales a una región. Estas son las externalidades pecuniarias de las que mencionábamos hace unos minutos. La llegada de una empresa a una región hace que la demanda se desplace a la derecha, la demanda por mano de obra se desplaza a la derecha porque aumenta esa demanda por mano de obra. ¿Qué ocurre? Este desplazamiento aumenta los salarios que va a ofrecer la empresa extractora. Sin embargo, ex post, también la economía local tiene un efecto en su curva de oferta laboral, porque mucha mano de obra que estaba en las empresas locales se van a desplazar por los mejores salarios que ofrece mano de obra capacitada, por los mejores salarios que ofrece la empresa extractora de recursos, se van a desplazar hacia este sector y va a haber una disminución de la oferta de mano de obra, lo cual pues incrementa los salarios también en el sector, en otros sectores de la economía, de esa economía local donde están los recursos naturales. Esto es importante tenerlo muy en cuenta porque cuando hay un aumento de salarios, los costos fijos aumentan para las empresas. Para que pueda haber una industrialización en regiones donde ha sido, por así decirlo, hay dificultades para industrializarse, un aumento del salario no es, por así decirlo, provechoso, porque este aumento de los costos fijos no permite que la empresa pueda cubrirlos y asimismo poder industrializarse y generar más empleo. Aunque haya salarios más altos, cuando no hay suficiente empleo para cubrir toda la mano de obra, lo que ocurre, para cubrir toda la población, para que toda la población pueda entrar a recibir estos salarios, empieza a haber una desigualdad, empiezan a haber oportunidades donde donde los individuos no pueden acceder a este empleo, no pueden acceder a estos salarios y empieza a haber ciertos mecanismos que pueden ser aprovechados. Retomando un poco el tema de las regalías, entonces tenemos dos contextos. El primero son las implicaciones macroeconómicas de la llegada de una empresa extractora de recursos a una economía local. En segundo lugar, retomamos que hay una administración pública que tiene la potestad de, por así decirlo, inclinar los recursos a conveniencia y se le presenta un escenario donde se presenta una oportunidad. Si hay un candidato que quiere hacerse del poder político, va a aprovechar ciertas oportunidades como tener una población con falta de oportunidades para acceder al empleo. ¿Qué pasa? Un individuo racional no optaría por votar por algún candidato que tenga estrategias, por así decirlo, clientelistas. Sin embargo, cuando en la población hay una necesidad, un candidato puede aprovecharse de ella y si tiene los recursos suficientes, tiene las herramientas para poder hacerlo. Ahora bien, un votante se enfrenta a esta función, a esta ecuación que está basada en Robinson 2006. Nos basamos en este paper para, por así decirlo, acercarnos a explicar cómo, explicar cómo un votante enfrenta esta oportunidad de recibir un salario, W sub I, ofrecido por el candidato A en ciertos momentos, si éste llega a quedar electo. Entonces, básicamente tenemos ZI, que es la intención de voto del individuo I por el candidato A, 1 sobre la independencia salarial, el salario que ofrece el candidato A, una utilidad social que percibe el individuo I por las propuestas del candidato, y un sesgo ideológico que tiene el individuo por el candidato A. La variable o el parámetro que más nos interesa es este nivel de independencia salarial. Como ya mencionamos, en una economía local donde llega una empresa extractora, no hay oportunidades de generar más empleo del que ya existe. Es decir, hay muchas personas que por falta de oportunidades pueden dejar de acceder a empleos y ese salario se vuelve importante dentro de la decisión que él va a tomar para ver si escoge al candidato o no. Si esta I tiende a infinito, es decir, tiene una alta independencia salarial, como ocurre principalmente en las grandes ciudades, podríamos decirlo, únicamente es relevante la utilidad social que percibe el individuo I y este sesgo ideológico. Sin embargo, cuando esta I tiende a cero, vemos que W, el factor W o el salario, gana importancia frente a la decisión que va a tomar para saber si votar o no por cierto candidato. Y las demás variables, pues pierden peso precisamente por esa falta de por así decirlo, oportunidades. Me gustaría decirles que pudimos, o que en este paper se pudo estimar esta I, sin embargo, pues no es el caso, pero es una de las extensiones que se tiene para este documento, y la idea es en algún momento saber si esas regiones que tienen recursos naturales tienen un nivel de independencia menor a aquellas que no tienen ese ingreso. Bueno, los datos, básicamente, las regalías, para saber qué municipios reciben regalías, se obtuvo de la Agencia Nacional de Hidrocarburos y de la Agencia Nacional de Minería. Se obtuvo cuáles son los municipios que reciben regalías en Colombia. Y a nivel municipal, tenemos un panel del CEDE que recolecta datos del DNP, datos del DANE y datos administrativos del CISFUT. Esta fuente de datos nos permite a nosotros conocer cuáles son los gastos, el ingreso y la inversión que tienen los municipios del país. Tenemos dos metodologías. La primera metodología es una metodología de dobles diferencias, la cual nos permite a nosotros saber si después del 2012, cuando se implementó pues, este cambio de reparto de regalías, hubo una mejora en la administración de los recursos. Nos basamos en Perry y Olivera para estimar esta ecuación, la cual está compuesta por el cambio en el gasto. Entonces lo que se hace acá es coger el gasto corriente y ver cómo se comporta el gasto corriente después de la reforma y antes de la reforma. ¿Cómo fue ese cambio? Asimismo con el ingreso por regalías. Esta variable es nuestra variable de interés, que es la interacción entre minero VIP, que es nuestra variable DUMI, que identifica cuáles son los municipios que tienen regalías, y la variable INDEP, que es cómo es el comportamiento o cómo es el cambio en el ingreso por regalías de los municipios. El panel de datos está desde el 2007 hasta el 2018, por eso tenemos pues un tiempo extenso, por así decirlo, equitativo para ambos lados, y comparar si después de esta reforma hubo una mejora en la administración de los recursos. Se espera que este coeficiente, que el coeficiente que acompaña esta variable, o sea, el coeficiente beta, sea negativo. Si es negativo, podemos decir que hay una mejora de la administración de los recursos. Por otro lado, tenemos un análisis de datos panel. Por así decirlo, nos aproxima a conocer cuál es ese desempeño fiscal que tienen los municipios. ¿Qué pasa? La literatura para aproximarse a decir cómo es el desempeño fiscal de un municipio compara cuánto del gasto corriente es explicado con el ingreso corriente tributario. Es decir, cuánto de mi ingreso permanente, que es por medio del ingreso corriente tributario, cuánto de mi gasto corriente lo puedo cubrir con el ingreso corriente tributario, que es un ingreso que es, por así decirlo, que lo recauda el mismo municipio por fuentes propias y con propio esfuerzo. Si se observa que el gasto corriente se excede de este ingreso corriente, es porque está utilizando ingreso transitorio, como lo son el ingreso por regalías, para financiar gasto que es constante, como no es el gasto corriente que se basa únicamente en el gasto de funcionamiento. Tenemos una variable de desempeño integral, esta IND es el inverso de este desempeño integral. El desempeño integral básicamente mide cuál es la eficiencia y la eficacia que tiene un municipio para llevar a cabo ciertos proyectos de inversión. Entonces, si es bastante eficiente y eficaz, es decir, si hace una buena inversión, podemos decir que tiene un buen desempeño integral. Y por último tenemos la interacción nuevamente de la variable que identifica los municipios que reciben regalías y nuestra variable de desempeño integral. El modelo de dobles diferencias nos da un resultado no significativo. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Si nosotros decimos que no tenemos datos para decir que es diferente de cero, no tenemos evidencia estadística para decir que es diferente de cero, nuestra variable de interacción, que es nuestra variable de interés, podemos decir que un impulso del ingreso por regalías no afecta en nada el aumento en el gasto. Es decir, si nosotros hubiésemos encontrado, si este coeficiente positivo hubiese sido significativo, podríamos decir que la implementación de este sistema general de regalías a partir del 2012 no fue eficiente. Sin embargo, no podemos afirmarlo ya que el coeficiente no es estadísticamente diferente de cero. Por lo tanto, no hay un impulso del gasto corriente por un aumento en el ingreso por regalías. El resultado por datos panel, tenemos primero una metodología de efectos aleatorios, donde nuestra variable de interés, inter-indef, nos dice que los municipios que reciben regalías tienen una relación negativa de ingreso-gasto. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Están gastando más del ingreso que ellos mismos pueden recaudar. Si esto es así, podríamos llegar a pensar que están utilizando el ingreso transitorio para financiar gasto permanente, que es el gasto de funcionamiento, lo cual pues va por así decirlo, en pro o en línea con la hipótesis que se plantea de, bueno, se está utilizando un ingreso que no está destinado precisamente para gasto público, para gasto corriente, pero se está usando en esto con fines clientelistas para quedarse como tal con, pues, hacer favores políticos o u ofrecer empleo público a cambio de apoyo electoral. Esta estimación por efectos fijos nos permite a nosotros corregir algunos sesgos y vemos que cuando ya implementamos efectos fijos de tiempo, el coeficiente que acompaña el inverso del desempeño integral, que todo el tiempo es negativo para municipios que no reciben regalías, al final no es significante y es positivo. Mientras que para los municipios que reciben regalías, que es esta interacción, continúa siendo negativo y significativo. Lo que quiere decir que puede ser que esta irresponsabilidad fiscal no esté explicada por el desempeño integral, sino por el ingreso que tienen las regalías, ya que se identifica que los municipios donde están recibiendo regalías tienen este comportamiento. Ya por último, tenemos dos conclusiones. Básicamente, que el empleo en el sector industrial no predomina, es decir, en los municipios que reciben regalías, la actividad industrial no es el fuerte. Aunque tienen un ingreso, por así decirlo, grande, no se ve que se impulse el sector industrial para fomentar el empleo y fomentar oportunidades. Y el empleo en el sector público se puede llegar a decir que crece o es mayor en esos municipios que reciben regalías. Digamos que una de las extensiones que deja el documento es, por un lado, es saber si la proporción de empleo público es mayor en estos municipios, y dos, saber si la independencia salarial de los municipios que reciben regalías es menor que en otros municipios. Gracias.
Tenemos tiempo para unas preguntas. ¿Alguien se anima?
Gracias. Tengo dos comentarios. El primero es que con el Sistema General de Regalías, la asignación de los recursos se destinan según la aprobación de ciertos proyectos. Entonces, ese destino no puede ser el gasto en funcionamiento, los gastos corrientes. El otro comentario iba por el lado de el segundo ejercicio que realizaste, porque al comparar después del Sistema General de Regalías, estas regalías se distribuyeron en todos los municipios, entonces ahí cuál vendría siendo el control, o si ahí lo estás comparando con pues lo que ocurrió antes del 2012, con aquellos municipios que no tenían regalías. Y como sugerencia pronto para mejorar el ejercicio, o de pronto el ejercicio que no te dio significativo, es porque a medida que a algunos municipios se les redujo sus regalías, otros aumentaron sus regalías, entonces hay como un efecto opuesto en algunos aumentarán su gasto y otros lo reducirán, así como algunos tendrán más incentivos para el recaudo tributario y otros municipios no. Entonces, de pronto ver las heterogeneidades después del Sistema General de Regalías.
Sí, digamos que hay bueno, después de la implementación del 2012, de esta reforma que se hizo en el 2012, sí se asignaron regalías para todos los municipios, es decir, todos los municipios de Colombia pueden participar por este ingreso de regalías. Sin embargo, tienen que tener una formulación de proyectos aceptable y adecuada que les permita participar. Esta nueva forma de asignar regalías no le quita las asignaciones directas que ya tenían los municipios. Los municipios, exacto, la reduce la cantidad. Sin embargo, siguen recibiendo asignaciones directas y no necesitan un proyecto para recibirlas. Por así decirlo, tienen el derecho de recibir esas regalías y son de libre destinación.
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
A partir de este ejercicio, pues que me pareció muy interesante, como cuál sería la implicación más importante en términos de quienes piensan en cómo se deben distribuir las regalías acá y, bueno, digamos, ¿qué se desprende en esa medida de tu análisis?
Sí, digamos que lo más importante que podría resaltar del análisis teórico y empírico es que, vale, el reparto como tal, no sabría si por derecho se debería todos los municipios de Colombia recibir o solo los que explotan los recursos o solo los que participan en el transporte. No sé si eso debería cambiar, por lo que eso está como tal en la Constitución, artículo 360 y 361 está estipulado. Sin embargo, lo que sí se podría hacer, o lo que la recomendación que podríamos hacer con estos resultados, es que los municipios que reciben regalías deberían destinar este ingreso a apoyar, por así decirlo, fuentes o iniciativas para industrialización. ¿Sí? ¿Por qué? Básicamente, el problema o la problemática detrás de este estudio es la falta de empleo que tienen los municipios. Si los individuos llegan a tener oportunidades de tener empleo, no van a participar fácilmente de estas estrategias clientelistas que podrían llegar a presentarse. Entonces, más oportunidades destinadas, pues, bueno, incluso no solamente industria, sino también agroindustria, por así decirlo. El caso es inclinar estos ingresos a algo diferente que no sea ni sector público ni recursos naturales, sino incentivar economías alternativas a las que ya existen en los municipios. Y así, pues, generar, exactamente, diversificar y generar oportunidades. Gracias.
Bueno, ahorita con esto finalizamos esta sesión, pero quieren unas palabras.
Just really quickly. Thank you. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos por quedarse hasta el final. Creo que hemos tenido 2 días bastante interesantes. Especially thank you, Andrew, for coming. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Your comments are very helpful, so thanks again for that generosity. And that's it. I think we're done. We can go home. Se fueron. Pero bueno, sí.